What a hassle. Okay. Um. So yes, I'm just going to post the link again so people know. Because yeah, it is a new studio. It is a new studio. So if everyone can see me, post post the link. This is where the real ones can join. Okay, back to StreamYards. Agrillapolis. Okay,
Yeah.
first one back. Okay.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that was almost my fault because I told you to let him up. But you said that he cammed up, right?
He cammed up, and then he just. So I wonder if it was. I mean,
we need to get that name, and
it probably because he looked just confused, and he kind of like did a hand thing, and so I was like, okay, this guy probably just doesn't understand what I'm asking. But I don't know, the fact that he didn't do it, then maybe he was using fake footage.
My eyes, confluence.
That's some bullshit.
Yeah, that is some bullshit.
Anyways, let's get back to this.
You understand why we do the peace sign?
We need some more chicks on here to talk about Ana Kasparian so I can flirt with them.
Oh my god. I think he took the wrong kind of blue pill.
Or maybe the right one. Depends on your point of view, you know.
He's colorblind.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I just got to load up my chat real quick on my other thing.
Make sure you guys hit the fucking like button.
Yeah, because now you know now it all is fucked. So everyone, if you can, hit the like. You know,
Confluence, you fucked up.
Yeah, I goofed.
Well,
I goofed.
No, you should stop trusting that my profile is actually my profile.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, me too.
True.
What if I was a different thumping weevil?
We'll see. This happened on my friend Lower Class's channel where he thought he was bringing me up, and in reality, it was just someone who screenshotted my image and put Big Soda.
Yeah,
I hate I like that but I'm realizing in real time that that's
yeah.
That sucks.
Do you see how important that little peace sign is now?
Yeah, the peace sign. The peace sign is everything.
Yeah.
See, Doomerang would have never let this happen.
No, if Abe Dinkus's former door guy, absolutely not. This would have never happened under my watch.
See, told you. You need a door guy.
Look, hey, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. What George Bush say? That's just shameful or something.
I think I just messaged you, Confluence, and I said the exact same thing. You need like a defense mechanism of like a wall of some sort.
Why? Like a great big wall.
Okay.
Why? Like somebody to see the people before they go up or something.
Yeah.
But I saw him. That's the problem. He did cam up, but he didn't do the peace sign. So maybe that is the pivotal thing.
No, just do what Grid does and make everybody go through your Discord.
Yeah.
That's a good point too.
That's what I said in the message.
So I need a Discord is what
That's
we're
exactly
saying,
what
basically.
I said. Do something like what Grid does and maybe have them go through Discord or something.
Okay. Oh yeah, only mods get the link or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
We might have to. I mean, if it,
how about from now on, we just make them show their ID on camera?
We have to send it to other people that want it.
Yeah. I mean, most people, it's like, it's not. I wish there was a way. Like, is there a way on StreamYards, if anyone knows this? Well, we will get back to this right away, but just a brief question. Is there a way to add someone but not let them cam up? Like, is there a way to add, like, if it was a random where it's like, let's say no one can vouch for them, no one trusts them. Is there a way to just have them go on mic without the ability to cam?
Isn't there a way to move their box with their picture in it behind the other box?
I don't know.
I've heard someone say something like that
right now, but I can't.
You can definitely put up an overlay. You can
Yeah,
put
like an
up a picture
overlay
that will cover
over.
everything. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then you let them up, and then the overlay's covering them, and then you know
Yeah,
you get
but
that.
there's I think there's like a time lapse from StreamYard from what we see and what the audience sees.
That's why you got to cut it quick if it happens like he did.
Yeah. But
But
even
still,
then,
he's talking
there's
about
still a
to be able
chance
to-
of your audience seeing it.
not if there's an overlay over it.
Here's another idea, Confluence. The moment you bring someone new in, make sure you're the only screen, or make sure you're the only screen that's on,
Ooh, there you
and
go.
then bring them up. And then if they do that wild shit, then you can just kick them, and then we can go. You can
Or they
bring
can
Yeah,
everybody
you can
back.
do
wait
that too.
until or they wait. They
You
can
just-
also
yeah.
Yeah,
wait
that's
until they're
true.
up like us.
I guess if I do this and then I
Yeah.
add them, then I can't see any of you right now on stream.
Yep.
And then if the guy starts talking and I can see him on cam and stuff, then it's like, yeah, at least that's
Correct.
something.
Perfect. That's probably a good idea.
But honestly, I think YouTube is at least forgiving if you get rid of everything immediately. I mean, they can watch the stream. They know, people fuck around.
No, this was just a one-time thing. I don't change anything. Just let randos in from now on. It's fine.
Yeah, that's perfect too. I agree with Boomerang. He's done this before.
No,
Yeah.
I think you need to get everyone's phone number who gets on your panels.
I think they should have to
Fucking
pre-show me
creepy
a
ass.
picture of their penis so that I can dox it. That's
do
what
it-
I'm
do
saying. I
it
need like a
behind,
blackmail.
Yeah, do it on the behind stage before they come up.
Yeah.
So that you
Yeah.
can see it,
Or make it so that the only people on your panels are people who don't know.
I think they just pull up a video, like because I think
Yeah.
some people use their camera, and then the moment they get access to the screen, they'll pull the video up.
Yeah. At least the other good thing is there's so much of us on panel that it was like super tiny. At least I feel like that's a blessing because we have Anna on screen, we have all the side stuff. So I feel like I'm not worried about
It depends
this.
on how big your screen is, but yeah.
Anna is shocked at what she just seen.
Yeah, Anna did not want to see that. So fuck you, whoever. I think it's Nemesis because he added me on Discord and then he tried to fuck. I'm not saying it's him, but he added me on Discord and he was like, "Let me up immediately." And he was saying the same stuff that he was saying in the back chat. And he's like, "Or I'm gonna block you on Discord." And he actually did block me on Discord, even though I was trying to talk to him. I don't know if he's the kind of guy that would do that, but it's just the way he's talking seems similar. But if it's not him, I don't want to put that on him either. So like, I don't know.
Anna looks shocked, but she still got her drink in her hand. Look at that.
Yeah, she hasn't
I
spilled
think the
anything.
only person that wanted to see that was Anson.
Yeah, I was pretty excited. I appreciate it.
Eduardo strikes again.
Okay, wait. Okay, have we heard everyone's voice? Frankie, say something real quick. Just want to make sure there's no fungus among us.
If he's
you know
not
what
with
I
a
mean?
customer right now, I know it's him. He texted me that he was back up.
Okay, so and I've heard Thumping, Doomerang's talked, Ag has talked, and
Big
Anson's
Soda.
talked. Okay, because and Big Soda, of course, has talked.
I
'Cause
will
I have
vouch
to
for
take, I have to
Frankie.
take a pee,
Just
so I don't want to
wanna
take a
know
pee at like a bad time,
You
So
said fungus among us.
okay, so I'm gonna go pee real quick, and then we're gonna go jump back into things. Okay, so now that we're all trusted people. Okay. God damn. Damn
Damn it, Bobby.
God damn it, Bobby.
So
Oh
I
yeah.
gotta- I got to corn bomb him now. Let's see if I can get a good picture. Here.
Just make
What do you got? Like two volumes leaning up against each other on your
Those are
It's
Viagra.
it's
Viagra.
Viagra.
picture?
That's why I said that earlier.
it's 2 Flintstone gummies.
Hey, Confluence.
We went to the bathroom.
Okay, good. I'm gonna leave. If he asks, just say I pee bombed and left.
I got you.
Okay,
All right, bye.
I'm not saying anything.
I am.
Yeah, it's 2 of the old school Flintstone gummy, or not gummies, but vitamin tablet.
I don't remember them being that shaped.
They've had to cut back on cost.
I bought some for my kids not too long ago. Well, a while ago now. And they do not look the same, and it pissed me off so much.
Well, if I remember correctly, the old school ones, they would be in the actual shape of the character.
That's what they were. And now it's like, have you ever bought animal cookies? Like years ago, and then you bought animal cookies like recently.
Yeah.
And they just look like blobs. That's what they look like.
Yeah. Well, if I'm not mistaken, I thought animal cookies had a bunch of different shapes, and then
They
now
did.
they're just all elephant.
Yeah,
It's kind of like
they
those
did.
green army soldiers that you used to buy back in the day.
Yep.
You know what I'm talking about?
Check
Yep.
1 2. Check 1 2. Check.
Okay, is this guy
We
in the
can hear you.
comments? I'm just back. Is this guy in the comments? Are we assuming this is actually Eduardo? Because then I could just ban him from here.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
know.
I would assume.
It is. Yeah. Okay. Good.
I mean, he
Yeah,
is
it
saying,
definitely
how
is.
did I
Come on.
trick you?
Okay,
Bye.
Yeah, what
Yeah.
a what a dumb fucking thing to do. Like, because then I could
Did
just
you-
ban your YouTube. You know, I mean, I don't know.
I think
Why?
that's what he wanted,
Like,
though.
it is
He just
I.
wanted to
It is
laugh
I, the
loud.
guy. Where you can identify me.
All right, I'm getting notes on his username.
That's actually pretty smart.
Yeah, it's like if anything that fucking helps me. It's like, you know, for any possible YouTube case, Eduardo just fucked himself. It's like, okay, yeah.
No, I
There we
remember. You can take shots of the profile picture as well.
Yeah.
Now, can you report channels themselves?
Oh, there he is again. Look at that.
Oh, okay. Wow. Do you know,
it depends.
it
It
takes
doesn't
you
really
more
matter if it's
effort
like a
to
burner
join than it
account.
does for me to ban you. I'm just gonna say that. It's like 2 clicks for me to ban you. So you can keep logging in and frantically switching accounts,
You
and
can
that's
also
fine. I'll
set
just
it to
ban all of
members
them.
only chat or subscribers only chat.
That's
Wait,
a
did
good
you
point.
ban?
If I have to.
Not really. Wait, did you
If
ban
I
this?
have to, I will.
Yeah. Yep. Bye.
Bye.
Have a
Bye.
wonderful
You-
time.
Well,
Look
I
at
can.
a
If you
friend.
want, you said he said he has 100 accounts. I'm happy to run through all the accounts and just
It's
get them
either
all
that
out of the
or
way.
he has friends with him.
Yeah. But I'm
no, he has
totally
friends with
fine.
him.
I'm totally fine. I'm totally fine with that. I'll just it takes me literally no effort at all to do that.
I mean,
We're gonna
shit
keep
looks
playing
like the video.
and I mean, I have
back in
mods,
later.
right? Thumping an egg, and yeah.
Yeah,
I think,
no.
Confluence,
so
make me a
if we
mod.
see
getting all
anything,
I'm getting
Confluence,
all
make
of
me a
these
mod.
down.
yeah. How are you not a mod, Big So? That's crazy.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
because-
trying to
times.
screenshot some of this. Yeah.
Power goes to my head.
Okay, K2, or not K2. Oh, a little Freudian slip there. You know, you guys are a little aligned on on some issues. Okay, post something in chat so that I can mod you easier. So like type something and I'll make you mod.
I wrote down the names too because you don't know if you're going to go live on your own account as well. They will probably try and go on yours as well if they took down your name.
Yeah, Anson is trustworthy enough, I think, to mod as well. You know.
Is he? I'm just kidding. No, he's a cool guy. He just wants more women.
Okay, the R is silent and
You can't put something that's not that because you're getting it's still like it's not showing it to me Big Soda because apparently it recognizes that word grace with it because it's not showing up on YouTube. It's just showing up on StreamYards, which is crazy.
Oh, he's
There
playing
we
on
go.
keyboard. There we go.
There we go.
Bum is code for gay.
Oh, this Corey Barton guy. Let's see here. He looks like he's trouble. I'm gonna ban him real quick.
Ban him, get him out of here.
Yeah, can mods ban other mods? Can
No.
everything
No,
get input?
no.
Okay.
I don't even think can mods ban or is it just say timeout?
No, we can only time out.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can only.
Oh, okay. Oh,
And the most
section
we can time out
230.
for, I think, is like what 5 days, I think, or something like that.
It needs to be like 3.5 years.
It's like 10,000 hours or something, or seconds or something. 10,000.
It should be 10,000 years. That's what it should be. I wish I could add the. I mean, Ag is I've made you. Ag, can you
Oh no,
ban
wait! It's
people?
24 hours.
Because Ag, I've made you. It gives me an option to make like a managing mod and then like an
Yeah,
admin
so
mod. and
managing
Ag, you're
mod
like the
just-
main mod.
Yeah, managing mod would be like your main mod, I would think.
No. There's like a step above that. There's like the admin mod, which is I think what you are, Ag. So can you still
Oh,
only?
okay.
Can you not ban people either?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, because I can ban people and I can also change like community guidelines and.
Oh, yeah, okay,
moderation.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Because Ag
yeah.
Ag's my boy, okay? You know, even though Ag, I think you're probably older than me, but you're my boy in like the normal way, not in like a, Actually, I don't know. Actually, well, I don't want to say my age, so maybe I'll reveal that. But
I'm only a few years older than you, man. Calm
yeah, I
down.
think we're very similar in age. Yeah, always. Yeah, this is what I always say. I mean, Section 230. I think I've heard the name before. First time he's been in chat, it's always good to see a new face in chat.
He's been here before, Confluence. You don't even pay attention to who your people are?
No, I've never.
Section 230's been here before.
I've personally never seen Section 230. I don't know. It doesn't even look remotely familiar.
I think he said that the last time he was here.
I can't imagine that. My memory's not that bad.
How much wine have you had tonight?
I mean, not much. Section 230, I mean, would agree that this is his first time in chat. He would agree with that. See, yeah, Pharmacat, no one knows who this is. Nobody knows who this is. Yeah, and I've seen Section 228, 229. I've seen Section 231, but I've never seen specifically Section 230, Seen all the other sections, but
for a second I thought it was Eduardo.
Yeah, Section 230's been here before, and I've seen him elsewhere.
I know, I'm just
that's good because I almost banned him. I was almost like,
No, I promise he's been here before.
A new guy. I was almost like, get the fuck out of my chat, Eduardo.
He's been in grids too before.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure.
Welcome, noob. I agree with that.
That's a good
Yeah, I think maybe we should at least time Section 230 out
I'll time him out real quick.
No,
don't
not
just
Section
time him out,
230.
man.
There, I timed him out.
Abusing the mod privileges
Oh
already.
my god!
It better have been for like 60
This is why
seconds.
you shouldn't have modded Anson. Oh my
Yeah,
that
how
was
long was the timeout? Anson, it better have been 60 seconds. Okay, I'm just saying.
10,000 seconds.
Okay, he's still talking. So okay, Anson's just fucking.
It was
with me.
10 seconds, but still.
Oh, 10. Well, you can time some. What's the even point of timing someone for 10 seconds? That's
to
crazy.
give them that warning, but it ruins your
Oh, yeah.
algorithm, man. It deletes everything they've said.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, that's why you have to be very careful.
Oh my gosh, it did. Yeah, it deleted everything they said. Anson,
That's
don't do
why
that
I
again. It
That's
literally
why you
deleted
don't do
all
it
of
for
his.
no reason.
Yes, yes. Okay. Yes,
like-
let's not do that. Let's not test that.
I mean,
theory
unless
again.
you just don't give a shit and you just, fuck it, delete them anyways. I don't know, but
What,
you don't do it
delete
for no
is that what you
reason.
said? Okay, I'll do it.
I mean, to be fair, Confluence is like 358th in the algorithm on just Confluence alone.
That's true. That's true. I had to go through a lot of numbers to get to the number I have now. So
Yeah, I can't find your channel if I type in Confluence.
Yeah,
I
it's
know
got
it's
to be 358.
And it honestly, it's because Confluence is like a name of like a weird niche software. Like, I don't know if it's like data management, but there's a software called Confluence. And so unfortunately, that's what like shows up if you type my name. Because there's no other like channel that's actually like a Confluence that is like, doing
I thought
anything.
all our
It's
names
just
were
a
original
fucking
here. Shit.
Yeah, no, apparently not.
I'm just kidding.
When I made the name, I did. Well, your name is original, yeah. So and maybe
No, I'm
Betamax,
joking. I was
Bluetail,
like
yeah.
Big Soda, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I
Stumping
don't know.
Weevil. Yeah, I had
Yeah,
to pick
Stumping
fucking
Weevil.
Confluence. The one
I
that
didn't- yeah, that doesn't sound like it sounds like you said it actually means something, doesn't it?
it is. It does mean two rivers intersecting, and then metaphorically it means two concepts intersecting. So
That's
beautiful
what,
word.
358?
Then why is your channel logo the diagram of a female reproductive tract?
It does kind of look like that, actually, a little bit.
That was colored in with crayon.
Actually, and I will show you so this is what Anson's talking about. If you do in a certain way, the snake heads do kind of look like ovaries, and then
That's like
I've never
Conan
actually
the
thought about
Barbarian.
that
You
before,
stole
but-
Conan the Barbarian where the snake heads are like looking.
Yeah, the Tulsa Doom.
Yeah.
Well, okay,
yeah,
okay.
them.
To be honest, it predates that, right? It's the caduceus. You guys know the caduceus?
Yeah, I know
you
the medical symbol from the Greeks.
Yeah.
No, that is actually the funny story. America got that wrong. America confused the rod of Asclepius with with the caduceus, which are two unrelated symbols. And so on American emergency vehicles, they will have the caduceus, which in Greek stuff has nothing to do with medicine at all. It has to do with commerce. And it's just the rod of Asclepius is one snake wrapped around. And then at some point, some American guy back in the day confused it with the caduceus, which is two snakes looking at each other and wrapped around. And so that's why American emergency vehicles have the sign of Greek commerce on them and the sign that's associated with like Mercury and stuff, which makes no sense. But yeah, so a little historical fun fact for everybody. But it's not meant to be a caduceus. It's just meant to be, you know, two snakes that also make a little heart that are wrapped around a cross. You know, there's a hidden cross in there. You know,
I feel smarter now. Thank you.
Yeah, good. I always confluence always be edifying. Oh, that's what I always say. Always be edifying. You know. Back to cute Anna. You know, that's where my mind. Thank God I'm looking at Ana Kasparian through all of this because you know that just.
She's still shocked.
She's still shocked. Anna, look, you must have seen that stuff before, Anna. It can't be the first time, you know.
I'm used to homeless people showing me it, not.
That's good.
Damn.
That's good. Big son of W.
Oftentimes, like violent inmates was a disastrous idea by Gavin Newsom, to be honest.
I mean, the bizarre, just this bizarre obsession with putting women, rather men, or at least people with penises.
Oh, you're gonna get me in trouble. You're gonna get me in trouble, Bill. You're gonna get me in
Well,
trouble.
it's trans
Why?
time.
There's no trouble.
Because
I'm
supposed to be
Trans
supportive
clause.
of
It's
it.
supposed to be. First of all,
Is it bad that I don't want to see a dick in the women's locker room? Is that bad?
no.
Speak of the devil.
I just don't. I don't want to see
And
a
you sh-
cock
and you
in
sh-
the women's locker room.
And you shouldn't. And
Well,
no
I'm
woman
panel.
should. I mean, this is basic 101. And this is, again, to my point about, like, if I just listed and I could
Nice
do
genital
it for a
pulled right
long
now in her
time,
thought
the
process.
things
That's
that they
the
do,
problem.
because they're so tripped up by their own
How many words can we
ultra-ortho-
use to describe it?
Orthodox.
ideology
Mhm.
that they think that makes them a better person, to be so counterintuitive about all these issues like this, that this makes them the good people, that they're way out ahead on this issue. And you're not. And it's not what people want. And it goes against human nature. And it's not helping. You didn't. Yeah, you want to champion women, and you didn't. You did the opposite. You
I know,
made
because
them
there's the hierarchy.
You made them uncomfortable.
No,
and
100%.
unnecessarily.
100%. Look,
in many ways.
when you see everything as a hierarchy, literally everything's a hierarchy, well, then inevitably you're going to find yourself in a situation where the rights of one group kind of falls by the wayside.
Right. It's a zero-sum game.
Exactly.
Anna
I don't
not
see it
based?
that way.
Disavowing hierarchies now, or no? Disavowing anti-hierarchies is what I meant to say.
So
That's
just
what I mean.
observing reality is
It's
not.
based.
Seemed like she was being anti-hierarchy. I may have misheard her, but it seemed like she was saying, you know, when you adhere to hierarchies, that someone's going to be oppressed on the bottom. But I could have misread.
Oh wait, shit. Maybe. Okay, let's. Maybe I misheard her. Maybe I gave Hannah too many W's.
J-fish stuff.
Can we what?
Skip to the J-fish stuff.
Oh, wait the J. Does that mean Jesus fish, or does that mean
You know,
J
the-
is in the
the
other
deep
kind of
fish.
J? Oh, okay. We're getting there. We're like 7 minutes away, and then we get there. You know, so and maybe we'll skip the J.K. Rowling stuff, depending. You know, doesn't sound super interesting, but related to trans, obviously.
Inevitably, you're going to find yourself in a situation where the rights of one group kind of falls by the wayside.
Right. It's a zero-sum game.
Exactly. And I don't
Right.
see it that way.
I don't think I went
You
back
did
enough.
the opposite.
Okay.
I know,
made
because
them
there's the hierarchy.
You made them uncomfortable.
No,
and
100%.
unnecessarily.
100%. Look,
in many ways.
when you see everything as a hierarchy,
Oh,
literally
shit.
everything's a hierarchy, well, then
Okay.
inevitably,
Okay, I'm gonna pivot. Okay, forget what I said before. This is my new steel man of what Anna's saying. My new steel man is that what she means is that you shouldn't have a postmodern hierarchy of oppressor versus oppressee, right? I think that's what she, and unironically, that probably I think is what she's saying.
No, she's saying
So she's not like anti-hierarchy. I was jumped the gun on that one.
She's saying that there is an oppressed class and an oppressor class. That's exactly what she's saying.
No, but she's saying when you see it that way, she's saying it's negative, right?
No.
Look,
No,
one of my steelmans has to be true. Either she's anti-hierarchy or she's pro-hierarchy, right? And if you're seeing an oppressor and oppressee, then she'd be anti-hierarchy, which is my previous thing that I said. But then it sounds like she's not saying
the
that.
answer is no. The answer is no.
Bill Maher keeps interrupting her. She hasn't gotten to whether or not she believes in that or not.
Yeah, and I know, Anson, you hate when men interrupt women. I know you hate that, so I will keep playing her because I know you hate that.
Where the
so you
rights
must
of
be
one
really
group
mad at Bill Maher right
kind
now.
of falls by the wayside.
Right. It's a zero-sum game.
Exactly, and I don't see it that way. I respect transgender people. I do not want to treat them like the others. I want them to have rights. I want them to be treated with dignity and respect.
Exactly.
At the same time, I also know what it's like to be a woman living in a state where we've decided self-ID makes the most sense. Okay, well, self-ID doesn't make the most sense because obviously, as you and I both know, there are all sorts of predators out there who are going to take advantage of that situation, and that's already happened. Right. So there was that big We Spa story. And it turned out that the so-called transgender woman who was allowed into the women's locker room at a Korean spa in downtown LA was not actually a transgender person, was a person who had a long record of, sexual exploitation and assault or whatever, pretended to be transgender, gets into the women's locker room. And I felt so bad because I bought the cover story when it was first reported, but I was wrong to buy it. I should have asked more questions. And that poor woman, she happened to be a Black woman who was complaining at the front desk of We Spa. She was dragged through the mud when in reality, she witnessed this person fondling themselves in the women's locker room. Now, this person is not transgender. This is not an indictment of transgender people. It's an indictment of a policy that was not thought through. And as a result, there are women who are going to suffer. And
it's just like a bit of a no true Scotsman, though, in a way. That person did claim to be trans, isn't it? That's how they got into the locker room in the first place, right?
Yeah.
So it's like if we're using self-ID, that's kind of like the defeater. Because it's now we're just saying, well, they're not a real trans person. But
who are you going to believe more? The trans person or the Black woman? Who are you going to believe more? Because either way, you're fucked. You're damn if you do, you're damn if you don't. If you believe the Black woman, you're anti-trans. If you believe the trans person, you're anti-Black.
I don't know if anyone's saying anti-Black in this story.
No. That's how the woke left will take it.
Yeah, and she's really burying the lead, right? And so is Bill. Like, with this entire story, I mean, what are these women not doing in the kitchen in the first place, right? I mean, that's the real problem here. I mean, if they were in the home where they belong, they wouldn't have had this problem. Right?
You don't want your woman in a locker room. Let's say she's doing like some yoga, getting flexible, getting a little toned. You're like, no, just be in the kitchen.
Yeah, I guess that's fine as long as she has a male member of the family escort her around. Yeah, I mean that's the one thing that
the
Saudi Arabia principle. Yeah,
you guys must be missing the fact where these are like kids they're talking about in some cases.
Well, I don't think in this specific one, I don't think they're talking about that. But in some cases, yeah. In some
that's where it leads.
Yes. Yeah. All roads lead to that,
Fucked up.
It is. It is.
Are transgender people who are going to suffer because people are going to make the mistake of thinking, oh, well, that guy was transgender and this is how they behave. No, this is not how they behave. We need to be smarter about these policies. It's that simple.
Yeah, so good to hear you say that.
Yeah.
Really good. I did not expect that.
Really?
Well, in general, you're a lot more reasonable than I thought you would. The fire breathers.
Really, Bill? Fuck off, Bill. Bill thought that Anna. If anything, Anna should be the one that I thought you were crazier. Anna, in my mind, Anna's more base than Bill. Absolutely. Israel versus human decency. Kathy, I don't know if I've ever seen you before, and I will not let you panel up. Okay, I mean, unless you're like a normal person, in which case, I don't. No hate on you if you just joined. No hate on you. No hate on you.
Kathy, sure,
sure, Kathy.
We
But yeah,
believe
we will get to the Israel part in like 5 minutes. It's getting there. And then hey Kathy, you can sound off, okay?
You know,
You can sound
always
off.
trying to.
I mean, if we start talking about Gaza, I think you're going to disagree with me. Probably that's probably where we have the most disagreement. But
there we go.
in terms of
Sooner than I
the
thought.
transgender issue,
Well, then maybe later. Maybe later.
like, I mean,
Because
yes.
I will definitely carve you into little pieces on that one.
I don't
but,
know about that, Bill.
Okay.
I don't know about that.
that's
I'm
Bill
excited.
flirting right there.
Yeah.
I know, Bill. Stay
first
in
of
your
all,
fucking
good for
lane.
you
She's mine,
for
or maybe her
saying,
husband's, I guess.
that
but also mine if her husband.
I say it all the time. You
not there. Let's say.
It's no shame to
divorced
say,
her.
I believe the cover story.
Yeah, I do.
Because the cover
I will
story just
tear
means
you into
that
pieces
everybody
on
has
that
their
one.
own narrative. Nobody pursues the truth on either side. You have to work really hard.
Yes.
But since it's my job, I do, to get the full story. Nobody ever prints if you read the New York Times and the New York Post, it's like these two, it's just funny to do it. Because it's like, oh, I see what you.
Okay, Big Son, you may be paranoid. Can you? Okay. He knows what's
left
up. He
out.
knows
Oh,
what's
I
up.
see what you.
Totally.
I see
I
what
love
you
doing
left
that.
out. It's not that either one of you. Of course, they both lie to a degree, and the New York Post is sometimes just a
You're
flat
lucky
out
I'm not a
funny
troll.
in how they do it. But
Well, that's why. Hey, you did the
I mean,
sign.
just
I was.
omit-
Yes.
I mean, you think the sign's gonna prevent
but
me
like
from
you sound
flashing
like,
the
and I
camera?
say this as a
Yeah, it won't
compliment,
prevent
J.K.
you.
Rowling.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah,
'Cause
it won't
this is
prevent you.
her thing, and I don't know if you saw her take apart Emma Watson.
No, I didn't see that.
There's something that was not reported in the New York Times
Mhm,
that
mhm.
I saw. Like we don't see that. We don't notice this. This is not worthy of comment, and it so fucking was. And of course, in the New York Post, they loved it because J.K. Rowling, brilliant J.K. Rowling. I mean, not that I've ever read Harry Potter. To me, it's a children's book, but maybe someday.
Same, yeah.
You know,
I'm right
okay,
there with
but
you.
a great.
Then in what sense is J.K. Rowling brilliant? The only thing, I mean, like, I'm not anti J.K. Rowling, but the thing she was brilliant at was writing children and teens fiction. That is what she is actually brilliant at, right? It
Yeah.
captivated a generation, captivated my generation. You know?
It's the second greatest book to ever be written, just by numbers alone. The first being the Bible, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
I
a
mean,
tragic condemnation of the human condition.
it might be, or it could be the modern times where it's like now, globalization, we can now print books more easily. So yeah, we're not going to be reading like Solzhenitsyn, or we're not going to be, reading Dostoevsky as much. Because if Dostoevsky came out now, maybe he would be a big seller.
The printing press has existed
Probably
for
not.
hundreds of years. Confluence. That makes no sense.
No,
Probably-
but the
probably
printing
not.
press, but then also globalization. And yeah. But I do agree with Big Soda already. Even though he's just saying probably not, I already agree with him. Because,
I just don't think people are deep thinkers like they used to be.
Yeah, no, they're not. That is real talk. That is the truth. No one's reading like the Brothers Karamazov
I am.
right now. Even if it was published today, most people are not reading it.
Because let's compare this interview to the deep thinkers. Like these two people preach like they're deep thinkers, but yet we've gone through two political topics and they've only talked about surface level.
Yeah.
Because like Friedrich Nietzsche was a deep thinker. Carl Jung was a deep thinker. Like if those two were ever in a room together having a conversation, like our minds would be fucking blown to the stratosphere because we wouldn't understand what the fuck they were saying.
Well, that's something I think about sometimes, and it's like, it's not like I obviously have failed in the same way that I think all of modern society has failed, but like, where are the Carl Jungs or the Nietzsches or the Dostoevskys of our time?
Well, they don't exist.
Is that an impossibility? Is it technology? But
Yeah.
what specifically is it?
Because of fucking Instagram and TikTok.
No. We have at least a Carl Jung and at least a Carl Jung version of our time. I mean, I think Jordan Peterson falls on that. I mean, his work with archetypes and like meta narratives and like I think he's probably the closest thing that we have to him.
He might be the closest thing, but I love JBP. I paid to see him in real life. I'm a huge fan of him, but I don't think he's a Carl Jung. I don't think he is. I don't think he's using Jungian stuff, and I think so he's like, he's using what Carl Jung did, but Carl Jung like invented a bunch of like new ideas and like pioneered archetypes in a way that like no one else had in the psychological literature. And it's like, yeah, like that would be probably one of the best approximates, but I think it's like, yeah, he's standing on the shoulders of giants in that way.
I mean, you could say the same thing about, Albert Einstein standing on the shoulders of Sir Edward Newton.
Right, but Einstein, I would say, is like an actual like. I don't know if I would say JBP is like a definite genius, where like a Carl Jung, I think, is like probably a genius. Nietzsche, definitely a genius.
Well, see, I would disagree, because the reason I would say Jordan Peterson is, I don't want to say more smarter, but Jordan Peterson is able to take I guess a very complex scenario and describe it in a lot easier way than Carl Jung could ever, because Carl Jung, he had the problem of being overcomplicated and not simple enough.
Well, that's because he dived deep into the dreams, into the soul. Remember, Carl Jung was a student of fucking Freud, and he surpassed Freud by leaps and bounds.
Yeah, I think y'all are.
That's a fair statement, but it's like, if someone can take your work and explain it in simpler terms, the ability to understand and then explain is a huge
huge important thing, but it's not. I don't think it's the same. Like someone putting Einstein stuff into kind of like a modern day language, there's a very big use for that, but it's not the same as Einstein himself, I guess I would say. And it's like, where is like the Jung of our time that's actually innovating in like the field of psychology? Or if we look at like the field like of like the Nietzsche's of the world, like what is the modern day Nietzsche? Like who is it?
How much of this is because it's new, and how much of this is like undiscovered ground versus like how much is left for Jordan Peterson to
discovering
discover?
it rather than translating it. That is different.
So
that is true. I won't deny that, but it's one of those things to where, because we're talking about, especially in the field of like discovering stuff, if someone is able to discover a good bit and then you can't discover anything because a lot of the things that are discovered, that's what you're using to then, I guess, build your educational foundation.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's like, I guess you're right. I think Carl Jung is probably, or is more, I guess, important to that field, but I think we do a lot of discrediting, especially with Jordan Peterson, the biblical side of it, the character archetypes. He's also related it in terms that we know in like stories like Pinocchio, Lion King, the Genesis, Exodus. And it's like, I still want to make sure that he gets his flowers, because I think he is very prominent in that field, especially with understanding stories.
So
here's the problem, Soda. The left cannot wrap their heads around, like the guys like Alexander Solzhenitsyn. They can't wrap their heads around him. They can't wrap their heads around Jung, or even Freud. Freud's like the easiest one to wrap their heads around, but they can't do it because Freud literally will bring them down to their core and expose them for who they are.
Well, I don't think that's a left versus right thing. And in fact, I would say his field is more dominated with more progressive thinkers. So I would probably say they would have an easier ability to understand it than a conservative mind.
Because what Freud came out with was Carl Jung. And Carl Jung just exploded everybody's brains.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Carl Jung didn't get fame until much later, much later.
No. I think
looking back at it.
Okay. So no, Freud and Jung were colleagues, and then Jung had an issue with Freud, a legitimate issue of him taking everything in a sexual way, and like the Oedipus complex, and he disagreed that everything was a sexual formation, and then they split off. So I don't know if I would say one made the other. I think they just they were colleagues, and then they split at a certain point. And I think I personally prefer Jung or even Adler to fucking Freud. I think
I
Freud
agree.
was a pioneer of his time, but I think he had some wacky theories, you know.
He has
But
some
I
weird
mean, I'm
section
gonna be
going
honest.
on,
I
too.
agree with that.
He has some weird section going on, especially like I think he had a weird affliction with his mother. That's like it always like those kind of people. They have like H.P. Lovecraft. He had a weird sex thing with his mother and his aunt. It's fucking weird.
Do you guys know? I mean, no one say it, but you guys know what Lovecraft named his cat, by the way. Don't say it if you know it, but
no, that's POS.
oh, so you know it, Frankie. Anyone
Yeah, I
else?
know
Big Soda. You should know that. You would like it.
Yeah, I feel like I've heard it, and
You
if it's
probably-
POS, I guess
Should I
that
just say
makes.
it now? No, I'm just
You
kidding.
you definitely should not say it.
What letter does it start with? I mean, I can look it up, but
It starts with the letter N. Yeah, the letter N. But it's
Oh.
not. It's not just that. It's that plus a little more than that. A few letters more than that. But it's H.
Okay.
You know, he was channeling Cthulhu when he named his cat. Okay, you know, God bless. You know, a fallen soldier, H.P. Lovecraft. Okay, you know. He had a lot of good ideas himself with the
not really.
Necronomicon. Okay, that's pretty cool. But okay. So I think the biggest thing I noticed, I guess, to go back to what we were talking about, between the people now and the people then, I would say is like you can. If you read them, they are not the same like quality of writing or literature or whatever you want to say. Like even like I you know again a big Jordan Peterson fan, but like reading young feels a lot different, and that applies to everything, right? If you look at like I remember. I had like a weird black pilling moment where I was reading some archive of something in like the 1900s that was like how to write the like early 1900s, how to write like a good detective novel, and the language and like the effort put into vocabulary and syntax. And this was like published in a normal like magazine. It was just like how to write better detective novels, and it was like way higher quality than anything you could find in any magazine today. So for some reason in the past, at some point, but I don't think it's just social media, because I think even if you look like 30 years ago and compare that to the writings of the best writers of like the 1910s, right? It's just not the same. Like something is like categorically shifted.
Yeah, I can tell you the answer to that. The answer is simple. It's are you in a oppressed society or are you in a free society? A free society probably means you're not going to sit down and contemplate what's going on around you and what's going on with your life, versus people like now was it Dostoevsky that was in the gulags, or was that
no, it was Solzhenitsyn. It was Alexander Solzhenitsyn. He spent 11 years in a nicer gulag. Okay, he spent 11 years in a nicer gulag, but it still was a gulag nonetheless.
I was going to say, yeah, I don't even know what that. I mean, I understand what you mean by it, but a gulag's still way worse than any prison that we have today in America.
But I mean, okay, even and I'm maybe this is more controversial, I'm about to say, but the writings of like Allen Ginsberg, okay, who I recently learned was a part of like a PDF file association, which I was very discontent to hear that, because I think he's a beautiful poet, and then knowing that he was a part of a PDF group was disconcerting, to say the least. But if anyone knows about like Allen Ginsberg, right, famous American poet, I mean, his stuff is still sublime compared to like what we have now, right?
Okay, but
and it's like, so something's changed. Even Allen Ginsberg isn't like that long ago. I don't think there's the famous thing is like Howl, and does anyone know what I'm talking about before I say this?
I don't think so.
Hold on. Before you start confluence, like the only reason why we know about Lovecraft and Robert E. Howard and a few other writers, like horror and sword writer, is because they did it in magazines. Weird tales in the 1920s, 1930s. That's the only reason why we know about Lovecraft. And then and the whole notion of Alexander Solzhenitsyn, we only knew about him after the curtain fell, after the Iron Curtain fell and everything was exposed.
No, but this is my thing. Okay, my whole point is that okay, Allen Ginsberg, right, was born in 26, died just in 1997. And I just want to read a brief thing. So I think you guys will at least recognize this, just so we're on the same page. The first verse is, I saw the best minds of my generation destroyed by madness, starving, hysterical, naked, dragging themselves through the Negro streets at dawn looking for an angry fix. Does that sound familiar? It's one of the most like famous American poems.
I'm not a big poem guy, so like,
Not
I
gay.
wouldn't doubt that you're right. I just don't listen.
Like, I'm
to
not gay.
poems.
That's the thing.
No, I don't
The point
think
is,
I wouldn't say
it's
it's
a-
gay, but
It's a good,
gay.
it's a very good poem, at least compared to any poetry that I see made in the past, like, I don't know, 30 years or whatever. Like, it's like, and I
Well-
mean, this guy was a degenerate. And I mean, like John Paul
You are a
Sartre, I
degenerate,
don't know,
though.
or Sartre, I don't know how people say his name, but like, if you guys know about him, right? Famous French existentialist. He was also a degen, but he wrote what I would say is my favorite fiction book of all time, Nausea. It's incredible. It's one of the best things I've ever read. He was a degenerate, but he wrote this, and this was still in the 19th century. So something, in my opinion, it's like something happened in maybe the 70s or 80s, like around there, that fucked us, because I can't name a single thing that was like that. I'm like, oh, I'm blown away by this in a novel understanding. Like, this is like they're like breaching new ground in poetry, in fiction, in nonfiction. Something that's like actually seems like sublime. I can't name that.
You
And
don't
can
know-
anyone on the panel name that? Something
Yeah.
that's actually like groundbreaking in the past like 50 years, let's say.
I mean, I'm biased. I'm going to say Maps and Meanings by Jordan Peterson.
Do you think it's like I like maps of meaning, but is it groundbreaking? Like I think it's
now
great.
by groundbreaking, are you saying this is something new that he discovered on his own? I would probably say no, but in groundbreakings in terms of like for American literature and like American storytelling, I would say yeah, this is groundbreaking.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I disagree. Yeah, well, I think I agree with you. Groundbreaking in the sense of, yeah,
Like
I think
it's unique upon itself, but it's not something that it's not the same way Carl Jung, like, I guess, what's the best way of putting it? Like, Carl Jung changed the field a lot differently than Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson kind of made it prevalent in America, and Carl Jung, it was more of an, I guess, a bigger landscape. He made it appealing for everybody, and it's like Jordan Peterson. It's more focused on American ideals and American narratives and American storytelling, and it's unique to Americans. So if you're outside of America, you may not understand it the same way. You know, people understand Carl Jung.
Yeah, I think I'd agree. I think the thing is, I think I don't know if there's an idea that is like or core idea that's found in like Maps of Meaning that isn't found earlier. So I think from a modernization point of view, I agree. Like to bring it to a new audience, to make it, and there is definitely virtue in that. Like I think there's like that's a very valuable thing to do. But I still don't see it in the same way, I guess, as I see Jung as breaking new ground, or Nietzsche, or even in the poetry sphere with Allen Ginsberg, right?
I think you're absolutely right. It's like, I guess what makes it groundbreaking is the fact that Jordan Peterson relates it to modern people who can then take that work and understand it, instead of having to go all the way back to Carl Jung and grind through that just to get an understanding in which they can't relate to.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but I guess the follow up to that is, I guess then why, or well, first, I guess, is there anyone in the past 40, 50 years that is actually groundbreaking in the way I'm talking about? And if not, why not? Because from a modernization point of view, I agree with you. There are some people, but in terms of like actual like breaking, or has all the soil been broken? And there's no way we can go from here. There's nothing philosophical.
We're only talking about psychology, right?
No, I'm talking about anything. I'm talking about
easy,
anything that's not
easy.
Wait. Okay, wait, hold up. Just to clarify, not STEM, because
Oh,
obviously
damn it.
we're making
Oh, yeah, very
constant stuff in STEM. That's the only thing we're excelling at.
Okay,
Anything,
how long are we talking
anything
about?
poetry,
30, 40, 50
psychology,
years?
literature. I think we are just losing. Well, name a literary classic. The best one is what's that guy who offed himself? Oh,
We
he
are
won like
lucky
so
off
many
himself.
prizes. He's a recent. Oh God, it's on the tip of my tongue. Big Soda, you usually help me out when I have someone on the tip of my tongue. Guy who offed himself. Maybe his first name is David.
Van Gogh.
No, not Van Gogh.
David.
Oh my God, what is it? He famously offed himself, and it's like it's seen it. I think it won awards. Maybe even
Winehouse.
no, not David Winehouse. Maybe I'm wrong with
Amy
it.
Winehouse.
No.
Infinite Jest.
Give me an
Infinite
accomplishment.
Jest.
Give me an
Infinite
accomplishment.
Jest. That's what it is. Infinite Jest by by David Foster Wallace. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
That was written in 1996. I have tried to read it. Maybe if I kept going, maybe I would find it. I don't know. I've tried to read it. I can't find it. Okay. Oh, look. Hello from India. I love trans rights. Can I call in?
No.
Probably not. Probably not. But you're welcome to cam up in the background and show me the sign. You're welcome to do that.
It appears he's messaging from his phone.
He's at least on the vertical live stream.
Oh, okay.
So.
Is that what that means? Like when I'm on StreamYard, it'll show some people who it'll show nothing, and then some people it'll have this vertical box.
Yes, that's because I'm doing when I bought
that's vertical.
StreamYard's Platinum Edition, then it's like I have two streams going. One of them is supposed to show into mobile. Well, Indian Power, you can click the link on the top. You can just click the link on the top.
That's fake.
And then I will just add you onto the screen. So there's a link at the top of the thing, and then you just have to go in a back chat, and you have to do one of these, and then I'll add you onto the screen. In the meantime, I guess we'll maybe keep going.
Why is he talking in all caps? You have to go
That's
to
the same thing.
description.
It's the same thing.
Sock. Just delete it and be over with.
No, I mean, I think I don't know. I don't want to disregard someone who's like being legitimate or anything. So,
Well, I'll do it for you.
no, absolutely not, Anson, absolutely not, not.
Yeah, you modded Anson. That's your fault.
I know, Anson. No, Anson, no, Anson, no. Okay.
And to be fair, Confluence, you know why psychology probably isn't producing the same thinkers? Because the field's probably shifted from, I guess, in the last probably 50, 60, 70 years.
I know the answer to all the questions you just asked, but I was interrupted every time I tried to talk, so I'm not going to tell you.
Ooh,
Oh,
you got to pay for them.
yeah. Anson, we want to know. We want to
Yeah, I
know.
know you do. And you won't let me time out the Indian guy?
No, don't time out. I think he's for real. I think he's for real. 6'7", so. Yeah, he says he loves me. So yeah, I posted the link. Yeah, so just go in the back chat and just do one of these,
So, Confluence, do you know what happened to Jordan Peterson when he tried to do something different and new within the psychological community?
I mean, the Canadian Psychological Association fucking burned him. Yeah.
So why does the Canadian Psychological Association have so much power over new thought and ideas within the organization?
Well, they shouldn't, but I guess the thing is, I'm not sure where you're leading to, because Jordan Peterson, and again, I paid a lot of money to see the man in person, so I don't dislike him. I really like him.
So,
but at the same time, I don't think him being banned from the Canadian holding a license with the Canadian Psychological Board, it doesn't stop him from making novel kind of like revelations, I guess, right, in the field of psychology.
It does because the psychological community, pretty much all of the advanced professions, don't value novelty that challenges their authority, because they're quasi-governmental entities that are basically set up to support whatever the state wants. Right? They're not independent thought organizations like they were previously.
No, I agree. But Jordan Peterson, I mean, it's not like he's publishing his work through those associations, right? He's publishing it independently.
Right. But do you think
and he now has his license suspended, so he's like free to publish whatever he wants, right?
Yeah, but do you think that someone who values intelligence and honesty, who would be the kind of person who would think outside the box like a Carl Jung, is going to join a highly regimented system in
Why
order
is
to
this guy
basically
being weird
shoehorn them
now?
into something? The reason why Einstein flourished was because he took a job that didn't require a lot of thought and was able to think independently outside of any established organization. That's when he came up with his best theories, right? And we don't have a system set up now for people to just independently work like they used to. Everything's much more highly regimented because we've centralized a lot of our social organizational systems.
I still don't see that as an answer, though. What would prevent someone now from again making the at least the quality of literature, whether fictional or psychological or philosophical, that we saw before?
I read high quality literature that's in the nonfiction realm, that's not appealing to the stupid masses. That still exists, right? But you have to go to like economics publications or something that's highly like specialized if you want to get that, right? But if it's not like the masses aren't at the same intelligence level that they used to be.
Well, I guess that's my problem. It's like I agree in the field of economics and stuff, and in the field of STEM, it's like, yeah, I think there are novel things, but I guess that's why I'm specifically talking about like the more either soft sciences or the literary field.
Well,
like
I specifically brought up economics because economics is a soft science.
I have to think about that. It's a soft. Maybe it's a soft science. Maybe I do agree, although I'm not sure. But it's not the same soft science as just like Jordan Peterson's maps of meaning is, right?
Well, it depends on what kind of economics you follow.
It probably does, but I'm saying I do think what I'm talking about is a qualitative lack of literary prowess in the way even just reading single sentences, and there is a degree where it's like you want things to be understandable. I think this is like Big Soda's point about wanting to modernize and make this so you don't have to dig through these old writers, but also it's like we have reduced the intelligence by a large degree in what people are expected to be able to read. Because again, my example of how to write a good detective novel, this was in a normal, just like a magazine that everyone would buy, but the quality of writing is like college level writing that probably the vast majority of Americans and Canadians today just could not even grasp, right?
Well, yeah. Well, we've socialized education in the West, basically lowering the quality standards to let people who should just be working in the fields feel like they're actually achieving something. In order to fix it, you'd have to put people back in the fields where they belong, put the women back in the kitchen, and basically let the men run everything and make it a more closed system so that it is a higher quality system. Right. We basically traded our culture that created this great advanced Western civilization for this socialist utopia.
Look, I'm at least at a grade 6 reading level, okay, Doomrang? I'm at least at a grade 6 reading level, okay?
See, we had to make the education system acceptable for women, right? And that's part of the problem too.
That might be. I don't know. I think I disavow that, but it's not.
I'm hating to say this, but Anson was right. I timed that motherfucker out.
Yeah, I timed out somebody else. I literally just timed somebody else out. They're just coming in hot.
Yeah, you got a bunch. I don't know what you did, Con, but you got a bunch of fucking. Idiots.
Yeah, don't worry. They're all permaban.
We got you. Yeah,
I can only time them out. I've been timing them out for 24 hours, but you have to ban them.
Yeah, no, they're all banned.
Should I wait for you to ban them? Do I need to time them out or what?
It should. Well, I mean, if it's someone I'm saying let them ride, then it's like, yeah, let them ride.
Oh,
Well, no,
hey.
when a different name comes up every 2 seconds saying something weird.
Oh
it's
yeah.
usually-
Then definitely, yeah. For like, so this guy
Like
as an
this guy,
example,
hello from
from Germany.
no.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, yeah, use your personal judgment. Obviously, yeah, this guy gets, yeah, we can tell.
Fuck that.
Yeah, but
Why do they
Now-
keep putting all caps though? It's the same people.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
German.
The Indian guy, I really did want to see. I wanted to see. I
Yeah,
just
but
wanted to
stop
see him
using
join the back
caps.
chat.
That also violates TOS in a way. I mean, it's
That is true.
Yeah,
Confluence.
who is this guy? Oh, who is this? Is this the guy?
That's
I am
the guy.
German. I feel
Ban him.
Oh.
I need
Ban
to
him.
be-
He's got a
Who is
ring.
that?
Fucking ban him.
He's
Ban him
even
right now.
speaking fucking nonsense. He's speaking German. Oh my god.
Wait, are you the one that I told how to say you're gay in German?
it says I can
was
put user in timeout.
I was there for that period, but
Wait, did somebody do it?
wait, what are we talking about? Wait, what happened?
now.
It let me do it.
Oh god.
Wait, did it let you put Anson in timeout?
Yes.
Oh, because
For
you're
10
probably because
seconds.
you're the head mod, so I guess you probably can.
Yeah, but- Oh shit. I'm trying to do
Confluence.
that.
Are you familiar with Steven Pinker's work?
I am, yeah, not
Wait.
intimately, but yeah.
Okay. What is he? Do you know loosely what he's known for? Because I know he's an experimental psychologist, but I don't quite understand his field.
I know, not enough to like probably say anything super worthwhile, but
Okay, now we got another one.
oh, we do, yeah. So yeah, everyone, that's the kind of guy that we can, insta ban,
Nice thumping.
Again, it has to be easier for me to ban than for them to log in. It's just, I mean, it's
Oh yeah.
absolutely, it's like so quick. It's so quick. I have to imagine it takes longer to log into a new YouTube. I mean, the guy said he had 100, so I mean, I feel like we're down to like 50. So, brother, you half alive right now, okay? And once you start to make new YouTubes, that's gonna take a bit longer.
Well, anyways, we'll continue on, and mods will keep an eye on this debacle.
Yeah. Trust
Hey.
the mods. That's what I always say.
Yeah, you're in good hands. Between Ag and Thumping, they got it. Can you bring up Revenge's comment? The better angels of our nature and blank slate.
Yeah, I'm gonna get up a third device now. I'm gonna watch their asses.
The better angels of our nature. Okay, I know that's like a Shakespeare quote. Is that also a book?
I'm not sure. He I just noticed he put that right after he said Steven Pinker is great. Now, if he's the one that came up with the concept of blank slate, I don't know if I agree that people are just blank slates.
Oh yeah, it is a Steven Pinker. Both of those I think are Steven Pinker books.
But then again,
Better angels of our nature is about violence, apparently. Steven Pinker, in which the author argues that violence in the world has declined both in the long run and the short run, and suggests explanations as to why that has occurred.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not reading. I'm obviously just reading a summary, so I'm not sure exactly what. But I think in one sense, yes, I think violence has declined. In another sense, the 20th century was the most bloodiest century we've ever seen. So if he means in the 21st century, yeah, probably violence has declined.
Yeah, the 20th century, that's what communism was the most violent.
Fine, bro.
You know what?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna
is
say.
that you?
No.
I swear, I think it's you.
Yes, it is. Fucking liar.
I'm gonna say I am proud that I've attracted
Oh,
someone's
okay.
attention so much that I'm getting so many,
Dude, no,
so
that's-
many things.
What the fuck?
Bring up
I don't know.
Revenge's other comment.
Sorry,
He says he's arguing against blank slate.
I'm banning 1 million accounts right now.
No, that's one thing. Is it Anson?
This is not Anson. This is absolutely not Anson. Anson would not do this.
No, that's something I would do. What he's doing
I
right now.
wouldn't be too sure.
I don't actually think so. But I just want to say, I think this is making me feel a little special. You know, I don't know if it's the wine talking, but like that someone wants to log in. That someone wants to use so many accounts.
I have to constantly look at the chat to fucking delete them. But is dildo really a bad word?
No, it's not. It's not. No, it's like it's a totally fine thing to fucking
No,
say.
but
but
God.
it is
Was that a bunch
Damn.
of fucking chat?
this guy. I mean, yeah, he's not lying about having 100 accounts. But again, I think we're probably down to 30. So, brother,
he's just
keep
he's
on
just
trucking.
changing the
I'm
number at
too
the
pilled
end.
right now.
Holy
Yeah.
Shit.
Because again, once he runs out of accounts, it takes a lot longer to make an account than it does to switch accounts. So I believe he has 100, and I will be. I'm.
You think it's the
fine.
same guy? I probably
Yeah,
is.
it's
Oh, yeah, it's the same guy.
100%
Yeah.
is the same guy. I still wonder if it's NC Nemesis, and you know, I'm now giving him screen time
There it
intentionally
goes.
in some ways. Yeah, there you go.
Oh man,
Jesus.
leave me some. Thumping Weevil, you're taking them all.
I'm just staring at the
Yeah,
chat.
confidence. Don't let him derail your stream.
Guys.
I know. I
Yeah.
don't. I don't like.
Okay.
I'm
No,
a bit,
yeah,
the
just
problem
keep
is
there.
I'm a bit
Work.
wine coded, so I don't want to give attention
There you
to
go.
him,
No,
but I'm also
No.
having fun at
Yeah,
the same
keep,
time.
keep
That's
going
fair.
though.
That's
Keep
fair.
carrying on and let the mods handle the YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
confluence. Let your SS handle this.
The problem is, okay, actually, what I should do, okay, so yeah, this is all I will say.
Dude, you're gonna get it too.
The problem is I'm looking at chat through StreamYards, and so if you guys, I think if you time someone out or ban someone, the message still shows up, so then I think it's still an active message. So what
yeah.
I'm going to do is
I'm
I'm going to
The only
load.
thing I can do is ban them.
I'm watching the horizontal like flies on shit. So
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
watching the but we can
So,
only ban them.
I can go to the vertical, but
Yeah, it's just yeah. When I'm looking at StreamYards, the comments when you guys ban them, it doesn't seem like it bans it on StreamYard's end, but they're banned from the YouTube chat. So I have the YouTube chat open
right now
For the week.
Yeah. So I'll watch this because I trust that you guys are gonna be able to do it, and if you know, yeah. But that's what's happening before because I think even if you mute it or delete it,
Dude.
then like
Wait.
let's test it out. Actually, we
Oh
have
my God.
Wait, no, that is Anson.
I
That is fucking
I can't ban
Anson.
that one.
That is fucking Anson.
was that
Anson,
was
if
that
you
Anson?
got that's Anson. You
That
fuck
was
around, you find out.
Anson.
You got banned.
Dude, I just banned Anson for
I don't
24
know. I don't
hours.
feel any sympathy for you, brother. If Ag banned you, I don't know.
God
Okay,
damn
so
it,
let's see
Anson.
this. Okay, we have a new test. Okay, so someone. Okay, good. We're doing beta testing. So, oh yeah.
Bam, I
Okay.
got him.
Okay.
I report I got the right person.
Okay, you did?
fuck.
Okay, and so that is the problem. On StreamYards, I still see all the messages, but on
I see it
YouTube,
too.
they're
I see
Anson,
deleted.
it
God
too.
damn it.
Right. So they are deleted on so I just have to
Dude,
have
what the fuck did I just do?
I just banned Anson. Man, my bad.
I mean, you know, it
Hold
happens.
on.
It happens.
What
I
confluence?
swear
Are
to
you
God,
familiar with the was it the Rat Paradise or the
Oh,
is it?
Rat Park?
Doomerang, be careful with your messages.
Is that the one where they create the
I'm watching
utopia?
now.
Yeah, the Rat Utopia. Yeah.
How old is that?
Pretty old. Pretty
Okay,
old.
if it's pretty old, then that was going to be something that I could suggest is probably some of the most
Oh, you son of a
groundbreaking
bitch.
recent stuff.
But okay, I will say that what it's hard for me to find the words to specify exactly what I mean, but I don't mean like there can be new psychological findings. I guess I'm talking about the quality of literature, I guess. And so like Jung because he was in the nascent state of psychology, he was kind of like a mixed bag in some ways where it's like he's not doing like peer-reviewed studies, like, you know, he's not doing like actual, you know, for the most part, like published experiments, right? He's like, it's a mix of like of the literary genre with also like the psychological mixed in. And I guess so yes, like when we look at like anything scientific, I think we do see that.
We
That- that-
transitioned away from the classical education system into the Prussian education system about 120 years ago. And
So is
that
that- is
system
that- is that the
designed
problem?
to create compliant subjects and not necessarily train people on how to think.
Well, is anybody in America like an extremely deep thinker when we think of people like uh uh the Alexander guy? Alexander, was it not Nietzsche, and then Alexander, Nietzsche, Freud, and then Carl Jung? Like, I mean,
None of
has
them
America had
was
anybody
American.
comparable?
They weren't American though. All those people.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Has American ever had a kind of deep thinker when it come to that type of, I guess, subfield?
Well, I don't know about psychology, but America has had plenty of deep thinkers. I mean,
That's
John C.
true.
Calhoun.
I guess that's a good point.
John C. Calhoun, he was vice president. He wrote this book called The Disquisition of Government, where basically, like in the I think it was like the 1820s, he basically sat down and said, "Hey, this is what we've all fucked up on with the government, and these are all the problems we're going to have." And it was basically a book of predictions of all of the bad things that the United States government was going to do for like the next 100 years.
Oh, fuck. George Orwell. Do you count that?
That the British guy?
Yeah. Would that count as newer?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
would
but
count him
not-
because of
I would
1984
say-
and Animal Farm.
That's kind of why I put the thing. I can't remember exactly when George Orwell wrote, but like that's why I put
He
it
wrote,
in like
George Orwell
40,
was in
the
World
past
War
40,
II.
50
He
years.
started writing
I
after
think
World War II.
84, right?
He started writing after World War II. He wrote Animal
Okay,
Farm
okay, he's
first,
older.
and
Okay,
then he wrote 1984.
When did he write 1984?
probably like 50s or 60s, if I had to
Probably
guess.
before 1984, I'm guessing, right?
Yeah, I
like
mean-
49, yeah. So I think I still stand by the thing. Like, I mean, I'm giving an approximate, but like, again, someone from the past, like, yeah, like, is there anyone from 40 to 50 years that actually, you know,
Yeah, so those
wrote
people-
good literature, that wrote like good? So like, yeah, I guess to make it more concise, you know, yeah. So sometimes it's not peer reviewed. It's not like because yeah, I agree. There's a lot of like new findings in that way. But sometimes it's just like the literary genre, psychological or otherwise, right? It's like I think that's what's like not just I don't just mean fiction because Carl Jung was not writing fiction, right? Like, but so that's why I don't know the words to put it in, right? Like Carl Jung, a lot of his stuff is like it's psychological
It's
literature,
literary analysis, maybe.
Yeah, maybe,
Like-
but with Carl Jung, not always, because like literary analysis would be like analyzing literature, but Carl Jung did give novel psychological insights, but not in the context of like an actual study.
Yeah. Now there's
Yeah.
a really good documentary about this. It was called Idiocracy. You see?
Oh yeah, that's a number one documentary everybody has to see.
Number one documentary.
I'll be honest. Confluence, does that count?
Idiocracy. I mean, absolutely not. Like it's a good social critique, but no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Not with what I'm talking about. Not with what I'm talking about.
I mean, I don't.
So
I'm,
the great thinkers are not sitting down and writing like they used to in the way that you're like comparing, right? Like the great thinkers are doing things like making magnificent films.
But even when they do sit down to write, like again, I okay, you know, Ben Shapiro. Okay, that was the wrong message. I meant to click. Like we were talking about Jordan Peterson. It's like I really like Jordan Peterson. I do. I wouldn't put him on the level of a Plato or a Nietzsche or a Jung. I wouldn't. I think I'm a huge fan. I think he's probably one of the best like thinkers of our modern era. You know, at least if he's talking about psychology and religion. You know.
well, see, I think it's maybe just a disagreement because I guess it kind of depends. One, on personal bias. Two, on the fact that Carl Jung is a pioneer, and usually when it comes to pioneering a certain field, you were looked at as a pedestal above. And so even if their work is comparable in accomplishment or I guess profoundness, we're always going to lean toward Carl Jung as being the greater mind.
But it's there is a degree of subjectivity, but there's also not. Like if you read like Kierkegaard, there's absolutely nothing I think that you can show me that compares to like a thinker like Kierkegaard. There is nothing. There's just absolutely nothing. There's just not.
What about George Lucas's work called Star Wars?
Yeah, I would say
Yeah,
definitely
Star Wars.
not.
That's
Definitely
Vader.
not. Like,
No,
and I
he
would
loves
say,
Star Wars.
I love Star Wars. Fuck y'all.
I don't like Star Wars, but I will say
I love Star Wars. Fuck you, Confluence.
I understand. I think what Anson said, I think is actually a good. I think it was Anson. I think that I think from a cinema point of view, I think we have gotten way better. I think some of the best movies, in my opinion, and I
We're Star
a lot
Wars.
of people disagree. We're not Star Wars, but we're
We're
made in
Star
the
Wars, but
modern
fuck you,
era.
Confluence.
I think we do actually make amazing movies now.
I'm with you,
I
Frankie.
think,
I'm with you.
I think that is something that happens. But I specifically the written word, right? You can't find me a thinker that is like a Nietzsche or a Kierkegaard or a Sartre or any of these people.
Now-
yeah, Boomerang says Caddyshack. Yeah, that's
Now, I haven't read.
cinema.
I haven't read even 10% of Young's book, but what do you think is the best book that you could give to explain what you're talking about when it comes to the difference of Carl Jung and Jordan Peterson?
Stephen King.
'Cause I can tell you what I've read, and if it's close,
I
then
mean,
I can go back
haven't-
and reread it.
I mean, to be honest, I've definitely not. I mean, Carl Jung was incredibly prolific. Like his collected works are massive. So I haven't read 10% either, brother. But
for real.
I would say, for accessibility, but still profound, would be his autobiography. I think it was the last thing he ever wrote. It's called Memories, Dreams, and Reflections. And then so that's the most accessible. And for something that's the most maybe challenging, I would say Answers to Job. Would be
I definitely haven't read that. I've read the archetypes. I've read the psychology of the unconscious, and then the symbols of transformation.
Oh shit! Okay, well that's okay. Yeah, that's goated.
But like I said, I think I'm biased because I mean, one, some of these books, even if I've read them, I can't promise you that I understood them. I mean, I did my best, but a lot of these are over my wheelhouse. And so I did my best, reading these. And so with Jordan Peterson, I may be biased because it's easier to grasp the concepts he's explaining to me.
Well, okay, here's an example, Confluence, of a great modern work of literature. This one broad named Nicole Hannah Jones wrote this book called The 1619 Project.
Shut
and
the
it was
fuck up.
revolutionary.
Shut the fuck up.
Right?
He's so revolutionary. Amazing. Literary masterpiece.
Yeah.
Literary masterpiece.
Well, in terms of shaping the culture that basically learned to think without reading, instead they learned to think by talking and viewing things, which is a much less evolved method of wiring a brain. Right. And so like all of the modern generations in Western society didn't grow up with having to have a longer time preference in order to put thoughts together that's required when you're learning to write with your hands and read on paper. They basically just watch the news and basically are passive in their acquisition of information. Right. And that passivity has a lot to do with your ability to be able to make more intricate ideas on paper, like you're talking.
I agree 100% with what he's saying.
I guess I feel like maybe I still feel like we're maybe
Also known as TikTok brain.
Yeah, but it happened before TikTok because people
did.
watching the fucking TV is the same damn thing.
Yeah. It's now known as TikTok brain. Yeah. The 30-second memory span.
Squirrel.
So wait, do we, Anson, just do we agree? Do we at least agree then? Like besides, because I feel like some of the stuff that's being suggested in chat, like yeah, okay, all these people I'm bringing up, it's like yeah, these are fine books, right? These are fine books, but it's not what I'm talking about. Anson, do you agree the quality of literature has depreciated by orders of magnitude? from,
Yeah.
let's say, like 100 years ago?
Yes.
Yeah, of course I do. That's why I don't rely on the education system to teach my children. That's why I teach them independently in addition to the education system.
Based.
Right. I mean,
Yeah.
and I give them books to read in addition to what the school gives them, because the school is teaching them how to be factory workers and not how to think.
100%.
Because I would say, can you give me a movie where there's enough psychological underpinnings that compares to, like, I don't know. I've already given these examples before, but like Pinocchio, like the original story of Pinocchio, the original story of Alice in Wonderland, the original story of The Lion King.
Yeah.
It's like a lot of these grasp concepts that kids can't understand, but the subconscious picks up on it.
Yeah. Godzilla -1.
That's a good one. See, I knew we would find one.
Terminator.
That's another good one. Alien versus Predator.
Yeah.
Yep.
-1.
What is it? Another example of Alien versus Predator is was it the Garcia versus Jeffrey Epstein? That's a good one. Yep, Alien versus Predator. Did you get that?
Yeah.
Okay, my bad. I thought it fell flat.
It's a pretty good one there. Yeah. A good analogy.
But I think also that we probably will not find something nowadays, because the problem is I don't think we base stories off these kind of archetypes no more. I think anybody thinks they can write a story, and so they're not grasping the subconscious level. They're just grasping the entertainment level.
Yeah, well, it's like the sense of novelty, right? Of
Mhm.
being able to like create people.
I banned him.
What?
Okay.
Who'd you ban?
I banned Confluence.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
it's Big Soda Stream now.
yeah, that's a good idea. No, but so there's so many people that think that they have something of value worth saying, and so like the way that our culture has eroded like into hyper individualism,
Mhm.
everyone thinks that their thoughts have value, when in reality, like, most people just need to have been told that what they're saying isn't actually that important, and provided with examples of people who actually had profound thoughts so that they were humbled. But our entire culture is built on the opposite of humility.
Yeah.
And that has a lot to do with it also. That's why I go back to, talking about how women just need to be put back in their place, because we basically feminize the culture, and that's a part of it, right? Just being nice to everybody,
Mm-hmm. It's kind of the result of like egalitarianism, where you view everyone as equal, and so we're just interchangeable cogs. It's like the individual matters, but it's so individualized that it doesn't really matter, because everyone has their own opinion, everyone has their own podcast, everyone has their own, this, that, and the third that makes them unique. But in reality, not everybody's unique.
Yeah, if everybody has value, nobody has value.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And now you got like Canadian idiots with a YouTube channel who think that they're, having profound thoughts, just casually observing that people are dumb,
Yep.
I went to the raw. I meant to full screen myself. Disavow. Look, there's a lot of perspicacious Canadians out there that have YouTube channels that say very unique and interesting things, Anson. Okay, y'all talk shit about me as soon as I leave. I fucking knew it.
I'll be honest. We were talking shit before you left. You just couldn't hear it because he dropped down.
I feel like my Chrome is crashing. I somehow left
I missed
and then
everything
came back.
after Big Soda's finisher. I missed that, and then fucking I couldn't hear anybody, and then you dropped and I dropped, and
the Mexicano hacker, he's getting us all today. He's getting us all. Crazy times.
God damn it. Well, anyways.
Should have used that time to pee, but now I have to actually pee. So,
oh my God. It's only been an hour and 24 minutes.
mods be on high alert. Okay.
15 minutes later.
Godzilla -1 is the best movie made so far this century.
That's
Now-
the most. You thought I left? That's the most retarded shit I ever heard. Holy Christ! God fucking damn it! Fucking Hanson.
That's like fucking
Crazy.
Sharknado or some shit.
I mean, that's a masterpiece. Easy now.
It won a fucking Oscar. The first Godzilla movie ever to win a fucking Oscar. Don't even try me right now.
I'm gonna be honest, Fast and the Furious.
I think you just fucking triggered fucking.
If you make 11 movies, you got to be prominent.
Godzilla made 37 movies. Matter of fact, 38 fucking movies of Godzilla. Godzilla is the king of cinema. Name me a movie character that has made films as Godzilla right now. Fuck you mean?
A B-cut American movie.
I mean, they made 37 movies, but they all sucked.
I was going to say that there's only two good ones.
How fucking dare you? How fucking dare you blasphemous shit to me? The fuck
I'm
is
just
wrong
fucking
with
with you, Frankie.
I mean, let's be honest. The only two American Godzilla movies are good, and I shouldn't say that because the Godzilla from 2005 was garbage.
Yeah, there was quite a few of them that were garbage,
Look,
though.
Godzilla Final Wars in 2004 was fucking amazing. Don Fry was in that fucking movie. All right, like one of the fucking best scenes of that fucking movie was like the aliens were like trying to fucking fuck with him, and then Don Fry came and said, "Listen, kid, there's two things you don't know about the Earth. One is me, and the other is Godzilla." And then Godzilla was roaring, and then fucking thunder was everywhere. That was fucking epic and made my dick hard.
Yeah, the intellectual Don Fry.
Like, that's what made my dick hard.
You would remember that Don Fry was in that.
Yeah.
He can't remember much else. It's probably just that scene that plays in his head over and over and over.
The fuck you mean? Like you have to understand. Yesterday, Godzilla's greatest enemy was King Ghidorah. That was his greatest enemy. And then the Godzilla King of Monsters in 2019, it was fucking serious. It's like when they met each other, it was like Ghidorah,
banging that desk. Easy
fucking
there,
bitch,
Frank.
you get back into your fucking cell. And then when Godzilla rose from the ancient city, he was like, Ghidorah, I'm coming for you. That's what's up, motherfuckers. Y'all don't understand Godzilla like I understand it.
Yeah, that's probably true.
So
That's
let's
probably
get
true.
back to Ana Kasparian so I can fap a little bit.
Yeah, well,
Disavow.
actually, I was gonna say the same thing, but then I thought
Anson's
it was
got all this
grossly
knowledge.
misogynistic, so I didn't say that.
Play the video.
Yeah, just play the video and mute Anson.
Whoa, I didn't mean to do that. That's the wrong thing. Yeah, wait, is Anson actually banned? Is that still a thing?
I accidentally clicked the fucking dude. I just clicked the first person that started saying that word. So.
I mean, I mean, he deserves it. I'm just
I
curious.
apologize. I didn't. Really
No, I mean, hey,
it's only for a day.
Okay, it's only a day. That's will be back in the YouTube chat.
That was my minimum option.
It's the pasta soup, you fucking idiot. The pasta. What do you mean, Philip? Liz, you don't understand.
Frankie's back to the sock puppets.
He's got his sock
Frankie,
puppets.
yeah,
out
he's
again.
got his sock puppets.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I wonder what his coworkers think. I bet they think he's awesome.
Yeah, he's
I
at
work
work
alone.
right now. So no, I'm assuming no one can hear him. I'm
Hey.
pretty sure.
So no, I just got a real question though, because like I've seen security, I've worked with security before. Like when you're like, oh fuck, I gotta go. There's not like somebody walking up, is there?
No.
Okay, all right.
Driving up.
Frankie's just disarming gunmen every single time.
No,
He's like,
no,
"Fuck,
hang on,
I'm
guys,
gonna
hang
make
on.
a fucking
Sometimes
problem
they work
cause
at a
somebody."
security. Sometimes they work at the desk. Sometimes they're just like walking around. You know what I'm saying? It just depends on where they are. And sometimes I hear Frankie like, "Oh fuck, I'll be back."
Like someone broke through the gate and he's got to go running down.
asking for help, and he's like, "Oh fuck."
Frankie, you're
Like-
here to explain because I know Frankie does. He has to enter people in. Is what Frankie. If Frankie is here, he can say, "Oh, Frankie's here."
I work
Okay.
alone, so I can say whatever I want. But then I'm like, fuck, I'll be back because somebody like fucking car just drives up like, oh hi, he's like, hey, get the fuck away from me. Like like before I start screaming grape.
Yeah, he pulls out his sock puppets and he just starts yelling at him.
That scares everyone away.
I got you.
That's
All right.
Frankie's concealed carry is 2 sock puppets. One in each pocket.
He's dual wielding, man.
Yeah.
His nickname around the joint is called Frank. Was it Frank Kind?
Frankie 2-time. Oh,
No, like Mankind with the sock puppets.
Oh yeah,
You
Mr.
wrestler
Socko.
fans out there. Brand.
damn it, man.
Okay, back to the video. I want to hear some
Sorry, I'm
degenerate
just pouring my wine. This is actually today. We are not sponsored by Ben Shapiro. Unfortunately, he has. I guess I said something in the last stream that might have pissed him off. So we're not sponsored by Facts and Logic anymore. We're sponsored by Citra Wine. Okay, always be plugging. Okay,
And
buy
next time-
Citra Wine. It's
Next
the
time,
most refreshing wine you can buy.
gross. But next time, don't pause it on Bill Maher.
I know. I know.
Yeah, he's
I
like he's enjoying it.
Yeah, I said this last time, and I know this is like Coomer brain to me, but I'm gonna say it again because I want to see if the people now get it. Okay, so when we see Anna, there's a certain movie I'm thinking of, and I keep wondering, is it gonna happen? I feel like Anson.
Basic Instinct.
Basic Instinct.
Okay. This is the right panel. Yeah, okay. Last time, no one said anything, and I was like, okay, I guess no one. Okay, I've read. Yeah, multiple
I
people
get where
got
you're
it.
going.
It's
Yeah,
not worthy
yeah.
of comment, and it was so fucking
So
was.
I'm
And
not
of
a
course, in the New
degenerate.
York Post, they
Is
love
what I
it
take from that.
because
I
We're all
mean,
thinking the
Rowling,
same thing.
I
You
used to be
are
a
J.K.
big
Rowling. I
degenerate,
mean, not
but-
that I've ever read Harry Potter. To me, it's a children's book, but maybe someday.
Same. Yeah.
You know,
I'm right
okay,
there with
but
you.
a great
Influence.
one. I'm sure got kids reading. But I just love her because she just says it,
I
and
would
she
take a
finally had
little
enough
peek.
of
A
Emma
little peek.
Watson, who is super woke and one of the useful idiots, also on things like Gaza. And so, which tells you something that her views on Gaza were just as crazy, I think, as her views on on the women thing. And J.K. Rowling was just unmerciful. She was like, well, this is not an issue for you because when you go into a public bathroom, you have a bodyguard who stands outside the door. And she talked about how, when I was your age, I didn't have all this privilege that you're always so hateful. I was home working on the book that made you a star. It was, she just wasn't having it anymore.
Yeah.
'Cause
You do
Emma
get
was
to a point where, and I think on a lot of issues, I'm at that point where you're just sick of the BS on both sides, right? And you want to cut through all of it. And look, honestly, you're never going to get to the truth if you're only relying on partisan media. And that's what I was doing. I was very much in a bubble. I didn't realize I was in a bubble. So now it's like, I have to eat my
Mine's the
vegetables.
best.
To me, eating vegetables
I'm gonna
as
show
someone who works
Doomerangs,
in media
but disavow.
is
Disavow
reading
this
and
one.
consuming content that you
CNN
know is going to
might-
make you
might make
uncomfortable
that
because it's going to
mistake, but,
challenge what your
I am
preconceived
in
notions
fact
are.
a white man.
If you're listening to a podcast,
the truth never makes me
Wait, maybe
uncomfortable. It
actually
only
maybe
exhilarates.
sorry,
I mean,
maybe
it-
I
No matter where
misinterpreted
it's
that message actually.
on whatever side it
I was
is.
thinking a different kind of
And
you
when
want
I-
to talk about a little bit of
when
truth
I
and Gaza
see-
then?
and-
You want to get exhilarated, right? I can exhilarate
I know
you.
you're going to say genocide, and I'm going to say,
Uh,
well, you don't know what
okay.
the word.
I feel like Anna's like flirting with Bill, and I don't like it.
Yeah.
Like well, let's watch back. Just like look, I don't like this body language. This is only for her husband and me, of course. But no, disavow
And
what's
You
when
want to talk
happening
about a
here.
little bit of
When
truth
I
and Gaza
see-
then?
and-
You want to get exhilarated, right? I can exhilarate
I know
you.
you're going to say
Anna.
genocide, and I'm
Oh,
going to
yeah.
say,
That's a little
well,
bit of
you don't know what
flirtation
the
going
word
on.
Yeah,
means.
fuck that
and it's
shit.
like, if you don't even know what the
I
word
think it's a
Fuck
power
that.
move.
I'm Armenian. I know what the
I
word
think she
means.
knows Bill Maher has
Yeah.
surface
Okay, it's
level
when you try to
opinions, so
wipe out an
she's
entire
excited to
population of
fucking
people
talk
that
down
didn't
on
come
him.
close.
That's actually no. I'm big soda coated. Yeah, and I didn't mean that in a untoward way.
Yeah,
It's a
Listen
power
to you
move.
guys giving her the benefit of the doubt.
It's a power move. Grab him by the B fluids.
Grab him by the P fluids. Avow that statement. I so avow that statement.
Well, unless it's Anna, if she's willing, if Anna wants it. To be clear, if Anna wants it, absolutely. I mean, I'm only human. Okay, I'm
Close
only
to
human.
doing.
I mean,
They
Yeah,
prosecuted
but you
a war in
do-
which they were
you do
attacked,
win.
which everybody gets to
In a
do.
bad
which,
way.
by
In a
the
bad
way, let me just say, if
and
they were literally going after Hamas,
which they
that is
were.
legitimate. That's totally legitimate. But that's not what's
Got her
happening.
legs crossed
Hamas
the
hides
opposite
in
direction.
tunnels underneath hospitals.
Just wait,
You
I'm
can't
waiting
go
for
in.
the
Hold on, hold on,
basic
hold on.
Hamas is
interesting
the
moment.
bad
You know?
guy. If you don't get that,
No,
you
Hamas.
don't get much.
What Hamas did on October 7th
Fucking creep.
was disgusting. Killing. I mean, I don't
I
make it.
agree.
I don't at all hold back on that. In fact,
Well,
there
that's
are.
the easiest thing in the world to say.
I mean,
Nobody
I
disagrees.
agree. There are
Nobody
people.
disagrees.
Wait, yeah, no. Oh, Anna's about to
They're
correct
getting
the fucking retard Bill. Nobody disagrees. Excuse me. Excuse
no, they're
me.
getting like super agreeable with each other all of a sudden.
That which I
Well-
disavow that, but at the same time, I'm like, from the political landscape. Okay, Anna is the most knowledgeable about this, right? Like we all, I mean, you can check a lot of these leftoids Twitters on October 7th, right? You know, people like Frogan, not to mention any specific names, but just, you know, Frogan especially, right? They celebrated it. So yeah, so that's why I say Anna based, because Anna is you know, a socialist and stuff, and but still can at least name basic truths. Okay. Basic truths. And Anna, yeah, it's the alcohol. What are they drinking? I mean, Anna, I don't think Anna has had a sip of, I think she's just like using it as in the same way Hassan uses his dog as like a prop, because I don't think it's remained the same like level of fluid in it the whole time. Okay.
There are people who disagree. Actually,
raping babe. Yes, there are.
there are people who
Disavow.
think
They're
I'm
unconscious.
wrong
Disavow.
because Hamas,
Right.
they're freedom fighters.
The fact-
what kind of freedom are we talking
fact
about here?
that people see Hamas,
Anna-based.
the people who
Anna-based.
hate oppression so much, are on the side of the people, and it's not just Hamas. If you social justice warriors, if you have any other issue
Mhm.
besides gender apartheid in the world that is above that, you're just a joke. That if you hate oppression,
I do. Yeah.
there is one issue which should be above all.
That's
because
pay to
it
play.
affects
That's
more
pay to
people.
play, motherfucker.
Hundreds of millions of women who have basically no freedom in the Muslim world.
Right. So we should slaughter them instead, which
we
is what's
shouldn't-
been happening.
Well, you should
Yeah.
prosecute a war to the end.
Mhm.
That
I
doesn't
mean-
that does involve slaughter of every war. You know,
I think, listen, civilians get killed in wars. I think everyone knows that. Everyone acknowledges that.
especially when you
But when
especially when you hide behind them.
But when 83%, according to the IDF's own data, and this is report, by the way, I consume Israeli media on this. I don't
Mhm.
consume American media on this. And Israeli media is super honest, way more honest
Yeah.
than our media is. So when the IDF's own data indicates that 83% of the people that they've killed are civilians.
Because they hide behind them.
But Bill,
They
do you
hide
understand?
in them. They hide amongst them. Why does she not
Yeah,
understand that?
I
But
mean-
no, this is insane. This is
Hamas
insane.
is not a standing army that they just go meet in the middle of a fucking field. No, they're among the fucking people. And if they don't fucking, and there's like, hey, if you don't shield us, we'll kill your family. That's how Hamas operates. Like-
Yes, but it's insane. It's insane to say that 83% are all the people who hide behind Hamas.
Yeah, you
But
should never
okay,
use
wait, okay.
percentage
So
like that.
I'm of two minds. First of all, yes, I am
It's like,
Frankie coded.
I think what is it? 83%. Like what the fuck?
Right? Is that? I guess what I want to know. I don't know if anyone in the chat knows or on the panel. Is that an actual stat? Because I
From the
have
IDF,
not
I
heard
think-
this. Yeah, from the IDF. Has the Israeli government actually said 83? Because I'm gonna say I don't know the stats. So I'm going on the ledge. I could be proven wrong. I don't think that's true. I
don't think
can't
that's true. I
imagine a
think-
world
look,
where that's
Yeah,
true. Because
the
even from the Hamas
is pretty high. I
numbers,
think the number is pretty high.
it is pretty high. But like how
August
we're
21st, August 21st, 2025, revealed Israel military's own data indicates civilian death rate of 83%.
Okay,
I'm
send
not
it in
reading.
the back
Yeah,
chat.
yeah.
Because
Well, I'll be
I
damned.
think I don't believe that, because all the death stuff is mainly coming from like the Gaza Ministry of Health or whatever the fuck it's called, which is Hamas run. And
Yeah, it's all Hamas
and-
run. That's the whole point.
exactly, and they Hamas, and they explicitly state
So
like
the numbers are skewed.
right. Well, that's why I'd be surprised if Israel is like giving credence to that, because even the Gaza Health Ministry or whatever the fuck it's called, even they say they don't distinguish Hamas from civilians. They openly
Yeah,
say
they
this in the
don't.
data. Like Al Jazeera, if you look at Al Jazeera, you look at the numbers, they don't they don't separate. They don't even make an attempt to separate Hamas from civilians. So I'd be shocked if Israel says this. But Quippy says my AI came. So look, I'm on a limb here. Like I'm.
All right.
If I'm proven wrong, I'm proven wrong. But
It's in there. It's in there.
okay.
Oh, all
Okay.
right,
Let's
all right.
let's look at
Well,
this. Let's look at
she
this.
fucking remembered that shit really good.
Yeah, 83%. So Israel's military's own data indicates civilian death rate of 83%.
So
Okay, what's
I
the
can
source
explain
on
the
this?
discrepancy
Am I
something.
sharing the right tab just so I can? Yeah, I can. So go ahead.
So the thing about statistics is that like you can make them say all sorts of shit, right? So what happened is that somebody got into the IDF database and said, look, these are the named combatants that we know we've killed during this time, and they took that data along with the information about all of the deaths that have happened and basically did a computation and came up with 83% of the people weren't named combatants. And so that's assumed to be civilians. The problem is that they're just killing people and don't know who is who.
Actually, yeah, Anson, possibly a rare you and me agreement. I mean, this paragraph I'm highlighting, I think this is shown. I mean, yeah, this is exactly what you're saying, right? This is according to the health authorities that they're
calculating into
taking
that bombing victims, people not being used by shields.
Yes,
It's calculating
they're
all deaths.
yes, they're taking the Gazan, which is Hamas run, the health authorities, they're taking that total number and they're taking what Anson just said, the fighters named, and they're doing the math on that. And yes, 83%. That's not the same as Israel saying we've killed 83%. That is absolutely not.
Wait a minute, that's not.
It says data from an internal Israeli intelligence database indicate that at least 83% of Palestinians killed in Israel's onslaught on Gaza.
I know, but this is what I'm highlighting. Big Soda on stream. This is what it's based on. It's taking the 53,000 number, which again comes from a Hamas run thing. Even if I grant that, even if I'm like, okay, they're accurate, which I don't know if they are, but even if they are, it's taking named combatants, right? It says that fighters named in this very article that you sent me. Fighters named. That's not every Hamas person is going to be named by the Israeli military intelligence, right? Like, obviously not. That's fucking insane. That's like, if we look at the Vietnam War, obviously there's a lot of people that were like explicitly named as being a part of like of the Viet Cong, right? Like, so I think this is just. I mean, I'm still pilled, so like I think she just maybe didn't read the article correctly enough.
Well, I mean, we're talking about I guess data that comes from Israeli intelligence, one of the most, I guess,
no, but it's not. It's not
Okay.
though. It's not coming from that.
It literally says that. This is where.
No,
this
it
is
doesn't.
where-
No, it doesn't. It explicitly does not say that.
I think
it
you
doesn't
both
say
have a
that.
point, though. Both are good points, though. I mean,
It
numbers are correct.
It
but if the numbers
includes
are
records
skewed-
which data of militia from Hamas and Palestine. It's not the only data in which.
No. The important thing, they're only counting named Hamas fighters in this calculation.
Yes.
That's the main. That's what Anson said, and I fully agree. That's what the
that
Guardian
can
article
skew the
says.
number way high.
Yeah,
the
that could,
percentage
like
way
if you
high.
can name them, it's like, I mean, what percent of Hamas fighters are actually like named that Israeli intelligence knows that this guy 100% is for sure, as opposed to a guy who just has like a gun and is shooting at the IDF,
Well,
right?
probably more than we think, but still, I don't think.
I guess the problem is you would still have to rely on the assumption that just because it's not named militia that it's then someone shooting at the IDF.
I'm with Doomerang. We need to come up with names for the rest of the percentage that are unnamed.
Because we're talking about an intelligence agency that's been tracking Hamas across multiple countries, and
I know, but
Yeah.
so much of Palestine, right, is radicalized. There's no way Israel knows every single I mean, we even look at October 7th. They don't know every person. They just don't. Even for all their Pegasus and all their spy technology, they can't name every single person that was a part of October 7th. They can't, and they haven't, and there's no ability for them to. That's not how Hamas or Palestine or I guess just like technology works, right? Like They don't know that. So it's like, so I guess, so this is, I guess what I'm saying is this is not the same as Israel publicly stating 83%, are civilians. This is someone doing a calculation based on the number, again, from the Hamas run Gaza Health Authority, right? And then doing the math on that, right? Like a numerator and a denominator, and calculating the percent and ending up at 83. And it's only looking at the named fighters, right? That's the most important thing. The named fighters, the people that they actually know for sure, not the people that are, because if someone shoots a gun at you in warfare, obviously you're going to shoot the gun back, right? And they're not, you might not know their name, so they're not a named Hamas target, right?
Well, I agree, but this isn't just a news publications coming out and saying this. This is intelligence from Israel's database. So it's kind of like
it's in fact
I'm literally looking at the study itself. Like you're looking at an abstract of the study.
I'm sorry. Was it not you that sent me the thing that's on screen right now, Big Soda? Was it not you that sent me? I mean, if you have something better, then fucking send me.
Did you read it? Who did the study?
It's not about studies. This sentence, which is what Anson said, this defeats the entire thing. This is the methodology
it creates an assumption.
No, it defeats it. It's saying because fighters named in the Israeli military, obviously you would agree that does not account for all of the actual people who are in Hamas.
And then so you would need to rely on the assumption of how many is how many do you assume make up that 83% that is counted as civilians?
I agree, that's an assumption. Okay. But what I'm saying is the 83 number is 100% false.
Well, it is false. 100% false?
100%, because there is no possible way that every single Hamas person has been named by Israel. I would say that is maybe some like far-flung reality, but not the reality we live in. There's obviously going to be some Hamas that are not named and known by Israel. Okay, again, and I punt to October 7th.
The number down even more.
This says at least 83. This says at least 83%, so it's not an exact 83%.
It's not. It doesn't say at least. No, it says the opposite.
Okay,
it's the exact opposite.
Really? I'm reading it. It says data from internal Israeli intelligence database indicated that at least 83% of Palestinians killed in Israel's onslaught on Gaza were civilians. Investigated by the Plus 972 magazine and Local Call, which is Call is the Israel publication.
So, Big Soda, do you disagree with the article that you yourself sent me? Because again, I have it highlighted. Right, it's on screen. This is the methodology. They're taking known. Do I have to
you
zoom
might
in?
Zoom in a little bit, yeah.
Okay, I'll zoom in. Oh, I zoomed in too much. Okay,
no,
there we go.
That's perfect.
Okay, yeah. At the time, 53 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli attacks, according to health authorities in Gaza. Hamas-run thing, by the way. So that number itself is already suspect. A toll that includes combatants and civilians. Okay, good on the Guardian. Fighters named in the Israel military intelligence database accounted for just 17% of the total, which indicates that 83% of the dead were civilians. That if you don't see the massive flaw in that, it's fighters named, right?
Well, it's all 47,653 names of the Palestinians who died.
I gotta say,
the names, people that are named as Hamas people.
So, Big Soda, here's what happened. The numerator in the computation is vastly understating the number of combatants because it's only the named combatants, the ones that they had an ID for, right?
Yeah, it's only the confirmed combatants, correct.
It's drastically overstated because it's taking the numbers from the people who are being aggressed against by the fascist Israelis, right? So basically, you've got two different numbers here that are unrelated and not from the same data set. And so there's really they have no business like computing those numbers together because you're not going to come to anything reliable. I agree that the Israelis are fascists.
Well, the problem is this number come from Israel. It didn't come from.
That's another problem too. Yeah.
This is Israel intelligence. So they had this and they were like, okay, we believe this to be true. We believe this to be shared as intelligence.
No.
What do you mean no?
No, that's not.
That's where it came from.
One of the numbers came from Israeli intelligence. The other number came from health authorities in Gaza, and they multiplied two different numbers or divided two different numbers from two different data sets together to come.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
Come to a number
I see
that
what you're
they can
saying.
use for political purposes in the headline, so that people don't actually think, where did this number come from?
And then
that's where it throws the flaw right there, because you can't like, not only can the Israeli intelligence have the exact number of militants they're killing, they might have some names but not all of them, but the Gazans could also be conflating some numbers, or inflating numbers, or whatever.
Because it says the Israeli army
There's so
believed
many
that
different variables that
it
they
had
didn't-
killed around 8,900 operatives since October 7th, and I guess the number that the number that was released in the classified information was a total of 47,653 names of the people who they believe died.
Right,
And so
but again,
the question,
what percent of that is Hamas? Like that's the question, right? Israel has a list of Hamas targets,
mhm.
but that is a small subset of actual people who are Hamas. Right?
So, I mean, correct, but I guess the onus would then be on the other person to tell me, okay, well, how inaccurate is that percent?
There's no, I actually disagree. I don't think an onus is on anyone. I think this data is just flawed in both directions. First of all, at least from this article, we're trusting the Gaza Health Authority, which again is Hamas run, and we're also then we're just completely. We have no idea in either direction about, well, not in either direction, but we have no idea how much in one direction that the fighters named equals the sum total of people who are actually fighting on behalf of Hamas, right?
We don't even know
Those
the
are people
totality of fatalities we have.
Right. Yeah. That's the first number. Yeah. The 53 number that like could be true, could be not true. But and then the second number, it's like, yeah, it's named. It's like just add like let's say like I guess hypothetically, let's say Israel intelligence knows only half the people, right, that are actually named. Well, then that would half this whole fucking percentage, right? Like this would decimate the 83%. If there was like, let's say 34% were people that were actually Hamas and they just weren't involved in they weren't identified as Hamas agents, but they were still engaged in combat against Israel, then it's like that changes the whole stat. And if Anna is saying like, oh yeah, 47%, well, that sounds a hell of a lot different than 83% are civilians, right?
Well, but then I would say, well, I guess, yeah, okay. So I have my reasoning to say that makes sense that this number could be lower, but I guess the question would be, how do you prove that?
You don't.
You can't. But the thing is, this is a claim. The claim is that 80. Look, I don't know what the percent is, but this is a claim from Anna and the Guardian that it's 83%. That claim cannot be substantiated from multiple angles, from both the number that has been killed and the number of named Hamas. Like there's multiple flaws with the math that's going on here, is what I'm saying. So I don't know the percent. I mean, Quippy says the point that Israel says the ratio is 1-for-1. Well, that would be 50-50. 50 is way below 83. So we've somehow dropped 33 fucking percent, right? Like that's kind of the point. Like we have absolutely no idea.
If it was 1-for-1, then Israel would have had to verify more than 8,000 combatants against Hamas.
Look,
well, no, it depends if you mean it depends if you mean by named Hamas combatants versus people who are Hamas. Like again, if you imagine you're an IDF soldier, let's say some Palestinian is shooting at you, okay? You will obviously shoot him back. Let's say he's not named in any Israeli military intelligence database, which is what this article is directly citing. So you kill him. Now, is he a civilian? He was literally shooting at you. He's not a civilian, but he's also not counted amongst the Israeli military intelligence.
But can't that argument go the other way as well?
Yes.
if you believe someone to be an armed combative and you shoot them and then you realize they don't have a gun, are they listed as an armed combatant?
Probably.
And so I guess the question is, I get what y'all guys are saying, and that's fair. And I think y'all are more right than I am in the fact that I thought both numbers came from Israel. I see only one number came from Israel, and that's the 8,900 verified Hamas. And so I guess that's fair. I think that claim is kind of, you can't verify that claim. So the person who made it is wrong for the fact that they can't verify it, and it's not up to the other person to then dispute that.
I think it's more likely that both sides are lying, and because both sides are lying, the 83% number is actually probably closer to correct, but unverifiable.
Mm-hmm. And that's fair. I mean, I guess now let's say that 83% turns into 70%. I guess, what's the threshold that we're okay with, I guess, on a individual level? Like, not talking
that's
political to political, just individual.
That leads. I think that's what Frankie was saying at the beginning, where it does become complex when you add the issue of like the human shield argument, right? Where it's like, if Hamas is intentionally embedding themselves in civilian areas, then
they're not a standing army. They're not a standing army. They are a terrorist organization.
Mm-hmm.
They will hide among their civilian counterparts, and they will kill their civilian counterparts and blame it on Israel.
But Israel will do the same thing. They'll blow up a building, and then they'll say they blew it up and they killed 8 armed combatants, even though they didn't verify who was inside.
The geographic space.
Numbers and numbers and numbers. That's all about. It's all about numbers.
Because I mean, at a certain point,
civilian to armed combatants and military personnel. Yes. They're like that. I think you guys are mixing up the 50-50, like 50, one Israeli to one, armed combatant.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Or am I wrong?
No, I think you're right. I think the 1-for-1 is hang on. I just read it.
Because if we're talking like one civilian to one armed combatant, we're like way off that.
Okay, so Jonathan Korkarus, Israel's Army International spokesperson, that he believes it to be a 2-to-1 ratio, 2 civilians for every 1 militia.
Yeah, that's probably closer. That's probably closer to reality.
Like, Hamas is taking the playbook from the Afghans. Like, they dress as civilians. You can't tell who's who unless they start shooting at you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the United States record in terms of what we've done in Afghanistan and Iraq was way worse than what the Israelis.
Oh yes, absolutely,
compared to the United States in terms of their restraint.
But I will say, I guess that's a tough thing to say. I would argue that we were dealing with a more sophisticated terror organization than Hamas.
And I would also argue that was our training in urban warfare, and
that's a good point.
This is their training.
Hold on,
we're helping them, but we're not exactly like.
I can speak on the training.
You say what?
I can speak on the training because the training of the urban warfare training, it evolved during that time. All right, during that time when we first started to now, it has evolved. It's like tremendously evolved.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
What the urban warfare was back in 2005 is completely different now here in 2025. And I know that for a fact because I read the books, like I read the doctrine and I performed the doctrine. And then we came up with new doctrine when it came to urban warfare. Like we had to drill on this so much because you had to go out with the old and in with the new. All right. There's still some things that's still in play when it comes to urban warfare and open warfare. Basically, like rural and open warfare. Basically, your L-shaped ambushes, your wedge formations, your flyouts, your counter columns, and things of that nature. And even with your LDAs, your litter danger areas, those are universal when it comes to urban and open. It's universal because if you're crossing a street in an urban area, that's a linear danger area. It's linear danger.
Okay. Later on in the report, this is, I guess, different from that. So I have 3 Israeli people saying 3 different things. And now I know they got their political differences, so maybe, I don't know the internal politics. So the IDF spokesperson declared that 13,000 Hamas operatives had been killed. With that's include confirmed and high probability. The army, which I don't know the difference between, I guess, is the IDF the police force and then their official army
No, the
something
IDF,
different?
the IDF encompasses all. The IDF encompasses
Okay.
all. Really, defense forces.
Okay, I guess their version of the army reported a figure of 12,000, and then Netanyahu reported the numbers closer to 20,000.
That's all politics at that point, dude.
So that's what I was saying. It could be this could be internal
At
politics.
the end of the day, somebody's wrong. Somebody has the numbers conflated. But politics, no matter what. That's how politics work. There, here, everywhere.
At least I think we can all agree the 83%. There's no way that can be proved.
It's a claim that probably should have never been made because I don't know how you verify that. But I mean, we have the problem of you have one source, the 8,900, and you're comparing that to what Anson said, another source that's providing a 44,000 number.
Right, and the important thing is the named. I want to reemphasize this: is a named combatant is not the same as a combatant. A combatant that is named by the Israel intelligence services is not the same as a combatant. Again, my example of someone shooting at you with a gun and you don't know who they are and you cranium them
Yeah,
and then you don't they might not be named, but they're shooting at you. You're gonna shoot back.
This is a person of interest.
But then I guess I would argue. I mean, okay, so if now I'm not saying this is happening. I'm saying this could happen. I'm saying there's a potentiality. If you have a father that's killed and then a son picks up a gun and then gets shot, are we counting that as part of the warfare, or are we excluding that from part of the warfare?
I'm counting that part of the warfare because the kid decided to pick up and join arms and start doing combat.
I'm Frank-filled on that one.
Is he counted as Hamas or is he counted as?
He's not a civilian. If you're picking up a gun, you're not a civilian. I mean, and I don't blame the kid. I understand how it can happen, but I'm saying in warfare, a 10-year-old with a gun can be just as dangerous. And Frankie, who has been in the military, would agree, right? It can be just as dangerous as someone who's a trained person, right? It's someone with a gun. I mean, that's the fucking Vietnam War, right? There was kids that would run up to you with a grenade, and they fucking that's just as deadly.
A war zone and an armed civilian, and you're in a war zone, and a civilian picks up a firearm. Yeah, there's a difference.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, I mean, the Vietnam to me seems a little, I guess, different. Because you have children actively engaging in the warfare.
You don't think that's literally that?
I didn't say it was.
A more clear example.
No. Hang on. I didn't say it was. I said my specific scenario. I laid out a specific scenario in which I'm not saying that
they're declared active war zone.
Okay.
What you're not understanding is this, Soda.
I'm understanding it. I'm just saying a specific scenario which I laid out. Is that confirmed as a? I guess, would that be classified as a Hamas member?
No,
if you can verify the name.
Your scenario is an enemy combatant. You don't understand the rules of engagement.
No, I understand that. I'm saying, how did they classify it? And then I asked y'all's opinion.
Well,
I understand that. I understand the enemy combatant.
Be considered a participant.
Okay, and see, that's what I was getting at.
And I fucking cracked his fucking cranium with some hot lead. And then a kid behind him picks up a fucking rifle and I crack his head too. I will classify the kid as an enemy combatant.
Yeah, it's basically a participant.
Okay.
Yeah, like a I can go even. They're still considered enemy, and
I can go even brutal with the situation. Let's say multiple members of the Israel. I won't even say Israeli because it's ain't fair to them. Let's say multiple soldiers go into a house and rape a woman, and then the child tries to defend his mother. That's still an armed combatant, correct?
No. That's different because That's different because that's a crime being committed. That's
Well,
a war crime being
No, but
committed.
Well,
I guess
if
no.
you
I
shoot a
think
guy without a gun and then his son comes out to defend him and you shoot him too, that's a crime.
That's a war
They're
crime.
both crimes.
And
Yeah,
rape
okay,
is a war
so rape would also be a war crime.
Rape is
Yes.
a war crime.
Yes.
Period.
Yes.
It's
Yeah,
part of the
no,
Jewish
that's what I'm
But I
saying.
guess
There's a parallel.
yeah, yes, to be big soda coded, I think there are obviously there has been Israeli war crimes committed, and in those cases, yes, if someone, let's say some IDF member, which we know has happened, I mean it's on video, you can see it. They run amok, let's say, and they do some stuff that shouldn't be done.
Hamas
And in
does
that
the same
case,
thing. How many?
I know, I'm
women-
not saying,
But
I'm
we
not
know
talking about
Hamas is
hold up, hold up,
evil.
I'm not
Stop
talking about Hamas.
comparing
Hold
the
up,
two.
hold up. I'm not comparing. I'm just saying, in the event that Israeli soldier does grape somebody, which again, that has happened, and then someone picks up a gun, then so to Steelman Big Soda's thing, which I actually agree with, right? That would, the problem is then if they pick up a gun, they would be counted as a combatant. But then they picked up a gun for a a war crime was committed. They picked up a gun. I mean, that's totally valid under like kind of every definition. And so that would be the opposite argument, is that that's
Well,
a totally fair reason to
The
pick up a
sad
gun
part
and
is,
engage
the sad part is
combatant.
lots of bad things happen during war throughout all of time. Like,
Yeah.
we're never
Oh
gonna.
yeah, and it doesn't matter who's fighting it. Even the good
Yeah.
guys have horrible streaks of committing atrocities during war.
And that sucks.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, I didn't like the
it is
butt
gonna
there.
happen,
I didn't like the
but-
butt there.
we shouldn't let that define us either. You know what I mean? We need to prosecute those people, and those people should be held accountable, of course.
Well, the reason I bring this up because I mean I don't know how deep y'all gotten into the Iraq files and then the story of the 7 journalists that was gunned down by a Black Hawk helicopter and nothing was done about it and stuff like that. And
Is this the collateral damage video back in the
yeah.
day?
Well, now
Because
there's a
that's a
couple
little,
of them. There's a couple
no,
of
but
them.
there's one that was like that was on WikiLeaks called collateral damage. There's like a main one. Are we talking
Then
about that one?
That's probably the one I'm thinking about, where like you're viewing it from the Black Hawk helicopter, and then you can see him call, or you hear
And
him
the
call
guy
in.
has like a what is it, an RPG or a rocket launcher? I don't know what the fucking difference is.
No, American media said that these people were hired by them. Like it's all like they confirmed that, hey, these were 7 of our journalists that you just gunned down.
I don't
mean,
know.
I can
can't-
share. I can bring that up.
Well,
we
the
can refresh
problem is
the details.
I can't watch. We obviously can't watch
Oh,
the
well,
video.
Well, I meant like personal, or like an article, not necessarily.
Yeah,
video.
DM that to me.
Look,
Yeah.
I
But yeah,
want
this is.
I wanna hear the
I just think the
comments.
collateral damage thing, the article there, the video looks really bad. But I at least when I really tried to look at it from a civilian point of view, obviously I can understand. Some of it was obviously really bad. I think some of it was, I can understand the decision in the moment, because there was people in that video that were holding weapons, that were holding like anti whatever the fuck. Again, I'm not a military guy. Stuff that could bring down whatever the fucking helicopter was. I don't know what the fuck the weapon was, an RPG or something. I don't fucking know. Anti-aircraft, something.
Surface to air, anti.
Yeah, something like that. And it's like and that is seen. If you look at the footage, you there, that is in there. So yes, they're journalists technically, but if it's a journalist holding something that someone can clearly see is like probably a weapon that could bring down, then it does change things. I would just say.
Well, see this. That's why I said there's multiple, because then I could lead to the video out of Baghdad where the 3 women, where they were gunned down.
Yeah, look, obviously there's footage. I mean, like anyone who remembers Live Leak, right? There's footage that everyone would agree is atrocious. I agree with that.
And by the
I'm
way,
saying-
they were Reuters journalists. I just found the article. I'm about to share it.
And look, that should mean a lot, but sometimes it doesn't mean a lot. Sometimes actual journalists. I mean, there was actual journalists on October 7th, actual journalists that were like riding into Israeli territory. And if the IDF fucking gunned them down, do I give a fucking shit? No, I absolutely do not. Kill all those journalists that ingressed into Israel territory on
But
October 7th. Absolutely.
that seems a little different as someone actively engaging in warfare versus people walking and then get gunned down by an attack helicopter.
But that what I'm saying is that's not what happened. That in at least if we're talking about the same thing, the famous WikiLeaks collateral damage video, that's not exactly what happened. That's what I'm saying. That's not exactly what happened. Like I'm not like saying I'm not saying like it was a definitely a good situation, but I think at least when I looked into it, there was a lot of stuff where it's like, okay, these are journalists, but they also are like holding weapons, right? So like, I don't know, like, yeah, maybe you're just holding something, or maybe you're holding something that really looks like a weapon, but like, and again, civilian analyzing to be very clear, you know, so everything I say, massive grain of salt, of course, but I think the story I always heard with that video, and when I saw that video, I was like, oh yeah, insane, atrocious war crime. And then when I actually tried to look into it to the best of my ability, it seemed different. It seemed different than what I originally
from the
thought.
Pentagon investigation. You'll be able to show this picture because this is before it happens. This is right before it happens.
Yeah, but okay, I will show it, but
well, you don't have to. I don't. Yeah, I'm not saying you have to. I'm just saying if you feel look at it and you feel comfortable, then
no, yeah, I'm fine showing it. But I'm saying we have to see, and it probably isn't TOS. I think because it's not like it's not graphic at all. But
it could be.
Yeah, like I just don't know. But the whole, I mean, anyone who wants to look, I guess, yeah, if you're really curious, you can look up collateral damage video, right? It's a famous thing. There's a wiki page on it, and the wiki page links to the footage. And I think it has been selectively. I like Julian Assange, but I think he selectively titled it in a certain way and added a description that made people biased in a certain way. Is my opinion. That's just my opinion.
I mean, yeah, I think that's fair. And we could be talking about now with every video, this context. So it's like, well, what happened 30 minutes before this video, or like what happened 5 minutes leading up to this video? What happened to 5 minutes after this video? Well, I guess not after, but you know, it could all these people have thrown down, you know, weapons before this interaction happened. I sent you the picture of the Pentagon doing their investigation.
I think again, I want to reiterate. I think some nonsense happened in this event, but I don't think it's what the original story was. I guess that's what I'm saying. I don't think it was.
You don't think? Wait. You don't think it's a video of 2 Reuters journalists being gunned down?
If we're talking, I'm trying to. I mean, it's hard to because I'm sharing the screen right now. If we're talking, are we talking about the same video? Because I guess I want to clarify that.
I sent you a picture that identifies all the people in the.
But are we talking about the? I mean, this is a very famous, probably one of the most famous videos from Iraq. The collateral damage. Is that what? Do you know? Is that what we're talking about?
That's what I'm saying. Look at the picture and confirm for yourself.
Well, I can't. I mean, I'm looking at fucking an overhead aerial.
No, I sent it to you on Discord.
No, I know.
Of the Pentagon. Okay.
I know that's even more hard to describe. Like it's, yeah. I mean, I can share. I can share where you put me, but it's an overhead.
Later.
That's fair. I will say that link right there, the Pentagon, like the most bottom link, the blue, that's the Pentagon No, the link, the blue, Pentagon documents on the investigation PDF.
Sorry, I'm just trying to see if this. So I'm just clicking the name of one of the people who died, one of the Reuters journalists, Saeed. Fuck that last name.
Yeah, I don't know how to say it.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if this is like the same. Because if we're talking about 2 different events, then
I don't think we are. I don't think we are because I want to say this is a very famous video of, you know, it's a video showing down from the Black Hawk helicopter. You hear the pilot's voice in which he calls back to command. He's like, "Hey, I have certain potential bogeys," and then he gets the approval and then fires down on him.
I really
okay.
think
briefly,
that's kind of irrelevant.
okay, so this is the collateral damage thing. Oh yeah, okay, it is among the group we're two. Yeah, it's the same. Okay, so we're talking. Okay, just I wanted to clarify that we're talking about the same thing. So this is the July 12th, 2007 Baghdad airstrike, and this is where the collateral murder. Okay, maybe Okay, sorry, I'm saying the wrong name. I guess the whole time apparently. Collateral murder was the WikiLeaks.
That's what Julian called it.
Yeah, that's what he
Yeah.
titled it.
So, and to give credit to you, yes, that potentially could be framing. Because it'd be best instead of taking my opinion to go look at the Pentagon review if you have time. I know it's a boring read.
Yeah, I think it's good, and I think the wiki. I don't like Wikipedia. I think it does give a decent coverage of both sides, especially if you. I don't want to like scroll down because I don't know.
Yeah,
if they show stuff that might be because I've gone on Wikipedia before, and sometimes they put stuff that is like definitely something I can't show on YouTube. So, but yeah, that's the thing we're talking about, and yes, I think Wiki has a links to both sides and fair arguments to both sides. At least the last time I read this video. I mean, it has stuff about like the naming of the video, reactions to the video, right? All the stuff, and it links to the Pentagon review and everything like that. And yeah, so
because like they've blown up the images. That's bad terminology. They've expanded the photos of. They've expanded the photos of kind of like what they were looking at to determine their investigation. So they've kind of indicated who the people are, what they're holding, and this and the third.
And to answer Quippy, I do, yeah. I don't know if I'm reading your message right, but I think that oh, sorry, I didn't see you. I didn't see you there. I saw you doing the sign though. Got my attention. Welcome back, Ag.
There's only one Ag. Come on.
Y'all are kind of dancing around like it doesn't really matter like if it's 83% in terms of the civilians. The number is too high, right? Like no matter.
Yeah, I think we've agreed on that.
And
well, I actually
journalists.
I'm actually not sure if I agree on that.
That there were
that it's not it's too high.
I agree. I think it's skewed a lot.
And now I guess I think it's an unreasonable amount. Well, okay, I don't even know how to.
I think it's wrong way they asked the question. They computed it like Anson's.
That's fair.
The way they computed the numbers together is just fucked up.
Yeah, that is fair. That is fair.
Yeah, I mean, what the United States has done for the last 75 years with all their unconstitutional wars has led to like 20 million excess civilian deaths. So, like the United States for the past 75 years is just as bad as Stalin or Mao, right?
Yeah.
So
a little different.
Like anyone who's in the military in the United States is basically evil, like Stalin and Mao, from my perspective.
That's a fair interpretation, but I would disagree.
Yeah, I don't know about all that, but
because I guess it would rely on the intention. And so, do I think the people of the USSR are evil? No, I don't think they're evil. I think the people who had the intentions to do this were evil. I think Confluence, you would agree with that.
Yeah.
We have a democratic system, so we're all responsible. It's not like the Soviet Union or communist China where they didn't have a choice. We picked the people and we own their decision making.
Well, no, I think I would disavow that because, like, if you voted, let's say, the opposite side, you are just one person out of hundreds of millions of people that are voting. So are you yourself responsible? Like collectively, America's responsible. But
no,
what can I do? I have one vote. What the fuck am I supposed to do to change anything?
And if you didn't vote and you still pay taxes, are you responsible?
No, I would say no.
Yeah, I would say even if you voted, you're not responsible. And I would say the threshold is probably the fact that one, this is the secrecy behind it, to the fact that they're openly lying to your face. And so at a certain point, if I give someone money, they promise me they're going to do something good with it, and I believe them, and then I give them the money, and then they go and do something bad. I don't think I'm responsible in the same way that they're responsible.
Yeah, and the problem with democracy is that people don't have a single person to hold accountable, right? So actually, just
That's true.
supporting the system of degeneracy called voting is the problem.
Oh, anti-voting. Anybody or just women?
All
That's a good
democracy or
question.
representative republic is evil.
Interesting. Because
Hmm.
I would
Yeah,
say it's
Anson's a
okay when I
monarchist.
do it.
But
That
that's
is the
fair.
problem with democracy. That's
Just
the
to wrap it
problem.
up, I'll concede that maybe I misunderstood that because I had heard that before, and I didn't obviously read it, but I'd seen that article and I'd seen that a couple people picked up on it, and I didn't read the details, and so that's on me. I see the flaw in the logic that I was trying to apply.
Yeah, no, I mean,
All right, guys, I'm gonna jump off. So I'll be seeing y'all later.
All right.
Bye,
man.
Frankie.
Later,
God
Yeah,
guys.
bless
man.
you, Frankie.
Have a good night.
Later.
We'll leave that little sock puppet up there for a hot minute, just to commemorate a fallen soldier, Frankie. Okay.
Oh, I don't know if I'd say that.
Well, not in a bad way.
I wouldn't say it in any way.
In a normal way. I mean, I guess that probably would still be anyway, I guess, technically, but I'm just trying to pay my respects to Frankie, okay? Back to Anna, though.
It's tough. It's tough because, like, I think that every time I think about the fallen soldier stuff, it breaks my heart. Because I think about
actual fallen, so yeah.
Well, then I guess
Yeah.
them as well as the people who served, who kind of weren't given the truth and fought for my freedom, even though I put people in positions of power that sacrificed them and lied to them.
Yeah, everybody's a
There's
victim.
where I'll face my responsibility.
Think emotionally. Everybody's a victim, right? Yeah, this is all nonsense.
That's fair. That's fair. Tomato, potato.
I can see both sides. I can see both
Understand that by
sides.
killing so many civilians, they are essentially multiplying extremism.
I do understand that. Do you understand that there's very often in the world two very bad choices, and you only?
I mean, I'm an American. I have to vote in presidential elections. Yes, I do know that.
Okay, you don't have the good choice. You have the bad choice and the even worse choice.
Wait, what did you say?
No, I'm glitching again. I'll have to rejoin again. I don't know.
Wait, you said it's a video. Do you say the video is bad?
He said he was having trouble hearing it. The video's perfectly fine. It was just on his end.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it was glitching.
Israel has been being attacked by Hamas. First of all, the entire Arab world rejected them for 75 years. They kept trying to make a deal. They kept saying, no, we want it all. That's what from the river to the sea means. It means we want it all. We don't want a compromise. They've never wanted a compromise. Israel gave Gaza back.
Based and just, I mean, maybe all of you know this, but from the river to the sea, okay?
Oh yeah.
Just for those of you in the chat that don't know this, okay? That phrase is a translation from Arabic. It's an Arabic phrase. And in the Arabic, it says, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be Arab. That is what the translation says. It does not say free.
Yeah.
So we can kind of like sugarcoat that phrase and say, oh, it doesn't mean what people think it means. And it's like, well, if you look at the original language, it's saying Arab. It's not saying free.
But that doesn't rhyme at all.
Well, in Arabic, maybe it does. I'm not really sure, but yeah, that's the thing. We have to make it rhyme. We have to make it cool. Because what else rhymes with Arab? I guess is the problem. You know,
I mean,
probably nothing. Probably nothing rhymes with Arab. Think about it.
Because in this situation, I feel like, at least what I've found in this situation, because I joke that I, dislike Israel and this, that, and the third. But I mean, I obviously understand I also understand that Israel is not on the same level as Hamas. These are not two evils fighting against each other. I can understand that. I guess the problem I have with it is I feel like everybody has a binary opinion of it. And I feel like the binary is what makes it worse, because I think there are a lot of innocent people who are suffering from Israel the same way that there are innocent people in Israel who are suffering from Hamas in the greater Arab world. I don't think it's one doing it to the other, and I don't think it's the other doing it to them. I think this is a problem of looking at history as good guys and bad guys.
Yeah, and I would say like, yeah, it's like, I think you brought up a good tension. It's like I am more broadly on the Israel side, but that doesn't mean I don't acknowledge that a bunch of nonsense is happening from Israel to Palestine. Like from the settlements, I'm not. There's a lot of settlement stuff that I'm not fond of. The lack of prosecution of people that do war crimes, right? The way that airstrikes are carried out sometimes. Right? There's a lot of critiques. So yeah, broadly, it's like, yeah, if I have to be kind of like, dichotomized, then yeah, it's like, yeah, most of me is like pro-Israel, but yeah, that like comes with a lot of caveats, you know.
That doesn't make any sense.
Well, here's something that everybody
does
needs to understand is that this stuff's been going on there for thousands of years. I mean, so it's not going to end anytime soon.
No.
Anyways, go ahead, Anson. My bad.
Confluence, are you Israeli?
No,
No,
but I do.
Why do you care about the ethnic and religious nationalism of a country?
Because I'm a Hezbollah agent. I don't know how many times I have to say this. I'm supported by Ben Shapiro himself. Facts and Logic. Use the code Anson is wrong to get 20% off of your Daily Wire membership. Facts and Logic. Always be plugging. Okay.
I guess one last thing to say, and then we can go back to the. It's the same way that I view kind of the Ukraine and Russia situation going on right now. So I see Russia doing the, I guess, aggression, but since Ukraine is my ally, or I view them to be the better of the two evils, and to them to be on my side, I hold them up to a higher standard. Because if you're my ally, I'm going to hold you up to the same standard that I would hold my own government up to. That means I don't want my government going out committing war crimes just because we're facing a bad ideological group. I think we're the moral principle. We have to be above this, and I hold Israel and Ukraine to the same standard. So when I hear stuff about Ukraine committing war crimes, I will pull back. No, this is not something a Western civilization does. This is not something that the good people do, and I hold Israel to the same standard. That's why it seems like I criticize Israel more than Hamas. I expect Hamas to be evil. I expect them to do bad things. I expect them to be the worst scum on the earth. But then when Israel does it, I'm like, look, how can I defend you? I'm not going to defend Hamas.
Right, and that, yeah. Okay, Anson is chuckling. I mean, I agree with what you're saying, Big Soda. So, Anson, tell us how we're wrong, I guess.
No, I like hearing programmed people talk about.
No, hey, Anson, fucking sound off, brother. Sound off. Yeah, fucking sound off.
No, it's just, thinking about, the Ukrainians as like a proxy of the United States in some way. And saying, well, I wouldn't support, them doing war crimes because I wouldn't expect my people to do it. The United States has been doing way worse than Israel and Ukraine for the past 75 years, right?
But didn't you hear me that I hold them to the same standard I hold my government, and I don't want my government doing it, and I reject the fact that my government's been doing it?
You'll hold whatever standard maintains your comfort level, like most Americans.
No.
I mean, you're entitled to your opinion.
I don't think that's true. Anson, you can't look at like the crimes that Hamas did, even on October 7th alone, and compare that to what the average day of warfare is like in any of the conflicts that maybe we shouldn't have been involved in, but it's incomparable.
No, right? It's exactly comparable, right?
It's comparable. The October 7th, you can point me to a day because you said it's comparable. I mean, maybe you jumped the gun on what I was saying. Can you point me to a day where that amount of atrocities against human life has happened?
In Iraq that have died due to the depleted uranium we dropped there, Or
Okay,
all
so
the
not a day,
Laotian-
not
or
a
all the
day, not a
Laotian
day,
children-
Anson. So you did jump my gun, I guess. Okay, so that's fine. That's
all the-
cool.
all the
Just
Laotian
acknowledge that
children
you
that
did.
died
Acknowledge that
because
you
of all
you
the
preemptively
mines
jumped on
we
me
dropped.
without actually hearing what I had to say, which
Yeah,
is
I can only
fine.
hear one person at a time.
You tell him, Ag. But I feel like that's a fair assessment because it's kind of like, look, if if Israel is my ally, and we have been allies for, I don't know, every bit of 60, 70, 80 years, I'm going to hold them to a higher standard the same way I hold my government to a higher standard. Now, my government has a problem. It likes to lie, and it likes to do a lot of shady fucking shit, and it's crossed so many boundaries that it really is uncomparable to most countries just because I don't know most countries' history. I know I know our history. Our history's fucked up, especially when it comes to kind of doing something extremely bad and then trying to hide it from the American people. But I think there's a difference between doing that and being ideologically driven to go out and do bad things. I think a lot of our bad things are heat of the moment stuff. I think our bad things isn't just go out, let's kill as many Arabs as possible. I don't think that's our ideology. I think our ideology is, hey, I want my people in this place. I'm going to remove the people I determine to be bad, and if they cross me, dead. That's
Yeah,
a different
so-
ideology than going into a place and saying, I'm going to shoot everybody that looks like an Arab.
So big soda. See, the way that we're programmed is that we're basically walked into thinking that we're doing the just and right thing by basically feeding our people demonization fairy tales about who our opponents are, so we dehumanize the other humans, and we think it's all right to just go in and carpet bomb places. And it's not all right, right? None of the wars are constitutionally declared, right? So we're acting outside of our own legal framework to do this now.
What are we carpet bombing, Anson?
you
In
just confirmed
a
everything I
recent
said, though.
time, what are we carpet bombing?
Afghanistan.
The carpet
You think
bomb.
you think we carpet bombed
We went in there
Afghanistan?
and dropped a shit ton of bombs on them. Well, we
That's
dropped
different than carpet bombing. though.
Yeah, if you mean
not a
carpet bombing in
nuclear
like a
bomb,
loose
on an entire
analogical
valley.
way, fine.
Right? You remember that the Trump was talking about how big the bomb was that he dropped in Afghanistan because it's the largest bomb you can drop that isn't nuclear.
It's not. Again, if you mean metaphorically, that's fine, and then I accept
that's
that.
not a metaphor.
I think he's
If
talking
I-
about a Moab, maybe.
Yeah, the
No,
Moab.
I'm
He
saying
dropped the
the carpet
Moab in
bombing
Afghanistan,
stuff.
right?
What is the
that's
last
different.
thing that the U.S. has carpet? Do you mean that metaphorically, or do you mean that literally?
Well, okay, the Vietnam War, right?
Okay, so
you
it's
got
like
a point there.
50, 60 years ago, right? Like, okay,
Right,
sure, sound off,
we went
Anson.
in and did a
Not
whole,
what I'm
whole
talking
bunch of
about.
bombing in Iraq to soften them up before we went in. We
didn't. We didn't
bombed a whole
carpet bomb
bunch of
Iraq. No, we didn't. We didn't do that. That never happened.
Okay, that never happened. Okay.
We bombed Iraq. We didn't carpet bomb Iraq. I'm sorry. I'm just I asked you if you're talking metaphorically or literally, and you're saying literally. We did that to Iraq. We did not do that.
Define carpet bomb.
Carpet bombing is like bombing. Not nothing to do with precision. You're just like bombing kind of like everything in the strip. You're just bombing. You're bombing the whole fucking thing, right?
Yeah.
So like think like Gaza into glass, right? You're just if Israel went in and they just like fucking bomb it all, right?
Well,
Similar to like what Germany did during like the Tokyo bombings.
Yeah. Does it have to be on large scale or can it just be like smaller scale?
It defines it as large scale. I guess the way. Let me make sure who's defining it. Okay, that's Wikipedia. I don't know if you trust Wikipedia.
I mean, the way that term is used is like that's the reason that's used is like rolling out a carpet. It's like imagine that's where the term comes from, obviously, right? Like
it's
when
less
you're bombing
precision, but it can be
everything.
it can be with some precision.
It's aiming to destroy everything within it. So you're carpet bombing a region to destroy everything in it. You're not checking to see is there a target in there we need to hit, or is it just clear leveling the area.
And we didn't do that at all, is what Confluence is saying.
We've done that.
we did not do
Yemen.
that.
What right? We
No,
provided
we
the
didn't. We never did that.
support.
When did we fucking do that in Yemen?
Over the past decade, right?
No, we
Yeah,
not.
confluence. You're gonna have to let me talk instead of just telling me I'm lying, dude. All right.
Okay, no, okay, sound off.
The Saudi Arabian government, with our equipment, used their bombers, and we refueled them midair and supported them and provided them with everything that they needed to go in and basically carpet bomb where all of their ideological opponents were in Yemen, right? So there was a mass scale death that happened there because of the United States direct involvement, because we provided all of the logistical support for the Saudi Arabians to be able to do what they did, right? So
Okay,
that is
so-
our fault.
So, okay, first of all, we're already immediately pivoting to places that the U.S. funds and supports. So not the U.S. doing it, which is what your original claim was, Anson. You said the U.S. does this. Now you're saying the U.S. funds this.
No,
okay, that's a distinct. No, we're not.
We were part of it.
From a funding angle?
No, in a direct sense. We had our mid-flight refuelers. Our Air Force was up fueling the Saudi Arabian bombers while they went and did their runs. We were directly involved.
Okay, but so the U.S. did not carpet bomb anyone.
They did.
And
this is what the ICRC said. This is what the ICRC said. I'm trying to figure out what that stands for. I
think this is already a pivot to talk about like American involvement. Before you were saying the U.S., your example was Iraq, and then when you were not right on that, then you pivot to refueling in the air, which is fine. That's a different topic, but originally you're stating that the U.S. is directly carpet bombing. Your example was Iraq. Your example, and they're pivoting to Yemen, and Saudi Arabia doing it, and the U.S. just helping them.
Slow down.
Confluence, you may be wrong.
One thing at a time.
Love to see it.
In 2019, a U.S.-led coalition released footage of F-15s and F-35s dropping massive amounts of bombs on the ISIS-held island, creating large mushroom clouds described as effective carpet bombing to the area to eliminate the fighters.
Yeah, it's an ISIS-held area.
Well, but carpet bombing it doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be like it can be discriminatory. Is that the term? Like it can be the opposite of non-discriminatory. Yeah.
The main question is, did they do a calculation, right? Like all lawful military actions have to go through a calculation. If it is all ISIS territory and you blow up, then you. Well, no, it's not. No, that's not. No,
that was the whole point you were raising, that they didn't.
I know. I don't think the U.S. has. I maintain it. I maintain my original point.
And how long?
Carpet bombing is indiscriminate, and it is done without a combatant to civilian calculation, right? It is just like you're just bombing everything, right? And so if you're looking at like a massive ISIS territory where like, let's say 85% or 83%, let's say a random number, let's say they're all combatants, then it's like, yeah, you're bombing all of them and you're bombing them in a strip. But that's not what we mean when we say when we're talking about like the lack of discrimination between civs and non-civs targets.
Exact claim. I'm sorry. My bad.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. I'm animated, but I'm not. I'm not
quibbling over the definitional differences and missing the point of what I was trying to say.
Well, I'm sorry, Anson. Your original point. I mean, again, show me the point. You said during the Iraq War that we did it. So what?
Yeah.
I mean,
the carpet bombing was the thing that you glommed onto to miss the point of what I was saying.
Oh, so by carpet bombing, you didn't actually mean a carpet bombing. Okay, that's cool. That's a good clarification.
Well,
I did. By the words you say, you don't actually mean the words you say, which is why I tried to clarify if it was metaphorical or not. And you said, no, it's literal. And then when I pushed you to the literal, then now you're punting to some foreign wars, which you already did with Saudi refueling in the fucking air. Jesus fucking Christ, wrote me in Minecraft. If you're gonna
provide them with the bombs,
I give you the opportunity to say metaphorical, then just say it's metaphorical. Don't say it's fucking literal.
And funding, but we're not doing it. So
okay, again, your point. I asked you if you meant literal carpet bombing. in Iraq.
Yeah,
And you
we did
said
that. We did that in advance of the invasion to soften up the target.
so. Then why bring up fucking Yemen?
Because it's
why
the most
bring up
current- it's the
Saudi
most current example.
refueling? Why would you? Why would
the
any
most
person
current-
who actually has evidence? Why would they bring up a different country and in a different way where the U.S. is not actually bombing but is refueling
are-
Saudi jets? Like that is someone who is trying to
That's
cope
like saying
so
we're not
hard,
fighting in
so
Ukraine
hard
right now. Do you think that the United States is not actively fighting in Ukraine right now? Okay.
I not officially, but
How
yeah,
much money,
maybe.
How much money in terms of military spending, and how much tactical support and logistical support has the United States provided to Ukraine? And at what point in time does that become the U.S. doing it? Right?
You've got a point, Anson, but I guess I would challenge the active. Like when you mean, do we have U.S. soldiers actively fighting against Russia? I would probably say no, but I would say indirectly we're training them, we're funding them, we're providing them the weapons to use against Russia. So I would say yes, we're at war with Russia. I would not say we're not directly fighting them though.
Right, we're not literally at war with Russia. Is one way to put that.
Yeah, it's a Cold War in essence.
Yeah.
There's no direct fighting, but it still meets the definition of war because what you're doing is you're using proxy.
No, it doesn't meet the definition of war.
Does it not?
I mean, not. I don't mean a dictionary definition. I mean like
battle.
like a UN or whatever fucking globalist organization you want to punt to. It doesn't meet the definition of war.
What about
a proxy war? Yeah, I can get on board with that. But so like a dictionary definition, maybe it's war. But I'm saying in the actual real world, like from how like universal organizations treat this stuff, it's not a war, I guess. And that's so I don't disagree with you, Big Soda. I don't disagree with what you're saying. Like I don't.
Do you think we could be in a war yet an institution or someone who judges what war usually looks like misinterpret it?
Yeah, I mean, look, I fucking hate the UN. I do hate the UN. So like, yeah. So if you're saying that you think it's a de facto war, I'm not opposed to that. In the same way that if Anson, that's why I asked him about the literal versus meta. If he's saying it's basically, at the end of the day, if you're providing funds, you're doing the action, and so we're gonna blame the G side against Yemen that Saudi Arabia did on the US, and it's like, okay, cool, that's a bit different than what I mean, but like I think that's a fair argument. But if we mean like literal, like how we normally are defining these words, like according to
hold on, wait. So what do you consider to be the United States military? Right? Do you consider it to be the government portion of or the arguably equally sized civilian contractor portion also?
Okay, that is literally the most retarded thing I've ever heard, Anson.
It's
equally sized. You think the civilian contractors are equally sized
right now? The same people who arm the United States military and
I'm
have
sorry,
contracts, right? They're all a part of the military-industrial complex.
That's fine.
Fascistic system where there's both a public-private partnership, and we have a very large contingency of those private contractors in Ukraine right now doing things that are killing Russians, Americans.
Like again, if you're using words super imprecisely,
I'm using them very precisely.
Then okay, good. I'm glad you clarified. Then that is literally the most retarded thing I've ever fucking heard. You said it's equal size. You think that the special contractors that are going out to the Ukraine from the US is equal size to the official US military. That's what you said.
So if you look at the contractors,
say it again, and remember to use the word equal sized. Remember, because you said you're using your words precisely. No, I just want to make sure you say that word, equal sized. Okay. And I'll let you go. Just make sure you say that word though.
Okay, they're about equal sized if you look at the total number of civilians that are employed in terms of the DoD. In terms of contractors, government contractors who are working in government projects for the DoD, for military purposes, all across the world and in the United States, they're about equal size.
So if you look at specifically civilians, if you look at specifically civilians and compare it to other civilians, it's equal. Holy Christ, Anson!
Who are now
Holy
working for contractors
Christ!
doing military work, but in a way that they can avoid any accountability for the U.S. government.
Okay, Confluence. Hang on.
You're not using words precisely, Anson.
Hang
Just
on.
admit that you're not using words precisely.
Oh,
That's
I'm
fine,
using them
man.
precisely, and I'm trying to paint a picture of us being actively.
Anyone
engaged in a war.
can go back. Anyone can fact check this and go back like a minute. And you said that the civilian contractors from the U.S. are equal size to the military. And I even clarified. I asked you,
They are.
Are you using words imprecisely?
I'm not using them imprecisely.
Can I ask some clarifying questions? Can I ask some clarifying questions? Because I think we can break ground on this. Anson, when you mean the same size, are we talking like, so let's say we're in Iraq. Are you saying that the private contractors can be equal into the active duty soldiers? Like, are these two numbers similar?
They can be, yeah. Depending.
And that's the truth. And a lot of I guess this is what let's see who's confirming this. Project on Government Overwatch. It says yes, the scale of private contractors supporting the U.S. military / government operations is massive, also often reaching or exceeding the number of active duty military personnel in conflict. The thing I disagree with you is I don't think they're equal in power. I think when we look at the US,
brief. Sorry, brief thing. I hate to. I probably shouldn't interrupt you. But the brief thing is like, but look up those numbers. What you just did. Look up that with Russia, and look up the active duty number of military that unless I'm misunderstanding Anson, right? Because there's no official active duty. But if we look up the total number of military people, we look up the special contractors, right, in Russia, it's like that would be like a 1 to probably 10,000 would be my guess, right? Like, so that's where I don't understand.
To be honest,
where I don't
military contractors from the United States to be part of the entirety of the military industrial complex, and I don't differentiate because it's stupid to differentiate between the various parts. And I disagree about the power. I believe that the military contractors actually have more power than the actual military because they have more political influence and over the decision making of what happens in war.
I don't know if that brings me closer to understanding, because your point can't be. I feel like there's no way your point is that if you add up all of like the military troops and you compare them to the special contractors in Russia and Ukraine right now, there's no way you think those things are about equal. Which is what you said. So something, we must be missing something. Something must be crossing the communication barrier.
Onto this like minor detail instead of listening.
I asked you if you were that's why I literally asked you if you were Anson, you can't have it both ways. If you want to say
both ways,
I'll explain.
Like,
you're saying
I
ask you to say your I ask you, are you choosing your words precisely? Yes. And you say no, I'm choosing them ultra precisely.
I am,
and then I'm like
very precise.
Okay, well, that's the thing. You can't have it both. If you want me to glom on to the larger thing you're saying, that's directly in contradiction to when you're choosing your words ultra precisely. Because again, you said the equal thing. So
yeah, and
I'm not trying to spurg on that. But like
making assumptions about what equal means instead of trying to hear what I'm trying to say about what equal means. Right? Equal isn't necessarily equal in terms of like, all right. So the contractors have the same military firepower as the active duty military. I didn't say that. They're equal in different ways, right? They have the same level of power. It's just different kinds of power.
You said equal number, right?
Yeah, equal number. Yeah, and in terms of people,
equal number of what?
No,
equal number of power. Is that a thing people say?
They're about equal. The number of people working for them, like the contractor world versus the actual DoD and military. There's a whole lot of contractors.
Okay, so I hope I'm understanding this right, but that is like you're off by like orders of magnitude. You are so off. You're not even wrong. You're beyond wrong. Well, Anson, like what you're saying is like completely asinine right now. Unless I'm like somehow still misinterpreting you, but I feel like you said it very clearly.
look,
If you add up all active military and compare it to this,
contractors, right? I'd actually wager that there's more contractors than there are active duty military.
No.
in Russia.
No, I didn't
So
say
if you
in
add
Ukraine.
up,
I didn't
you
say in
did
Ukraine.
say
You keep
that.
adding
You-
that. Why do you keep adding that?
Even in general,
literally said
even-
that for first of all.
even
But
in
even in-
general, it does. The private contractors don't outweigh the active duty. Usually,
of
where they
course
outweigh
not.
them is individual campaigns. So, like when you see Iraq or Afghanistan, you would see a 1-to-1 ratio, or potentially you could see a 2.8 to 1 ratio.
Isn't
Private
that what he
to
said? I thought that's what he said.
well, no, he's saying active duty,
if you look-
and that
Yes.
compares everybody.
If you look,
If we're
Yeah.
talking individual
In a
campaigns,
specific
no,
campaign.
Big soda. Now
That's
look,
not what he
that's fair.
said. Not what he
That's
said.
fair. That's fair. That's fair. If he said active campaign.
He didn't. He did not say that.
look
I'm
into
just.
the
I
That
think
is
he
Big
did.
Soda.
Now, do you
I think
think
you're
that in 10
super good
years when they
faith.
go to
He did
rebuild-
not say that. Go
In
back
10
and
years,
check.
when they
Everyone go
to
back and
rebuild,
check.
do you think the contractors that are going to be in there from the United States will actually drastically increase so that the totality of the number of contractors over the entire engagement related to Ukraine will actually be about the same or higher?
Well, if we're just
Then
talking
the
about just
active
Ukraine,
forces
I would.
out of the entire military.
Well, hang on. I would say in Ukraine specifically, I would say it's almost 10,000 to 1. 10,000 to 1 that there's more contractors than there are military in Ukraine. Just because private contractors can take up the private contract, and
Yeah, because-
the United
yeah, 'cause-
States doesn't want to enter. They don't
Exactly.
want to be a
We're
part
not.
of that.
Yeah. If Anson, if you want to revise it to that, then yeah, of course, because we're not officially in Ukraine. So obviously, the private contract number far outblows. That's not what you said.
Well,
Again,
no.
we can. Anyone
Oh
can
my
go back.
God.
I mean, that's
Okay,
the good thing about streaming.
Focus on
But
the
we-
little stuff. Yeah, go ahead. Are you done? Okay.
Sound off, Anson.
No,
Sound off.
I'm done sounding off.
Look, I'm just saying. I mean, if you can't have it both ways, if you want to choose
I'm
your
not
words
trying to have it
precisely,
both ways.
you are trying to have it both
I'm not.
ways.
I'm not.
You
I
are.
meant something very specific with what I said.
And what you said was specifically wrong.
Okay,
If you
yeah,
want to
yeah,
punt to a
you're
broader
like-
argument,
all
that's
right, I'm gonna
fine.
argue the
Okay.
thing that you didn't say, and then pretend like it's what you said.
Yeah.
Like
Let
20
Anson clarify. Anson specifically, like what are you saying?
What I'm
Confidence.
saying
Shut
is-
up.
what I was saying is that in general, right, in the United States, right, so
Mhm.
there are military contractors that are voluminous, right,
Mhm.
lots of personnel that are military contractors, and there's also, like, in general, lots of personnel that are active duty military. And what
Mhm.
my point is that in terms of power, they're about equal.
Mhm.
Right? It's just they're different kinds. And my point is that instead of sending in active duty military into Ukraine, they're sending in a lot of contractors to do things so that they can pretend like we're not actively involved, when in reality the military contractors are just as much a part of the military as the active duty military is. They're just a different kind of military, a different part of the military. I consider the military industrial complex as one unit.
Yeah.
Okay.
All of the desperate parts, and that was my point.
Okay.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
Do you think if all of the U.S. military was sent over to fight in Russia, Ukraine, do you think that would dramatically change? Because if you think most of it is special contractors, and they're already in Ukraine, from what you said, right? They're already fighting. Then we're adding, I guess, less than 50% of the power, right? And I think I'm being in good faith here, right? You said it's less than half the power. So if the entire force of the U.S. military was to descend on Russia, Ukraine, you think that would have at most like a 49%, increase in that way?
Yeah,
right?
like if we sent the entire military over there, we would actually have to like drastically increase the number of contractors we sent, because there's a lot of the things that the military can't do anymore without a lot of contractors.
That's true.
No, but I'm just saying. Let's say we declared war. U.S. declares war in Russia, and they send all branches of the military against Russia. You think that only changes things less than, I guess, the 50%, because you think the contractors that are already in there are more powerful, from what you said.
No, like it would change the optics of the war to the point where the American people would actually pay attention to it, which is why
I'm talking not the
I'm talking-
optics.
that's what it would
that's-
change.
I know. I'm asking, would it change on an actual like real world scale? Do you think it would? Do you think it would change the actual outcome of what's happening in Russia, Ukraine, if the entire force of the U.S. military, all the branches of the U.S. military, descended on Russia? Every power we have, you think we're still less than the contractors that are already in Ukraine?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay. So then what am I saying that's wrong?
I don't know. You're saying things I didn't say. I don't know.
Well, then clarify. Then clarify.
Okay, I'll clarify. I didn't say that.
Clarify more.
I don't know how to clarify more on something I didn't say.
Can I ask Anson a question? And I don't think you said this in any way that I believe. If we were to compare the power of sending, and this is a hypothetical, we sent every active person who is an active member of the military, not a subcontractor, but just active duty military, and if we send them over to Russia, what percentage of power would that be compared to if we only sent all the private companies and all the private contractors? Do you think the U.S. military would there be more power leaning toward all active duty military and the actual branches of the military, or would there be more power toward the individual contractors?
Yeah, that's an interesting question.
Because I would say I lean toward the military, but I don't want to degrade the fact that yes, private contractors do have a lot of fucking power.
Yeah, they can't operate without each other almost.
Yeah.
Big Soda, that's because you're too nice. We all know that the full force of the U.S. military is, again, a factor of probably around 10,000, the special contractors. Like, in real talk,
True,
it is.
but the private contractors are able to do things our military can't do. And we've seen examples of this, especially like Blackwater. Blackwater has done a lot of the dirty work that the military just don't want to do.
Don't want to do or can't. Maybe
they
that's
can't.
the thing.
Yeah.
Well, what do you mean by can't?
Okay. So
like can't under Congress? Like I'm saying, if we declared, if the hypothetical is if we declared a total war and we sent what I said, the full force, that includes what I mean by full force is full force. Okay, because I do actually, at least in this moment, choose my words carefully. I mean full force. Okay, full force of the American military. If that happened, that would be far surpassing, right? That would be we all should be able to agree on that. That would be far surpassing the special contractors, right?
Okay,
well,
let me ask,
like what's legal or what's like what you can do as a special contractor. That's fine.
What does the military have that the private contractors don't have, especially if we're talking a region like Ukraine and Russia?
Just in general, again, magnitudes amount more people, magnitudes more funding, magnitudes just
you're saying magnitudes that could be.
Yeah. No, my guess is 10,000. That's my guess. I'm pulling that out of my ass.
Yeah, that's fair.
That would be my guess. I would say if you added up all of the people that are in active duty in the military and you compare it to all, I mean, someone could probably fact check me in Google. What's the total amount of American special contractors and what's the total amount of every single person, every branch of military that is in active duty? I would think, it's somewhere probably between though like a 3 to 4 magnitude. So somewhere between times 1,000 and times 10,000. That would be my guess.
Well, I guess I would ask you, how many active duty military do you think we have right now? Like ready to go active duty can be sent out right now?
Oh God. I don't know.
Do you think it's 1%, 5% of the entire population?
Oh God! I mean, this is a
and how many people have been raised around the Second Amendment who are ready to go, even if they're not?
Well, they're ready to go, but they're not. A ton of people
even if they throw
ready,
the draft,
they're not
ready to go.
I know, but Ag, you're someone who's ready to go, but you were not a special contractor, right? You're not.
He could become a special contractor quicker than he could become
he could become one, but we're talking about again. What's the total number
I didn't
of
say
special
Well, we're
contractors.
talking about hypotheticals, and if we're including hypotheticals,
No,
the,
we're not. We're
really
not talking about.
That's what
the
this
U.S.
is all
cannot
about.
the U.S.
No.
cannot
All
send
hypothetical.
full force anywhere. We didn't do that in World War II. We haven't done that in any war. There's been no war we've gone full force.
That
So it's
part
a
is hypothetical.
hypothetical.
That part is. The part is that Anson was saying is that the amount of special contractors in the Ukraine is greater than the amount, right? So what? So again, is this not a fair thing to even ask?
Well, you
I feel like
get
this
a
is giving-
hypothetical, but his side doesn't, and so that's what I'm a little confused about.
It's because one of those is stating it. Okay, first of all, neither side, from what if I'm to be literal, neither side is a hypothetical. Anson said directly, if we go back to what he said, and again, the man chooses his words carefully.
I
Apparently.
did. I said they were equal, and you're treating it like they're not equal because you're offended emotionally somehow by the assertion that the
No, I'm
contractors and the active duty
offended. I'm
military
offended
exist
because
within
it's
a
so
symbiotic
egregiously
relationship
wrong
and can't
from all of
independently
the
exist with one
stats.
another in our current system.
Okay, I mean, no, I'm not. Again, okay, so this is what. Okay, so I mean, someone else can fact check this. This is what Quippy says, right? He's googling that there is 5,000 contractors. Okay,
Non-military.
yeah, non-military, just special contractors, and the total number of people in the U.S. military is 2.8 million. So I think I underestimated
hang on.
it by saying
I've got
10,000.
3.7 million contractors,
Yeah.
and that includes both military and government employees. So you would take a certain fraction of the government employees.
Wait.
This is from Project on Government Oversight.
You think there's 3.7 million U.S. citizens that are actively
Private contractors.
special
You didn't
contractors?
hang on. You didn't hear me. I made sure I specified. I said there are 3.7 million people in the contract field. I said this is including both military and government employees. I was about to clarify.
Okay.
The
Well,
estimated number.
I mean, that's nonsense. Then that's absolute. That your stat is right, maybe, but that's utter nonsense.
No, so
Wait, how is it not? Because that would be including someone who works in an immigration office or who works for the IRS. What the fuck? How is that not? How is Ag sighing and how are you saying? How am I taking crazy pills right now?
Well, most
That is
military
not the
bases-
stat we want. You can't if you're including government contractors. You can't. That is not military.
How much
I feel
No,
like I
we're
must
just-
be insane. I must be
No, we're
insane.
he just told you how many non-military contractors are employed by the federal government. He said 5,100 individuals. I gave you a number that includes all federal contractors, 3.8 million or 3.6 million.
Most military bases are staffed by non-government contractors, people who work for private
Okay.
contractors.
And so with Revenge, I'm confused at why we're subtracting 3.6 million minus 2.8 because your 2.8 number includes Federal Reserve, active duty, and people including in the military. So I'm a little confused at why we're subtracting the 3.6 minus 2.8 because you're subtracting one that's contractors versus one that's active duty. Unless you're inferring to that the 2.8 is all non-contractors.
Look, everyone can open. While Quippy gets back to you, Big Soda.
Yeah.
Everyone, and I haven't done this, so I'm literally going off the dome. Anyone can pull up any stat. How many special contractors are there that are doing military actions but not under military purview? Right.
They're not called they're military contractors, defense contractors.
No, but people that are in we're talking about people that are in foreign countries, right? That's
not what I was talking about. I was talking about defense contractors, people whose job it is.
Oh, you were talking about fuck it, Everett. I have to take a pee. Again, anyone who thinks I'm wrong, fucking go back. See if he was talking about defense contractors. Fuck me. I'm going to take a pee and I'm going to cool off a bit because I'm getting real annoyed.
Yeah,
but I'll cool off. I'll come back. I'll be cool. I'm not in my fifis. Again, anyone who disagrees, go back and look. Go back and look.
Well, we can't.
You say defense? No. Well, okay, you can once the stream is done at the very least. You definitely can. I'll leave the VOD up. Anyone, please. God, please. Christ almighty. Someone fact check me. fucking Christ on a bike.
But
Don't
you're
talk shit
asking-
about me. Okay, I can't hear you now. But no one talk shit about me. Okay.
I gotta
you're
go.
asking
Talk
us to
shit,
do this
not loud.
now. You're asking us to do this now, but to look in the future. All right. Anyways,
So I think over the total life cycle of the conflict in Ukraine, that actual contractors will play a much larger role in the rebuilding phase. And I consider that to be part of the military-industrial complex as well, because they're the people that basically make the money off of all of the destruction.
And you can't even really pinpoint it, because the question with the question with private contractors is, so the U.S. does have contracts with private militaries that are outside the U.S. So should I only go off the U.S., I guess, private contractors, or should I include all? Because if we start including all, we're talking like 150 fucking companies.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
It's not. I don't think it's really that relevant. I think I understand your point. I think you were being a little loose with the language, but I did understand your point.
Yeah, like because like I wasn't going to say, all right, I've totaled up the specific number of contractors that are working, and I've totaled up the number of combatants for Ukraine, and I've come up with an exact number. That's not what I said. Right?
Yeah, that's fair.
So I wasn't trying to quibble. Like I've noticed when Confluence hears things he doesn't like, he gloms onto one point and then quibbles,
and
it's just his style.
Because every war zone I see, the combatant or the private contractors versus military, I guess, active duty that are stationed there is usually on the low side 1-to-1, but on the average side it's like 1.7 to like almost 2%.
Yeah, I've had a bunch of friends that made money in Afghanistan and Iraq.
Oh yeah,
private contract work.
Well, like, I mean, if we look at, I just had an example. Okay, so let me see if I can't find that example again. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, where did we leave off? I snorted some ketamine in the bathroom, so like I should be like cool now. So I'm like, calm down. I'm just kidding.
No, you're good. I was looking through it. I had an example of, okay, Iraq. It was the average was 1-to-1. We see situations like 2020, there was 53,000 U.S. contractors compared to the 35,000 stationed U.S. troops. And so I guess I understand what you're saying, Confluence. If we compare the hypothetical contractor versus the entire U.S. military, the U.S. military is probably going to have one more power, just brute power, when we're talking weapons, bombs, equipment, force, everything. But if we're talking about how the U.S. engages in military, they're always going to lean more on the contractor side than they will the U.S. military side. So for most of the conflict,
that's a fine claim. That's a fine claim.
Because most of the things I'm seeing is, like I was telling them, the average is usually 1-to-1. Or no. The lowest is usually 1-to-1. The average seems to be like 1.7. So you'll have kind of that. You'll see 1.5 times more contractors than you will active duty personnel.
I'm gonna show up with your cock. I'm just kidding.
I know. How dare you, Confluence? You're supposed to check that.
I know. Yeah. Conflicts always be trusting. As long, okay. I guess to end this, as long, as I was peeing, I was both doing ketamine and meditating at the same time, because I can do two things at once. And I was thinking, as long as we all agree, because maybe there's been crosstalk, as long as we all agree that the total number of special contractors in military places right now that are in active, war zones, right? That number is obviously less than the multiple million of active duty military. So
now,
as long as we agree with that.
What do you want us to agree with, Anson? I'll agree with that, Confluence. Anson, what do you want us to agree with?
What I want is the acknowledgement that when we deploy our military contractors, it it makes us culpable directly for the war that's occurring. And from my perspective, we are complicit in the evil that Ukraine is doing against Russia right now.
Oh, well, I would say even without the contractors, we're doing that.
Yeah.
Because I would say when it comes to proxy wars, like we're essentially at war with Russia. It's just with the extra bells and whistles. We've kind of made it unofficially or official unofficially, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah,
we're training them. This is our vassal. Ukraine is our vassal.
Yeah,
and what is
mostly
happening is we're
training,
fighting Russia through Ukraine.
We got people over there in Ukraine right now. You know, United States citizens basically working in their munitions factories.
Yep.
Right. I mean, it's direct. And
I mean, I would go even further than that. I don't know if they're still there, but I mean, we've had U.S. soldiers, or not U.S. soldiers, U.S. private citizens fighting for the Ukraine force, crossing the threshold into Russia.
yeah, I wouldn't doubt that. But I how do I put it? The contractors are such a large part of our actual military now that sending them into an active war zone is a direct act of war from my perspective against a country.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, and especially when Big Soda was trying to bridge the gap, Anson, yeah, what you said in that, I agree with that. So he asked what, right? We both have our things we want the other people to agree to, and I think we both agree on this. Am I Big Soda? You're the mediator.
I agree.
You have become the mediator. I agree with Anson. Everything he said about the special contractors, and that does, in some ways, you are culpable, right? It's not like it doesn't just matter about official military stuff. I agree with that.
Mm-hmm. Well, so I mean, yeah, no, I think we're in agreement.
Okay. This is the one that might be, that might be Eduardo. This Ana Kasparian O-Face, it could be. This is kind of a wild card.
That may be Anna. I don't know who YouTube channel
could
name,
actually,
it could actually
be Ana Kasparian. Yeah, so that's the only reason I haven't banned it, because I'm like maybe Anna is watching this and she's like, I want to say what I really feel and stuff. And I want to slide into your DMs, Confluence, and what's your Discord and what's good. Like that.
The Ana Kasparian O-Face is pretty intense.
So
I'm gonna hop off. I appreciate it. Yeah,
it's been fun, Ag.
All right, 07's Ag.
Yeah, enjoy your night.
Y'all have a good one.
You too. Now I want to go back to hearing some Israel hatred.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we're gonna. Me and Anson, we're still friends. Yeah, we're still good. I know it's a heated discussion.
I care about you as much now as I did before.
Okay. So probably not at all, but it hasn't gone down at least. So
that's good.
I'll take that. Yeah,
stepping stones.
Stepping stones.
Not stairs. You're not growing a relationship, you're maintaining it.
Yeah, maintaining.
Let's say our country was occupied by Mexico, right? We have a bunch of people who are occupying our land, and then they decide,
it's
you know what, we're going to leave. Hold on, let me finish.
Oh, you mean like they're doing right now?
Let's say Mexico decides, you know what, we're going to leave, but we're going to control their electricity, what goes in, what comes out.
Because they were attacking
We're going to mow the lawn.
Frank, is this really you? Say something.
Well, okay, what the fuck you just say?
Okay, I'm just making sure. I'm just making sure.
Hold on. We're in the middle of it.
Now.
We're going to slaughter people because they allegedly threw rocks. They have literally nuclear.
Well, they didn't allegedly.
That's concerning, Ana Kasparian.
That's a tough one.
That's a
rocks is a weapon.
Military superpower backing them.
Right. Well, they have nuclear weapons which they don't use. If Hamas,
it's interesting how they both admit that.
Just pretend.
They just casually admit it. Israel don't admit that.
Let's pretend they use nuclear weapons. Oh my God, let's pretend.
Three's the answer. 3 seconds.
How do you know that, Bill? Come on.
Because it's in their charter.
If they used a nuclear weapon against Israel, I'm pretty sure the very land that Hamas cares about would be done for.
Okay, then they would be martyrs.
You wouldn't be the first one, Quippy.
Because that's
you're not going to be the first. You're not going to be the last.
It's a good thing when you die. That's why they strap suicide vests sometimes on children. the fact that you can't see the moral difference between these two sides always amazes me
I
among
can't.
people.
I actually don't see the moral difference when you have like
Of course
Boswell
you don't.
Smotrich and Ben Gvir literally talking about exterminating the entire population of Gaza.
Okay,
Oh
they're
yeah,
not talking
yeah,
about
but then you don't want to say shit when they when all the Arab world wants to exterminate Israel. You don't want to say nothing, huh, Anna? You don't want to say nothing about that. So you don't want to say that every single Arab nation wants to exterminate Israel. They want to wipe Israel off the map, and you don't want to say shit about that, Anna. Go suck a fucking dick. Go suck fucking Chase's fucking dick.
No. Frankie, you should specify maybe whose dicks you should suck, and maybe a specific. No, but maybe you should. Maybe you should think differently.
Okay.
But maybe is all I'm saying. Maybe.
No, like it's fucking asinine to me that these fucking people want to just bash Israel all fucking day, but yet won't say shit about an Arab nation wanting to wipe Israel off the map. They don't want to say shit about that. Close fucking lip, but open fucking legs for to get fucked by the Arab world. Get the fuck out of here, you dumb fucking whore.
Now, I take it when you say Arab world, you're talking about every single Arab country, correct?
Yes.
Are you being a little hyperbolic?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so you think Saudi Arabia wants to eradicate the Jews?
I believe Saudi Arabia wants to eradicate. I believe there's sections. I believe there are certain princes in the royal family of Saudi Arabia that wants Israel exterminated. I believe that full-heartedly.
Okay, so you believe it. It's not something you know.
Well, okay, I feel like that's a fair. It's not something I know either, but I feel like that's a fair assumption. Yeah.
Well. See, if he's being hyperbolic, I would generally agree. I would say yes. Majority of Arab nations want to eradicate. I guess I keep saying Jews, but I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. Little hat people. But I would say that
the entirety of Israel, and whoever's Jewish, and whoever's Jew, and whoever's in the entirety of Israel, they want to wipe Israel off the map. That is fact. That is fact.
It's not fact.
Iran has said it time and time and time again, but nobody says shit about it.
It's not. But it's not a fact.
Time and time again.
So if Israel says it, it's a fact.
No, if Iran literally says we want to wipe Israel off the map, that's a fact.
Iran's not Saudi Arabia.
That's from their fucking cock. That's their fucking cock-sucking mouths. All right.
But Iran's different than Saudi Arabia. Or Saudi Arabia is a totally different country.
I know Iran is different from Saudi Arabia. They're Sunni and Shia, but I guarantee you that there are princes in the Saudi royal family that wants Israel exterminated. Just because the current leader, the current ruler of Saudi Arabia is a fucking weirdo that has like a weird degenerative fucking autism disease, doesn't know where the fuck he's standing most of the fucking time, doesn't mean shit.
So why would Saudi and Egypt shoot down Iranian missiles coming into Israel?
Because because Iran is Sunni. Because there's always the difference between the Sunni and Shia Muslims.
But why would they just not get involved at all? But why would they just not get involved at all?
Iran is the opposite, isn't Iran is Shiite, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
both Saudi Arabia
and they will always
and
fight each other. They will always fight each other because they know
to save
word
Israel.
of where the fuck
Is to save Israel? I mean,
not
because
to save Israel.
Frankie,
No,
I believe.
It's not to save Israel, dude. It's not to save Israel, dude.
Then why even get involved at all?
It's them fighting amongst each other.
They're not fighting.
If they got some sort of, the Sunni and Shias always fight each other.
Yes. No. There are major conflicts between them, correct. But Saudi Arabia, the country, is not fighting Iran. And when they shoot down missiles coming into Israel...
Hold on. Soda, you don't understand that.
I do understand.
The Saudis and the Iranians are fighting each other. You just don't see it. You don't see it. Okay. So what's more important? What's more important? Them take out the same or a different sect of Islam, or them allow Iran to bomb Israel? What is a higher priority, Frankie? I think the higher priority for the Saudis is to basically take down Iran.
Well, the Saudis are a monarchy,
Hey,
right?
the
And
Saudis are the Saudis are a theological monarchy. Like their whole notion is Islam is their monarchy. I'm gonna lose bad. I'm gonna have bad service coming through. So if I sound robotic, just let me know.
Oh no, you're sounding crystal clear right now, buddy.
Yeah.
It's like what I think is I think both Saudi Arabia and Egypt have become more moderate because they realize if they fight Israel, they will have to fight America, and I think they are more occupied with bringing up their nation right now and solidifying themselves on the world stage than they are trying to take down Israel.
Look, I would agree with you on that, but then I will also put in this too. Egypt already got their ass handed to them by Israel in '73. You really think that Egypt
And
wants to try that
67.
again? No.
Yes, they've learned their ways. So it's you're saying all Arab countries are attacking Israel, and that's not true.
They're attacking Israel one way or another. Iran is just the biggest one that's doing it.
I mean, okay, wait. If I can ask, if I can intervene here,
I'm
Big
not the
Soda,
only pro-Israel person here. I'm not the only pro-Israel person here.
brother, I'm literally paid by the Daily Wire.
I was going to say, me and Confluence got into it not that long ago about. It is. I mean, what's the best way to say this? I think you are generally true. I think if you look at all the people who are around Israel want them dead. I just don't think it's everyone. I think it's certain. I think it's most of them.
But do you not think this is what I wanted to? If I can jump in real quick, I want to jump in. Yeah, real quick. Just to clarify something, so Egypt's official thing since their agreements and stuff is that they will to some degree recognize Israel, but I mean I have talked to a bad amount of Egyptians, I guess, that they're all like, oh, the government that doesn't represent us, like the government did this, and same with a lot of these things, even in the Abraham Accords, right? Like
yes, but don't we have that as well as Americans?
Yeah,
but I don't think it's most. I think it is probably most of Egyptians. Probably if you did poll them, I mean, this is just me talking on my ass.
Yeah.
I think most Egyptians probably want Israel to not exist. The average Egyptian citizen probably wants Israel to not exist. So the government stance is distinct, I think, from the civilian stance.
But see, I have to rely on the assumption that's true. And so what I'm looking at is hang on, let me just get this one point out, and then I got you.
All right.
I think Israel is playing a very strategic game. I think they've realized, hey, we've got our religion telling us to, I guess, take out the Jews, and if we do that, we have to go up to war against a more powerful nation that we've already lost to, and we get America. And America will come hunt us down and overthrow our government. So the best way to avoid this seems to be nice to Israel, as in help them defend themselves from other Islamic nations, and get subsidies. You get the world stage. You now get recognition, and I think they've picked the better deal. I think you could have an argument that there is a large population of Egypt that probably still does push against Israel, but I don't think that's the dominant force inside Egypt, and that's my opinion. I guess that's my speaking out of my ass. But to me, Egypt is playing the smart games. So is Saudi Arabia.
Do you mean on a and I don't have stats on this, but your vibes, I guess because what I'm saying, I think from my, at least. It's anecdotal, but you get a degree of anecdotes where it starts to seem very unlikely it's the other way. Like if I've talked to, let's say, 30 random Egyptian people, and every one of them is like, Israel should not exist. It's like at a certain point, I know that's only 30, but it's like if that's 100% of all the Egyptian people I've talked to, then it seems like, and I know it's not stats and whatever, but like, what is your intuition? Do you think the average citizen of Egypt, do you think they actually think Israel should exist? So not the government stats, but
Just the average citizen.
yeah. I want to see if you did a
All right,
poll.
hey, but
Go ahead.
well, so, out of my ass, right? So Egypt is led by the Muslim Brotherhood.
No.
Oh, Frankie's in the tunnel now. This is the aforementioned tunnel he spoke of. Frankie, you're robot Frankie now.
How about now?
You sound a little better. It was a little robot in there, but you sounded good.
All right. No, what I'm saying is Egypt is led by the Muslim. Not mistaken. They're still a terrorist organization. Last time I checked.
So there was a military coup in 2013.
These nations, except for like Jordan, these nations, except for like Jordan, and possibly or whatever, are not led by terrorist organizations. Like Jordan's led by a monarchy who fights terrorist organizations, if I'm not mistaken.
You said Jordan?
Yeah, Jordan is not led by a terrorist organization like Hamas, like Palestine, Iran,
Well, I mean, Egypt's
Syria.
not. Egypt's a democracy. And so you'd have to make the argument that, okay,
Egypt,
well,
you can say Egypt is a democracy all you want, but it's led by the Muslim Brotherhood.
okay, so who's the current leader of Egypt?
It's led by the Muslim Brotherhood. I don't know the fucking prime
It's
minister's
led by the
fucking name.
Muslim.
He's some fucking Muslim. I don't fucking know.
Now, are we saying this on a factual level, or are we speaking out of your butt like both me and Confluence were doing?
No. It's been known. It's been for a long time that Egypt was led by the Muslim Brotherhood. We know this shit.
So for a long time, but I mean, Egypt's politics has changed radically in the last 10 years.
The fact that the Muslim Brotherhood still has a. But what's his fuckhole's fucking name?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
The Abdel Fattah OCC since 2014.
What a fucking Muslim name, hey?
Sisi is not Muslim
Right?
Brotherhood. He's a dictator that came into
They're
power.
all dictators. That's the thing, is they're all fucking
But
dictators.
see, I won't deny that because, well, like when I look at
who called Egypt a democracy? I feel like
it's legally a democracy.
I know
And
it's
so the
legal. So
question
is
is, do you
Russia. So is
question?
Russia.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Okay, I'm not trying to make the argument just because they're a democracy, they're good. No, I'm making the argument this is their political structure. If you have evidence that refutes that, and they're more ran like Russia, they're more ran like China. Okay, I'll accept that if you can provide something for me. But I just have to go off what I know. And
I think anything that stems from a coup, I think you have at least good reason to believe it's probably not like an actual democracy, right? And like at least in the recent years.
Well, the question is, who are you cooing from? Because America, we cooed from Britain, a monarchy.
I know, but that's what I said. Depends on the years, right? Like, yeah, if the coup happened in Egypt, like in the 1800s, then it's like, okay,
no,
yeah,
we're talking like we're talking like 2010.
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, 2013. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So that's very different from America, where there's a lot of time in between that.
Well, I mean, that's true. But if it was a coup from the people who previously owned it, then I would assume that it's gotten more, I guess, better than how it was ran, because it used to be ran by probably a lot of shady people.
Okay, so before the guy I just named, was it better before him? Or
no,
is it better better after him?
Better after him.
No.
How is it better after?
Because before it wasn't a modern nation like we recognize. We didn't have the partnership that we do with Egypt before him.
Yeah, we did. We had a different puppet dictator there that we were
Yes,
paying
it was
basically
just, it was
do the will of the
but the question is, are you worried about our puppets or are you worried about Islam? Because if you're worried about Islam, then having our puppet in there is a little different.
Came in and did a coup and kicked him out because we can't have democratic elections.
Is it the same thing with a different face?
They're
anti-American.
Is that what it is?
No, I think we're not gapping the argument here. Okay, so if the claim is he's ran by the if the claim is he's ran
face.
You say what?
Is it the same thing, just with a different face?
Do you think America's had puppets in there for a long time?
I'm not talking
Or is it
about
some?
America. I'm not talking about America.
We're talking about Egypt,
Yeah,
the American puppet. Yes, correct.
Is it the same thing with a different face?
I don't get what you're saying. Like, what do you mean by same thing? Clarify.
Is it the same thing in the past, before the 2014, before he was the president of it? Is it the same before or after for America?
It was very conflictorial toward Israel before. Is it the same after?
It's
No.
the same. Yes, it is.
You're saying Egypt is in conflict with Israel.
The government, no. I would say the civilians, yes.
Well, hold on. Well, I guess the question would be when Egypt had their revolution, how do you view that? Is it the people taking over, or is it a Muslim terrorist taking over?
It's both.
I think it's terrorists in both cases.
I think it could be both. I don't know. Like, because
from what Frankie was saying, Frankie, I think is right up to 2013 because from what I'm googling now,
especially like in the 60s, 70s, 80s,
banned. Yeah, they were banned in the 2013. So because of the coup, they were banned since then.
Yeah,
now we have someone new in charge. I do think it's better.
That's what I guess that's what I'm saying loosely. It's a step in the positive direction.
The pact between Israel and Egypt was done after Yom Kippur.
Was it 67, 68?
And the last person was killed was Anwar Sadat in 1981.
Mm-hmm.
So that's when they solidified the fucking deal.
Well, they've had a little rocky territory between that. In fact,
because of the Sinai, Israel relinquished the Sinai for Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
So like the Sinai is Egyptian territory. I'm using the wife's mic because I just got
no, you're good. You're good. I understand. I know what you're talking about.
Like what I'm saying is Soda, is that the majority of these Muslim countries, they want Israel destroyed.
But that's what I said. You said all. Like, you see how I think we're coming to an agreement, but yet we're still being combative, and I'm confused why. Because first you said all, and I was like, oh, no. I would say generally what you're saying is true. Most do. Not all.
I put this as an example.
You get what I'm saying, Confluence?
Yeah, no.
That was my original position, was just that most Islamic countries want, can I say, death to little hat people.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be very careful.
Specifically, would probably be very bad.
Death with J's, and so I'm like, well, no, I think there are countries that are reforming, especially as it's becoming more beneficial with our relationship with them. So, like Saudi Arabia and America. I won't talk about Qatar right now. I think Qatar is close to getting there, but I don't know. But Egypt and Saudi Arabia is the best example.
Wow. Not to you. I'm sorry.
No, I guess that's just what I was kind of nitpicking at. I agree with you on most.
Sorry.
I think we do agree.
Yeah.
I think everyone does agree that most Islamic countries. Maybe the sticking point, but again, I think we both agreed that we don't have stats on this. That I think maybe even in those countries that are officially recognize Israel, I think a lot of the citizens don't. But that's something that I don't have stats on, and I think you said that we kind of agree that neither of us know for sure.
Yeah, we're talking out of our ass because I can't confirm what I'm saying, and I think we're going off feeling instead of.
Yeah, Sam Harris wrote a good book about this in the early 2000s.
Oh, he was good about this stuff.
Yeah, and he talked about the polling of people in more reformed Islamic countries and the people of the general population of like Turkey were, pro-Islamic terrorism.
Well, the sources he's going off of would be probably 15 plus years now, but yeah, no, I get what you're saying, because when he was talking about this was like 2010, 11, 12, and I'm pretty sure the data he was using was from early 2000s.
Yeah, so I mean the normal, so the people in the Islamic countries are very like low in terms of their thinking level, right? Like they're not
I
Americans
agree.
who've had a lot of time to sit around and think about their thinking and understand why it is that they are the way they are and feel like they have some sort of agency in their life. They're very hierarchical, like, whoever has
Mhm.
the power I have to listen to because they're the person in charge.
Yep.
Very
And then you
control-
tie religion into that. Like
yeah, very
some religion can be dangerous. Like, well, Islam's dangerous in itself, but religion can be dangerous if wielded by dumb people.
yeah. Well, it's just that they're not like us, right?
No, I absolutely agree.
Yeah,
I'm just saying there's a couple examples that I think are reforming, and I think that I keep going back and saying the best example is, to me, Saudi Arabia. The second best example is Egypt, because Egypt is starting to get a reputation for defending Israel against Iran.
Yeah, I don't know. I look up to what the Israelis are doing. I think that they're an excellent example of ethnic and religious nationalism, and we should copy their model.
Yes, it just shouldn't be with Judaism. It should be with Christianity.
Yeah,
That's what I think.
yeah.
But I do have some tendencies that I would not like to be like them, and they've got a heavy surveillance state, kind of anti that. I think that's probably my biggest gripe against them.
Yeah,
They're a
because
heavy surveillance
Israelis
state.
are. I mean, they just want their own, their own people in their own place, and they want to kick out all the Arabs and basically ethnically cleanse their neighborhood, right?
Yeah, but that should be me. That should be Christians in there,
Yeah,
not them.
yeah,
So that's what I would say.
yeah. I agree.
It's
Disavow.
you want to do it to them, let's do it to you, because my Lord and Savior died on that land,
Yeah.
and you call him trash.
Yeah, so Mike Huckabee should be over there evangelizing, right?
He won't.
No, he won't.
Did you hear him?
Yeah, I heard he say he won't.
Can you hear me chomping on pickles too?
No, I don't hear that. Your mic's not picking that up.
I disavow specifically. Me and Big Soda, we have talked about this, but I do disavow.
Yeah, I
do
think we
disavow
talked about it
that.
3 times. I'm being a little hyperbolic because I don't know. I do want that land just for the fact that it means a lot to me, but I don't think my God would want me to take that by force.
They can hear you, but they can't hear me chomping on pickles right in front of my fucking
Yeah, I was gonna
mic.
say, yeah, I can hear Frankie.
Yeah, I can hear Frankie. I can't hear the pickle chomping.
That's so weird.
Frankie's just that powerful. Okay.
Also, I will say, Bill must have done a little studying. He seemed to know a little bit about the history because he talked about the early wars. He skips over.
Frankie?
No, not Frankie. I know Frankie's educated about it. I'm talking about Bill Maher.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, make the Crusades great again.
Oh my god.
Oh, absolutely.
Like Bill Maher, I still think he's still fucking stupid.
Yeah, it's surface level. It's talking point.
We all think Bill
How
Maher
do
is
y'all
a little
fucking hear
fucking
that? We don't hear
stupid.
my chomping.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
chomping. I mean, it's maybe StreamYards is canceling it out.
I'm just straight chomping on fucking pickles. I've eaten like 8 pickles just sitting here.
Also,
That's goated. That's
I also
goated.
don't like how Israel spits on Christians. Now, what Islamists do is so much worse. So I don't even want to compare it. Like what ISIS did to those 21 Christians. Like what they done is unforgivable, and it's
Yeah,
only by the grace of Jesus Christ that I'm even throwing them a bone by saying, "Hey, I don't want Israel to blow you off the map." That's strictly Jesus. I guess convincing me that, hey, if he died for my sins, I guess I have to throw them a bone. But I don't like just the casual disrespect of like just being spit on and stuff like that. That's a little wild to me.
I mean, there is some horrific videos. There's definitely a certain amount of people living in Israel that, I mean, I probably Big Soda, you definitely have seen this. Maybe other people have, of like the people like that one guy who like pukes on somebody, like seemingly by command. A disgusting video. I don't even know how you can make yourself puke. Like I don't even know. That's some next level fucking insanity. But yeah, but yes, I think
It was just wrong.
I'm big soda coated because recently, just like literally, I think yesterday, I was randomly looking up for some reason the journalists that were the like normal journalists from like the Washington Post and Reuters and stuff that were like captured by ISIS and publicly, well, not publicly, but on video beheaded and stuff. And I was just like, holy, it was just like,
Oh yeah. Well,
yeah, it's like
you
it's
know the
nothing
story.
compared to.
You know the story about the 21 Christians, correct?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
The 21. They lived. A lot of them were African immigrants. It was 19 Christians. Or 20 Christians. The story goes, and one non-believer, and they were captured by ISIS. And ISIS shot a video where they sit them all, or they put them on their knees, and they executed them from behind with an assault rifle or automatic weapon.
Well, Confluence, I'd love to stay here longer, but I have other things to do.
That's making me stressed.
I know you do. I know you would love to stay here longer, Anson. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's been fun quibbling with you.
It has
Big
been fun.
Soda, it's been a pleasure. Thumping Weevil,
Always a pleasure.
And your husband was entertaining as well.
I'm sorry, I don't like fucking pickles. Like I don't understand why you don't understand that.
You can still kiss me even if it tastes like pickles.
Like it's like pickles, like it makes me want to vomit. Like makes me want to vomit like dirty diarrhea and shit.
But still fucking kiss me even if it tastes like them.
Like I'm still gonna fucking kiss you no matter what. But the
You
thing
didn't
is,
kiss me when it tastes like pickles.
man, but the thing is, like, it's because it smells like dirty diarrhea. Like I don't understand it.
How do you think your toes smell when I wash them?
My toes smell tremendous even after a long.
Wait, toes or clothes? I feel like. Did you say toes, Frankie? How am I hearing your wife better than you're hearing her, even though you're in person with her? Because that's crazy.
Revenge in chat said, "How much of the video have we gotten through today?" Probably like 15 minutes.
Yeah, I mean,
look, I got some serious fucking toenails.
I'm gonna be honest. We did more than we did yesterday.
Yeah, we're 50. Yeah, we're 50 minutes. I think we started here, so yeah, we got through like 20 minutes. And look, we're still trucking. We're still trucking. Okay.
Stay doing it.
Stop eating my chips. The fuck.
I will say, sweet pickles. Anyone who eats sweet pickles is a fucking degenerate. So
not sweet pickles. I like dill pickles. I like
that's right. That's right.
Support people who like sweet pickles.
I love pickles. I will eat pickles all fucking day.
The sweet pickles, though, that's like the gherkins, and that is like a certain group we've talked about. You know what I mean? So yeah, disavow the sweet pickles. It's all about the dill, all about the dill.
Confluence. Earlier, I had cookie cake in the fridge. It was fucking amazing.
Oh, you. I haven't tried your Oreo nonsense,
Disavow.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna disavow that.
Well, let's hurry up so I can get you pregnant. Yeah.
Now, Confluence. When you look at the country of Israel, do you look at it as a Jewish nation or a secular nation?
A Jewish nation.
So, okay, then I guess we kind of disagree.
Why do you disagree?
I view them as a secular nation. Yeah, I think the majority's secular.
I don't believe that. No.
Yeah, I think I mean, I'll check it again.
Yeah, not. I don't think according to polls, like unless we're saying they're like not real Jews and stuff, but like.
Well, I mean, we're obviously defining lineage in one thing and religion in the other.
Yeah. People who like subscribe to Judaism. Like I know there's Muslims in the Knesset, so like it's in that sense, it's not like a full, they're secular in that extent. But yeah, I would be. I mean, I'm ready to be shocked, but I would be shocked if Judaism numbers are below 50.
I'm checking, just make sure I'm not speaking out of my ass.
Oh, I heard a pickle crunch. I heard it, Topanga. Yeah, you can't mute fast enough. You've been exposed as a dirty pickle eater.
No, what the fuck are you talking about? Exposed what?
I heard the pickle crunch. I fucking heard it.
No, I'm eating chips now.
Oh, that was a chip crunch I heard. Okay, I guess that makes sense. It's louder. Sounded like a pickle though to me. I don't know. I'd have to go back and check. I guess.
I don't know
but,
what my
you know,
mic can pick up or not. I don't know.
I farted.
I do
Okay,
hear
okay,
those
here we
chip
go.
crunches.
I'm pulling this from, I think it's pulled from 2015 Gallup poll. Found 65% of. Wait, let me make sure this is only in Israel. Gallup is American. Okay, I guess I'll trust it. The 2015 Gallup poll said 65% of Israelis consider themselves non-religious or convinced atheists, compared to 30% who identify as religious.
Hey, hold on. I want to do a little something off topic.
Really,
Real quick.
65%?
But hold on, I got a conflicting one. 2015 Israel Democracy Center poll showed only 46 were fully non-religious. So I don't know if that's just I don't know what they mean by fully. With 54% identifying as at least nominally
Yeah, fuck that.
nominally religious, Orthodox, ultra Orthodox, or traditional. So I have two conflicting
That's,
results.
I mean, that's still, I guess, yeah, lower than I would have expected.
Hey, all right.
Either
So I
case.
want to go off topic real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, no, we're totally not off topic already, so keep going.
Yeah, go deeper.
Conflict. Have you ever experienced docking before?
Oh, well, if you mean what I think then no, obviously not. If I'm understanding what you're saying correctly, no.
What I'm saying then.
If I'm interpreting what you're saying correctly, I have not experienced that, and I don't want to.
Well, like you and soda, you know, y'all like open it up, y'all like foreskin together, and then
Okay, you are saying what that, yeah, disavow, not doc fluence, no, absolutely not doc fluence, never be docking fluence, okay, never be.
Yeah, that's it. To me, if God said that sin was unforgivable, I'd be like, yeah, that sounds right.
It makes sense, yeah, it does make sense.
You're not going to be talking about docking on my fucking profile. Fuck out of here.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, this is coming out of your mic thumping, so
YouTube's gonna be picking it up and fucking sending her search or recommendeds.
Docking Weevil, like where's that in chat? I'm just saying.
I don't know. Maybe I'm trans. How do you know?
Yeah, maybe you and Frankie are docking right now. I don't know. No one can say for sure, right?
Yeah, he wanted to make it less weird by saying we were doing it.
Yeah, he's like, that'd be crazy if like two people were docking. That you guys like wouldn't like that, right? He's just like testing us, but really he wants to be like, no, Frankie, that's normal. That's totally normal.
Well, let me run with the conversation to an even deeper tangent.
Sure.
Oh, God.
Confluence. Who on the world stage? Who is someone that we should be an ally with that we're not actively pursuing an alliance with?
Oh, I have to pee.
That's a good question. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's anyone that like there's maybe allyships that I would like us to pursue maybe more.
Yeah, that's fair too if you can't think of anything.
Yeah, like I think like there's certain like countries that we're already allied with that I would like to see more like some of the like Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
Where it's like I think they're like very close to they're westernized, but like some like Thailand, for example, I think still has like a fucking king and whatever. And it's like I think we can make grounds in Thailand, but like Thailand's not our enemy or anything like that. And so there's countries in Southeast Asia that I think we could be more allied with. I don't know if there's any countries we're actually like against that I'm like, oh, we should like start supporting them.
Mm-hmm.
Like Mr. says Russia, and it's like I would agree if Russia wasn't currently in a fucking all-out war against Ukraine. I would agree. But I think Russia's been fucking around too much.
Russia's an interesting one because I mean they could be an economic powerhouse. The only problem is it's long history of not being a powerhouse, and then you get to the massive I wouldn't even say human rights violation, just genocide afterwards.
Yeah,
And
like
so,
if we mean hypothetically, yeah, if China, like for some reason became like super US pilled and stuff, then yeah, like China would be an amazing ally. But I
trust
don't know
Russia
if
more than China.
well, I do too, but I'm just saying if we're
I'm
talking
gonna
like,
jump off really quick, okay? I'll be
all
right back.
right,
They're going to dock.
No, I'm not
Yeah.
gonna dog. Jesus
Docking
Christ, I have
Weevil.
cock, okay?
well, I don't know. I mean, I can't say one way or the other.
I grew 3 dicks, but I don't have one.
Interesting.
Does that make sense?
That's
I
a
had 3
way.
boys. I had 3 boys.
I know what
Get
you
over
mean.
it.
That's
Think
still
about it.
a fucking weird way to say it.
I
guess.
had 3 boys, okay?
So you had 3 dicks inside of you, I guess, would be a different way to say it. I don't like
Separate
I don't
time.
like any of that.
At separate times.
I grew, they always say grow a set of balls to do this. I grew 3 set of balls. So, think
And
about
those
that.
balls came out of you. All of those balls.
Yep.
See
Think
when
about
you
it.
say when
You're thinking about it more weirdly than
no, I'm
saying
just thinking about it in a normal way, but it's like to say it sounds a little weird. Yeah, I'll agree with that.
What I'm saying is I don't have a penis to dock with.
Okay.
Okay. I just
I'll
have
have
to be right back.
I'll have to confirm that in our private Facebook group chat. So
I'm not going to show you pictures of my privates. I already told you this.
well,
Confluence.
Frankie shows me
Confluence,
his, so
told
like
you
I don't
I'm not sending
understand.
you nudes.
So why does Frankie do it and you don't? I feel like
No.
there's we're not all equal in that Facebook
Yeah,
chat,
because
is what I'm
you
saying.
have a sexier body than me, all right? And you just like it more in a gay way. But
Well,
anyways,
I mean,
I'll be
yeah,
right back.
Frankie's-
Love you guys.
Frankie's my
Mwah.
simp pass, so I'll never
Okay, that's
disavow
a fair answer.
Frankie. That is a fair answer. Back to Anna. It's just you and me, Big Soda.
It's
It's just
just
you and
me
me
and you.
again. It's always the case. It's
I'm
always
about to
the
get
case.
I'm about to get real radical.
Yeah, this is the time where we really sound off, okay?
Up
But
front,
not
they're on.
sounding in the way that people mean docking, because sounding is also we're not sounding off in that way, okay? Not in a gay way, in a normal way.
This is what
You
they
know,
actually
you
want
know.
to do.
Well,
I mean, the West Bank
considering
is
it's
another example.
yeah,
it's in
Wendy
The
is
West
still
Bank had
with
nothing to
us.
do with
But
what
he's
happened
still
on
with
October
us.
7th, but they're annexing that land anyway. They're raining terror on innocent people, innocent Palestinians. They're driving them out of their homes. Like, listen, I am willing to admit, because it's the truth, that what Hamas did on October 7th was a fucking atrocity.
Oh, wow.
Killing innocent
Who
people.
couldn't admit that?
But you have a difficult time
A ton of
at
people.
least acknowledging the atrocities that have been committed against innocent civilians in
That's a
Gaza.
good point.
Well, it depends on
point.
what you call an atrocity. All wars are going to have
A
atrocities.
double tap on a hospital?
All war.
Not a double
A
tap.
double tap on a hospital? So
I
when
hope
the
she's-
first
first of all,
I hope she's
responders show
I
not
don't-
up,
I
talking
don't know
about the one
exactly
that
what you're
happened in the
talking about.
parking lot.
I know. I hope she's not talking about that, and I hope she's not talking about Al Shifa, which way before October 7th, the UN literally said that it was used as a Hamas headquarters. I'm just saying that, like, way predates October 7th. Al Shifa Hospital, it does.
I
you know,
vaguely
so that's
remember
what she's
the
talking
thing.
about.
right.
Yeah, first of all, that's an old terrorist trick.
Mhm.
That's what they do all the time.
Oh,
Okay,
based,
but
based
are you at least
Bill?
going to
Well,
acknowledge
see,
that the
hang on,
IDF doing
Pi.
that was wrong?
Yeah, I'm sure they have.
Do you think that's a little bit of a cop out? Because I think there's truth
What I
to
said
it.
or what Bill said?
What Bill said. Now, because don't get me wrong, it's like one of the arguments I notice I face a lot when I want people to understand my criticism of Israel is they'll always be like, but what you don't understand is the terrorism. And what you don't understand is, like what you said, the hiding behind, civilians. And it's like, okay, yes, I do know that Hamas is unique in that way, but I don't know why that's a defense for me pointing out things that I think are wrong, and then I guess, that being the first words out of your mouth. If I'm just pointing out something wrong I think Israel did, and you feel like it's a defense to then say, well, they're terrorists, which you just don't understand the dynamic. And it's like, well, I feel you in some aspects, but I think there's real things that I think Israel has crossed the line on.
Yeah, I'd agree. And yeah, it depends it depends, I guess. Yeah. And I guess I don't think they've clarified this, but yeah, it really does depend on which hospital you're talking about.
Yeah.
Because I think there's some hospitals where there is a justified, I mean, with Al Shifa alone, right? There's videos, like actual, like you can look these up videos, not like just like, oh, there's videos, but no, like real life videos that I've seen and that you can see of like people like firing RPGs, or again, I don't know my weapons well, but some like rocket
Out of the
adjacent
windows.
thing out of the windows,
Yeah.
of Al Shifa. So it's like, but yeah, so if they both somehow know that they're talking about the same hospital, then it's like, I get it. But yes, I agree with you. If they're talking about like, if you just told me, Big Soda, that you're like, hey, they blew up a random like school, and it's like, yes, if I just assume, oh, well, Hamas uses human shields, it's like, well, they do, but did they use it in that case, right? Because every strike has to go through a proportionality argument, right? If that school was a Hamas base, then okay, then it's like, yeah, then the human shield thing is a valid thing. But if it's not, it's not.
Because it's kind of like, it's like people are upset with Hamas. And now there's some Palestinians that are bad actors, but it's kind of like the Hamas label and the Palestinian label. To a lot of people, they're interchangeable, and I feel like to some extent that's true. There are Palestinians who probably do support and willing to, I guess, engage with defending Hamas, but it's like I can't imagine that's everybody.
It's not, but okay, to push back a bit.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
So first of all, in what was it, 06, Hamas did win an election, right? They're different than ISIS and Al Qaeda and all those terror groups, right? They won an election, right? They are the rulers of the Gaza Strip by an actual election that was verified by the UN, to the extent that we trust the UN. But they did win the election, and the stuff that kind of maybe blackpilled me. So first of all, yeah, it's definitely not all of Palestinians. Of course not. Definitely not. But some of the stats I've seen have kind of shocked me. Like there was an attack on an Israeli school that had happened by Hamas, I think it was Hamas. It was at least a terror attack on an Israeli school, and it was not. No one could possibly argue it was military. It was literally just like a school pew pew, right? Like, and they polled, and independent people polled Palestinians and asked like what percent, and it was, I can't remember the exact number, but it was like 80 to like 90 something percent said that like that was like a justified assault. And then so similar with like stuff with October 7th, similar with like there was a bus, I think, bombing that happened. I don't remember the exact details, but again, it was like the youngest person killed was like 3, no military personnel on the bus. It was just a random civilian target. And again, it polled in like the high 80s to like 90s of people that were like, yeah, that's a good thing to do. So it's definitely not all, but it's a shockingly high amount that are fine with like with killing innocent civilians, which I find to be.
I would
very
also
disturbing.
push back on the poll, because I would say, okay, well, I would have to look into them. What's the methodology? How many people did you, I guess, include in this poll? How was this poll sampled? Did you go just down one area, or are you specifically targeting a section or a region? And it could be an elaborate poll.
I agree, and I guess like I would say,
but I trust polls. I know polls work. It's just there are.
These are not Israeli polls, I guess is what I'm saying.
No, independent.
Yeah, these are independent, and I think I don't know. I mean, I can't. I mean, you'd have to look into it yourself. The best I've been able to look into, I do think these are actual accurate polls on a number of people, and this is bared out in what's that other Pew Research, right? Polling certain Islamic countries, when you ask them the question like what number of people, and these are very like big sample sizes of what percent are like okay with like on unaliving yourself targets on civilian people, like doing you know what I mean, like unalive bombing. There's so many bad words in this.
Let me give you a hypothetical.
In certain countries, it's very high, like Pakistan and Jordan. It was like shockingly high. It's like the amount of the average person that is fine with self-imploding oneself to harm civilians is a shockingly high percent, like way above 50% of the average person.
Well, let me give you kind of an example. So let's say let's say North Korea allows an independent group to come in and poll their people. And so you have the North Korean government who lets these people in, and they go and poll these people. The question is, was it like who's leading the poll? Is the North Koreans taking these people to people they know are going to answer the poll in the correct way? Like, is this something? Like, can you guarantee me that when this poll was done, was Hamas anywhere in realm? Are there spies in that village? And so anybody that speaks out about the independent poll there could be threat against their life. Because I mean, Hamas is not a good agent. I mean, they don't treat Palestinians any better than they treat now. Okay, they treat Palestinians a little better than they do Israel, and little can, I guess, can be a sliding adjusting type thing. Because I mean, maybe a lot, I don't know. But I mean, I see videos of Hamas actively abusing Palestinians as well. And so how much of that is because of the oppressive force they have over them? That's why I use the North Korean example.
Yeah, okay, so two things. First, I think these polls, and this is probably like an 80% confidence because I'm going on this a while ago. I looked into this. I think they were all done by like secret ballot. I don't think so. There's not someone who's like, who's like, hey, what do you think? Everyone raised their hand, right? It's not a threat like that.
But I assume that. I assume there was some privacy. But the question is, it's kind of like, look, the poll is going to come in. Either I answer it the correct way or I get interrogated by the fucking like Hamas. It's like I would assume there's some type of coercion that could be skewing those numbers.
There could be, but that I guess goes to my second point, I guess, of like North Korea has a lot of control and power. Hamas is like a despot fucking hackneyed rulership, right? Like always has been, right? Like so they won an election and they are the ones in power, but it's not I think it's incomparable to a place like North Korea where they actually have like totalitarian control.
I think that's fair.
Just does not have the resources. So I don't think Hamas is like able to exert the control of like a Russian election or definitely not a North Korean election. Like I just don't think.
Well, no, it would be.
Maryland is back. Sorry, I just gotta.
No, you're good. You're good.
The magnet emote out for Maryland. Okay.
No, it's simply. I guess all it takes is anytime. I don't know what type of control they have. I would assume it's not on the level of North Korea. I would assume it can be shaky at best, but I still don't know because, like, even in Afghanistan, and now Taliban's a little bigger, not quite as, I guess, what's the best? They're brutal, but they're not the most controlled group in Afghanistan. I would say we've seen similar things with there, where we would go into a village and there would be resistance from the people because they were scared of what the Taliban would do to them. Because we're temporary. The Afghan people are permanent. When the military leaves or when these people go away, I still have to deal with Hamas / the Taliban. And let's say go for it.
Okay, so even though, like, I guess, like, so this is more a feelings based thing I'm about to say. So, but like, if I'm assuming you've seen like the October 7th footage and shit, right? It's like there was that one girl, I think her last name was Shaney, or maybe her first name was Shaney. She was a German Israeli girl that was unalived at the Nova Music Festival, and her body was dragged back to Palestine. And there's a video of like all the people cheering and everyone's like spitting on her body. It's probably one of the worst things I think I've ever seen. It's like, it was very traumatizing. And just like the amount of people cheering for a 20-year-old woman, right? Or I think like a very young woman, and spitting on her corpse and being like, is that like, it's hard for me to imagine that's like, oh, that's a small percent of the population that is doing, like, it's a giant throng, a giant crowd, like everyone gathered on the border, all these people doing this. It's like, is that a Hamas-led thing? Like,
what do you think the
population?
Oh, I mean, how many people you think populated? Loosely, you ain't got to give me an exact answer. You think it's over 1 million?
Wait, like the population of Gaza, or or what are you saying?
Okay, yeah, I could be. I think Gaza's like
Gaza,
6
I
or
think it's like
7.
I thought Gaza
100,000?
used. I thought Gaza used to be like 2 million, but I don't know. I mean, since
I
the
mean, I could be
Israel
wrong.
stuff.
I don't know if it's a combination of the two, or they're both broken up to 100,000 in each section. Because there's some in the West Bank, correct? Or there was.
Oh yeah, there is still, but I think
Okay,
Gaza.
so-
I think Gaza is still. I think Gaza is around 2 million.
Okay.
I think. Let me look it up
Yeah,
quickly.
I'm probably wrong.
Yeah.
I thought it
2.1 to 2.4 million people.
Okay, and out of all the people cheering, do you think all those people? Do you think like what percentage of the people cheering represent the total 2 million Palestinians?
Well, I
and their
guess
views?
that's what I mean. Like, it's like, yes, in the video, maybe you see like 100 to 300 people, let's say, and so yeah, if you divide that, it's a very small amount of people, but that combined with the polling, so it's like we see the videos of the people cheering, and anyone can go and cheer, and we see literal children spitting on, I think, Shani. I feel like the name is coming back to Shani Leluke. I'm not looking it up right now. This is just off the dome. Could be wrong, but it's a famous case. It's a famous case. Yeah, it's like, so seeing children do this, seeing the stats of this, so both of those things combined, it makes me Mr. Coded that I think it's facts at that point. It's like I agree, there's a possibility that maybe only 10% actually like what Hamas has done. And the numbers, I think, have gone down, which again, actually, I think would bolster my argument, because I think when we look at polls now, and this is what makes me trust the polls, is Hamas has led the people into a bunch of them being unalived. And we saw the Hamasniks, the heads of all of them, right, go on media, right, the Qatari media, and say that they're totally fine because they want Israel to react in a way that will make everyone see how evil Israel is. Yeah. They wanted their own civilians to be martyred that people will see that. So then it's like, so now when we look at recent polls, Hamas support has gone down. So that's what makes me, I guess, I think, trust the polls more, because I feel like that checks out, where it's like, because shouldn't they just be just as afraid as Hamas now? But it's like the polls have dropped, because, and I think that makes sense, because now some percent of the Palestinians are probably looking and being like, look, everyone in Palestine probably knows, or at least like in Gaza knows, like someone has been like lost, right, to some Israeli strike. So now it's like, they're all like, is this worth it? They're mad at Israel. They're probably also a little bit mad at Hamas, because they're probably like, you brought this upon us with October 7th, right? At the time, it's all fun and games. When you're dragging people's corpses back and spitting on them, it's all fine. But when a giant percent of your population, then it's like you start changing, I think, your polling answers. You're like, maybe this wasn't a good idea that Hamas did this.
Well, I would ask again. It depends who's doing the polling. It depends who's paying for the polling. It depends on a lot of factors.
Why would it make so much sense that at the beginning, like the polling for Hamas is so high, and as Hamas continues to cuck its own population, the polling goes down? Like, doesn't that make you think that there is some like trust in the polling? Like, at least if your argument is that like Hamas is like is the one who's threatening them. If you think it's like an Israeli operation, and then I guess yeah, they could like fudge the numbers and stuff. But if your argument is that Hamas is like the one intimidating people, then it's like, well, why would that go down as the war goes on, as more Gazan lives are lost? Fewer and fewer people are like, yeah, Hamas is, fewer people think Hamas is goated than as the war goes on, right? Like, to me, that seems consistent.
It seems multifactorial. So it's kind of one, because you could, because you could still have the oppression that they could be under, and it may not be the most absolute control, but there's still, that pressure. And I would assume that you have to be careful who you talk around, because there's some people may either be Hamas or be connected to Hamas. Hamas may have a network of people in which they gather information around Gaza. And so it's just one of those things to where I think I don't generally trust polls at first. Like, the problem with polls that I find is a polling company has to build trust with me. I generally just don't look at a poll and be like, okay, if it checks out, it makes sense. Because generally what I found is so medical studies will do this too. And so like what'll happen is they'll release a poll, and you'll go through the methodology, and you'll be like, when I look at the methodology of this, there's some elements where I find questionable. I see it was 200 people from a certain section of town, and then you move on to another town. And so my question is, well, like what happens when the 3 towns that they visit all have really oppressive, Hamas control? And so the regions around the town may not have that same level of control. But see, the real security would be staying around the populated areas. You don't want to go to the more out fringes, because that's when it becomes more and more unsafer. And so, I mean, what just happens if they visit these 3 cities, and these 3 cities just so happen to be where they have the most control? And I'm not saying that's true. What I'm saying, it's just I don't go out of it takes a lot for me to believe a poll. I think polling works. It takes a lot for me to believe it. There's too many flaws.
I hear what you're saying. I guess, and I agree, but I think one of the things that I think pushes back would be that it's like we're not just looking at like, do you support Hamas? Like then in that case, I think I understand fully what you mean, and that maybe people, even if, because I guess if I put myself in that situation, even if I'm told it's a secret ballot and I know I go into the box, am I sure that no one is actually looking at my ballot after the fact and is going to fucking kill me and my family?
What if this is a test?
Yeah.
And then now I just risk my whole family.
Right. So in that sense, I do agree. But I think a counter to that is that we have polls going back to stuff that is like loosely related, like the bus attack I talked about, or the school attack, which was like just some like rando terrorist, and they're just asking support, and there's no pressure that I can see to say this is good or bad, or the other poll I referenced from the Pew Research, where they're asking like, if you unalive yourself in a boom boom attack, right? Like, is that okay? It's like there's no pressure, and this extends to multiple countries. It's not just, we're not just looking at one area. So it seems like in these radicalized areas, which obviously Gaza I think is one, I think we both agree to that. It seems consistent. So the support for Hamas, it's consistent with 90-something% of people saying that they support the bus attack, which was just an egregious attack on purely a civilian target, right? And it's like, and that was before October 7th. That's like before that's not asking about your support of Hamas. That's just like, hey, this thing that happened. I don't even think the guy was Hamas. If I remember right, I think it was just, I mean, there was some
religious
Hamas,
hatred.
Yeah, like some like Islamic extremist, and it's like a lot of these cases are just like in the same way to counterbalance. I mean, there's the Cave of the Patriarchs massacre, right, where it's like a Jewish guy, pew-pewed a ton of people in a mosque, right? It's like, so it happens both ways, but I feel when you
overwhelmingly
polling,
one way than the other.
Overwhelmingly one way, and when you ask them about these things that aren't directly connected to Hamas, that are just like, hey, this random thing that happened, this terror attack, what do you think about this? It's like, I don't know if you'd feel the same fear. So I get what you're saying about if you're specifically asked about Hamas, but to me, when those polls align so precisely, it gives me more faith in the amount of people that support Hamas. If you're the kind of person that also supports shooting up a Jewish like elementary school and shooting up a bus, where you're just, both of these are unequivocally civilian targets with no military personnel at all.
Yeah. And because it's tough for me to say, because it's like, I guess when a lot of it that I say, it comes off as though it's defense of Hamas. And it's like, I guess I try and make
I know you don't mean that.
No. I guess I'm just speaking more in like a generality, because I'm not going to defend Hamas. Hamas has killed Christians in Palestine. Hamas kills their own population. There's no negotiating with these people. These people are religious zealots, and religious zealots can be dangerous. And I feel like I have to establish that first, because when I speak about the Palestinians that may not represent that, because we don't know which Palestinians are dying. We assume, or a lot of people assume, the majority of them are probably sympathetic to Hamas. I wouldn't even say I disagree with that, but I guess the question would be is at what point of which percentage were innocent, and it's like, and because it's hard to do, because to be fair, I think what Israel's done in Palestine is not as bad as what we did in Afghanistan. Iraq, I'm not entirely sure about, but I know Afghanistan, there was like 20 million people that had to just fucking leave. Or I forget the term, what happens like when you leave an area because it's so dangerous. It's like dislocate or something like that.
Displaced, I think.
Displaced. And then we tried our best to try and make these relationships with the people there, which ultimately put them in danger and their families in danger, and they would use that against us. And so I think if we set a worse example, and Israel's now following that example, and I just feel like when I defend the Palestinians, it's just, I guess, the Christianity inside of me that's doing it. I feel like it's a reflection of Jesus, because it's something to where it's really easy just to say, fuck these people. These are terrible fucking people. And I guess I still have a soft spot for the Israel and Palestine, just for the specific reason that I rarely hear anybody speak for the Palestinians themselves. It's like a lot of people either take the Hamas side, the freedom fighter side, or they take Israel's side. And it's like, well, what about the people that just don't care? They just, want to go to work. They just want to come home to their family. And I guess that's what I think about mostly.
Yeah, no, I guess I have trying to think how to phrase this. I think I have two things to say.
Yeah.
I think I just immediately forgot what one of them was. But so I'll start with the second one, and maybe the first one will come back to me. But I think one of the complications is that there is, and I don't, this drags things maybe further into the weeds, but I think it is a valid consideration, is that right when Hamas was elected, I think in 2006, right?
Yep.
So like, and the population of Gaza is disproportionately young, right? Like it's like way more young. So most of those people that are probably being unalived probably didn't vote for Hamas.
Yep.
And then, so again, we have the example I gave before, which I brought up as a shocking example, but there's a counterpoint to it, right? Where you have children spitting on a corpse of a Jewish woman.
Yeah.
The counter of that is like, well, who taught those children to do that? And so, yeah, if you grow up in that thing, maybe you do support Hamas because you're fed Hamas propaganda. This is all you've known. Yep. And so you think that Israel's the enemy. And so it's like, are you actually like guilty? Like if there's a reality of war where, like we talked about, if you pick up a pew, then it's like, yeah, then you're a combatant. It's just like boots on the ground. Even morally, if I don't condemn those people, right, it's still the reality.
Yeah.
And so that's one thing. Oh yeah, and the second, I did come around to the second. The second thing is that yes, everyone has to acknowledge, and this is where I found Ben Shapiro to be I think most things Shapiro says about Israel, I think, are about the conflict between Israel and Palestine, I think are broadly true. But the caveat is that I think it's true, but it's lying by omission. Because like when he presents all this stuff, like the example I brought up a little while ago, the Cave of the Patriarchs, Ben went over a history and he brings up a bunch of Palestinian terror attacks, but he doesn't mention that one at all. And that guy that did the Cave of the Patriarchs massacre, I can't remember his name, but Ben Gvir, I think it was, had a photo of him in his fucking living room. Like he, like in some people in the Likud party see this guy as a hero, and it's like that kind of sets the stage for what happens. I mean, we've seen genocidal talk from the Likud party and stuff, and we have videos of actual war crimes taking place, and I think to deny those things, and I mean this is me fully agreeing with you. To deny those things, I think is too one-sided. It's like obviously there are some some like the proper way is to do a calculation and assess how many Hamas do you know are there, and there's some unfortunate, even this the reality of war, even if I don't like it, there's some calculation, right, of some civilian casualties of the collateral damage that are going to happen. But sometimes Israel doesn't seem to follow that. And sometimes they do direct war. I mean, we have footage of like that known video of like the people graping that soldier, right? And they're holding up their like shields or whatever to like block out the view and stuff. And it's like, and Israel has a history of prosecuting these people in a very lukewarm way, right? Same with like settlement attacks, right? There'll be settlers that will go insane, and it goes the other way too, where sometimes the West Bank people attack the settlements, and there was one case where they like beheaded like a 3-year-old, like the Palestinians. Like
I've seen some gruesome ones.
It's brutal. It's brutal on both sides. But I guess the difference is, and that when obviously if Israel catches someone who is like doing something bad against a settlement, they prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law in like military court and all that stuff. But the other way around, there's been a lot of Israel war crimes that go, that guy, maybe he gets dismissed and he gets like 2 years in jail and then he's out. And it's like, he might have done like horrific stuff. And so Israel needs to pull their weight on that stuff. So I guess. So I think both of those points are, I think, in agreement with you. Like, I'm not saying anything that I think you would disagree with, but
no. Yeah. I absolutely agree.
I think, So I guess, I'm not, I think those are just things. Yeah. This is just me talking for probably too long about how much I disagree how much I agree with what you're saying. Yeah. And it's bad on both sides. And I think people need to realize that you can't be one-sided. You can't, I mean, and even looking at the history, even the early history, like there's a reason when we had the whole British mandate for Palestine, that the Brits got the fuck out of there. There's a fucking reason. The Israelites were like hanging people from like fucking trees and shit. Like
the Sternum gang.
There was like even the, what was the original the Haganah?
Yeah, the Haganah.
And it's like they eventually then formed the IDF later on. It's like they were like a open, like kind of like terror group. Like they were doing nonsense. They were absolutely doing nonsense,
bombing buses and stuff like that. But don't get me wrong. Okay, so I don't condemn, or I don't hold it against I don't hold modern Israel responsible for that, or do I think they should apologize? Because the interesting thing when it comes to oppression and when it comes to an oppressing force against you, sometimes you get in a situation where it turns you radical. And I think that to be one of those situations. I think most countries, the founding of most countries, are laden with atrocities. So I necessarily don't blame them for that, but I do blame them for the fact that they're not paying attention to history, because now they find themselves as the British mandate. And so the question is, how do you want to handle it? It's like you can only play what is it? Like HR people, the mediators. You can only play the good guys for so long. Eventually, whether you're good or not, the image is going to be too much for you to keep, and so now you're going to have the world hate you, even though they don't understand, and you may be the good guys, but the world's just going to look at you a different way. The same way the British started coming under pressure from the United States and other countries because of the British mandate situation.
And the Israel has definitely lost fully the PR war. Like 100%. They have lost that. There's many steps along the way where they could have done things differently and they didn't. And so it doesn't mean that they're in the wrong. Again, I still think Israel is way more in the right than Hamas is. Well, I mean, almost infinitely more than Hamas specifically.
I don't think it's comparable. It's kind of like Hamas has no chance of convincing me they're good. Israel's just doing a very bad job of doing it.
Yeah.
It's like with Hamas, I don't even give them the opportunity.
Yeah, and same here. And it's like with Israel, it's like there's been every like new story that comes out, it's like, yeah, lose a little bit more faith in like what's going on with stuff, and like, and it's, yeah, and I don't know, I'm not sure what the future is with that.
I was going to ask you like how much you knew like Israel's early history, because like from like back from when I guess Zionism was first formed by Theodore Herzl. It was Zionism was a movement, like a secular movement. They didn't believe in the religious aspect. So when Israel was founded, a lot of people that pushed for it had secular ideologies. Now there was some religious people in there, but a lot of it was done by secularists and just non-believers. Theodore, I forget the really rich guy in America, or yeah, I think he's American. He gave tons of money. I forget what rich family he was a part of. I'm drawing a blank to it. I got a whole documentary I've been working on just to kind of. I wanted to do something similar that the Marty Maid guy, or forget his name. He's a guy they criticize him for his views on Israel, but I kind of wanted to do a documentary on Israel and how similar they are to Palestine, and how a lot of the things are kind of resulting in the same way as when Israel gained their countryhood back in 1948. I just wanted to paint like kind of the similarities, because I think they're oddly similar.
I think
To be fair, though, Israel's way more powerful than Britain was in that region.
I guess the this is something I'm not sure of, but like the early Zionist movement was like early 1900s, right?
1890s. Well, it was late 1890s, like I want to say 1896.
Okay,
and they had their first Congress, 1904.
So that's like what, like 50 plus years away from Israel actually becoming a country, and like, right? So it's like, yeah, are the original I do know that what you said, that the original movement, is a bunch of mostly secular Jewish people, but at the time, right, when Israel becomes a country after World War II, are they still secular, or at
Probably
that point
not,
are they
not.
religious?
Probably not, because the interesting thing about, I guess, like especially when Jews were at their most dispersed, I think that's when they relied mostly on their religion. It's like what keeps you going in time of hardship, when certain countries, like I think France framed like one of France's I guess, I think it's a military person, but I think he was just on the legal side. He ended up framing a Jewish person, which caught huge news, and then later on had to admit that he fabricated the stuff, and like there was a lot of anti-Semitism in France, like late 1860s or 70s, which Theodore mentions a lot, like during the Zionism movement, and so it's kind of like, I think they had to have their religion to kind of keep them going in the times where they didn't really have a homeland. They were always a minority and stuff like that. So I would say they were probably more, I guess, Judaic than secular. But I think the seculars are responsible for the movement, the political movement.
Yes, at least originally.
Yeah.
And I don't know when exactly it became religious. But yeah, I think you're right. I think probably after, the H event,
Well, I was going to say, well, think about it. When you get your own country, your government's probably going to represent the majority of your people. And if your majority of your people were religious, then more than likely your leaders are going to be religious, because that's who they're going to vote for. So with the secular movement, I don't know if they I don't think Theodore was ever, I don't think he got to see Israel founded. I don't think a lot of people from the first meeting got to see Israel's founding. So I would probably say, yeah, Israel probably started as a very religious nation, especially right off World War II and uh, the H stuff, and to be honest, the Soviet Union stuff, because the Soviet Union isn't innocent in that aspect either.
Like with like the Jewish
Yeah,
people.
yeah, oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, well, all the, like the pogroms and stuff.
It's just because a lot of people confuse the fact that is it like the Bolsheviks had a high percentage of secular Jews in leadership early on, and
Yeah.
then once I guess Stalin was in charge, and then even a little bit after World War II, it's kind of like if you didn't join the Soviet Union identity, if you didn't drop your Judaic, I guess, foundation, then you were either displaced or killed.
Well, even in I mean, I think you would know this better than me, but didn't the whole like protocols of the Elders of Zion, that was like a Russian thing that
Yep.
started, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so like that's where, and that was like a massive impetus for, I mean, many anti-Semitic kind of campaigns
Oh,
throughout
yeah.
the world, right?
Well, shit. Even I guess even under the British mandate, so there's one riot. It's a very crazy riot. I think it lasted for over a year, like 1920s ish, where there was a pro-Jewish Labor Party that signed up for a protest or a marching campaign or some type of event where they could march through to a certain location. And an anti-Zionist movement came up and attacked them, and it caused like an all-out riot. And then what happened is when word got out to the more Arabic or I guess Muslim places, they thought the Jews attacked a Muslim group, which now they started in the riot, and so it turned into a crazy. But the Jaffa riots of 1921, I think they're called, a whole scary situation. Like British had to come in and do a whole report, and like they tried to parse out who was responsible and who was at fault. And I mean, of course, there being a larger Arabic or a larger Muslim population, they did way more violence. But it was started between I guess, anti-Zionist and pro-labor Zionist movement.
So the weird, the early connections, I don't really understand it between like the communist stuff and the Jewish stuff. Seems like a weird, unholy alliance to me, at least back in the day.
I mean, doesn't kind of make sense though, because
It
like
makes sense looking at it now.
well,
but
it
back in the
culturally,
day,
like culturally and religiously, like Jewish people have always had to stick together. So it's like theoretically, what type of government fits that?
right, I guess,
Well,
yeah, if you expand the idea of a commune and you keep going
Yeah.
outwards, yeah,
Yeah.
I guess I can see
And
that.
to be fair, it's because Jewish people are tight knit people, and you know a lot of people use the conspiracy theories. Oh, Jews are overly successful. Well, culturally, I think they have great habits. I think, like on a cultural level, they take care of themselves, and so it makes sense that one rich person or Jewish person is going to look out for a less rich Jewish person. The way in America, you might not do that. That might be a little rarer, or in most cultures, that might be a little rarer because we worry about family structures. But see, their family's bigger. Or I wouldn't. I guess they view more people inside that family because of their covenant with God.
Yeah, I mean,
With
look at like how
Christians
Ben
do it.
Shapiro talks about like the synagogue and stuff. It's fair. I wish that Christians did that more,
Yes.
but it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't end up happening. But yeah, the way
Well,
a lot of especially Orthodox Jewish people talk about it, it's like, yeah, I wish we did that. You know, probably would be a good thing.
but to be fair, I think we probably had that for the first. Okay, so when you're thinking about when did when was the last moment it was illegal to be Christian inside Rome?
Oh God,
500s.
probably no, probably. Oh wait, the last moment.
Yeah, yeah.
Wait. Then I don't know. Wait, what do you
4 or
mean?
500s. Or I
They
know
were
for a while
already
they were persecuted.
no, like so, like I think Nero, but Nero was like way earlier. But then when it became the official religion of Rome, then it would have been like legal up until right.
I guess it may have been legal, but I think there was some
Like Julius
persecution
Caesar
to it.
made it. Yeah, no. So yeah, religious persecution I think happened from like 70 A.D. until whenever Nero was, and then
Mhm.
I guess in Julius Caesar I think in like the 4th century or whatever. Then when it became the
Okay.
official religion.
So,
So yeah, somewhere
and
around Nero I think. I know he at
we were
least killed a
probably
lot of
a
us.
lot closer then because
Yeah.
we could remember the atrocities. Our grandparents taught, or their grandparents taught them the atrocities. You know, these are stories inside there. And Christian, it's been a while since we've been persecuted, at least in the West. Like we have been, but it's spread out, and it's not like the H.
Yeah.
And so to be fair, it's probably ingrained in their culture because one, I guess their origins track back to those atrocities. You have the stories of that. Then you have what happened all across Europe with certain countries kicking them out. So, and a lot of times it was false. I mean, I guess falsely accused. And so you kind of have this fact that, oh, no one gives a fuck about me except my fellow Jew. And it's reasonable. It's reasonable. People like to jump on that and plan out these huge conspiracies and stuff like that. But to me, it just seems like a side effect of their culture, which I admire.
Yeah. And Section 230, good to see you back. Christians are persecuted in the West even today. I agree, but I don't know if it's to the degree that it would produce the thing that I think we're speaking of, where I think there's a level of persecution that probably like really unites you.
Yeah.
And so I agree, like Christians are like, there's a lot of shit that happens in the West, but
It's not the same as Rome in the early hundreds. Like
when they were
it's
like,
not
like
comparable.
crucifying Christians and stuff,
So I'll
and just
concede
burning
that
them
you
alive.
said.
And
I'll concede to you that Section 230 that there is we are being persecuted, but I don't know if it's enough to build that common bond the same way Jews have or early Christians.
okay, we have we don't have much left. How much is in your tank, Big Soda? Are you good
I'm gonna be honest. I probably got about 30 minutes.
Okay, that's enough.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Because I think there's like 7 minutes or 10 minutes left. So I'm going to take a quick pee break.
Yeah,
if that's okay.
It's been a little minute.
And then I feel like I've held it for a long time. This is a W confluence. And so, Big Soda, sound off, Star Wars slurs or whatever you want, just go buck wild, but not in a TOS way, but, still buck wild.
That's a good point. Revenge. And revenge, are you asking me? Is that question toward me? Because it's tough. I'm probably gonna hit with the heresies. No. I agree. I guess there is political violence, but would you say that political violence is enough to unite Christians to a level to where we look after every Christian, or do we kind of still justify? Does it still kind of justify Christians treating other Christians badly? And so I would agree with Revenge's point is like after a certain period of history, like now Islam may have taken that back, but for the most part Christians have killed more Christians. It's not an ideological war, it's just something that's happened a lot. And I don't think the Christian schools, I don't think it motivates people to build that bondliness the same way that theirs was built with the H. It is. I'll agree with that. I think polling and especially younger age voters, you're starting to see that. You're starting to see the resurgence of Christianity, which you probably agree with the Section 230, but Christians are very strong, or Christians can endure a lot under persecution, and in fact, that's where you see Christians shine. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying that we've built a system where we thrive off persecution. So no matter how much you persecute us, Christianity is just such an enduring, I guess, or it's more than a religious structure because I believe it, but as a foundational principle to live your life. That's fair.
I am back. What did I miss?
Well, it's Section 230. The reason I would kind of say that you can kind of assume that because, I mean, think of confluence. Would you say more Christians have killed Christians since, let's say, the 1500s passed?
No. I don't.
Because this is what I'm including. I'm going to include the Civil War. I'm including World War One and World War Two.
Oh, okay.
You see what I mean? It's not Christians killing them because they're Christian.
Not because, but just someone is a Christian and ends up
by
killing.
Christian. Yeah.
Yeah, then I would say yes. Now the other problem is obviously the exponential population growth, right? It's hard to like the plague killed like 1/3 of Europe, but it's like probably less than like the Spanish flu killed, even though like percentile basis like a less, So I don't. I'm not. I don't. And so total numbers Christians dying by other Christians' hands. I would say
Well, Section 230. The reason I'd say it counts is because as a Christian, you're not supposed to kill your brethren. I mean, you're not even supposed to kill people who aren't your brethren. But I think it's really atrocious when you justify killing your own brethren. And so I guess I would count it just because as a principle we hold, it's a great principle to violate.
I do think it is more. It does strike me just on the surface though as more shitty to kill a Christian. Because of their Christianity, because it's a different type of Christianity. Like all the Roman Catholic shit, I feel like that was like,
Okay, he says, well, no, as a Christian, we are supposed to defeat our enemies. I would say, I guess it depends. Well, Jesus defeats my enemies because all my power comes from Jesus. So, I mean, am I defeating my enemies or is Jesus defeating my enemies for me? Yes, you wouldn't fake Christian. I mean, that's fair.
The
but who
problem
do you
is though,
define
is
as
like
fake Christian?
Yeah, that's the problem. Is like a lot of times in these conflicts, both sides would say the other side is like not the real Christian, and you have two Christians.
The problem with that, can we determine who the fake Christians are, or is that ultimately something up to Jesus Christ himself?
Yeah, see, this is where Section 230 you kind of lose me a bit. A Methodist group fighting Orthodox. So you're probably more Orthodox coded, but like. I don't think the Methodists are like not Christians, so that's still.
Well, the question is how Jesus views them.
That's a danger.
So Jesus is viewing people who are trying to worship him, killing people who are trying to worship him. Is how I think Jesus would view that. I shouldn't say that's how Jesus would view it. I should say I think. That's shame on me. But that's how I think he would view it. He's like, okay, these people are trying their best to believe in me. Only he knows their intentions. He knows who's truly trying to form a relationship with him. So at some level, it's up to Jesus to decide who's a real Christian or not. Because to be fair, is it a good argument to say some Orthodox aren't real Christians just by the way they practice their belief? Some of them call themselves Orthodox, but don't spend the time to actually participate inside of it. Same thing with Catholics. Same thing with Protestants. Protestants, I think, has a bad habit of that. It's just tough with the fake Christian argument. But we can get started.
And I guess I understand what Section 230 is saying, but I do think it goes into dangerous territory. And I think Section 230, I think you showed me the dangerous territory with you saying that you wouldn't blame the Orthodox if they're fighting the Methodist. I mean, that's the problem. Like now what you're saying, any 304, it's like, I agree with you that if someone is not at all living in any way of a Christian and they claim it in name only, but they, they don't do any of the, then it's like, okay, at least I can see what you mean. But if we're defining it like denominationally based and stuff, then I think it gets more dangerous because then you can justify almost anything.
But see, the problem with that is the way it ended the last sentence. So I don't accept that by default. See, the problem is it's not yours to accept. At the end of the day, Jesus Christ is going to accept it. And so I guess the question is, he's going to know their intent. We're not.
But then I guess, okay, wait, and this is, this is a bit of a retarded steel man. So I'll say this up front.
No, go for it.
Let's say you have like a warring population. Let's say it's a different religious tribe. They're like absolutely not Christian. And then they're like, they all just decide as a matter of tactics, but you don't necessarily know this. You can't because you're not Christ. And so they just say, okay, we're all Christian. Then do you immediately just have to leave them alone? Like they just they claim it, but it's like none of their behavior shows that. None of like anything shows it. And it seems like they're just using it as a strategic thing because they know you're not going to like fight a Christian.
And that's a fair statement. But I guess the question is, ultimately, you will not know that, and only God would know that. So
right, but what's our behavior then? Would we in that retarded hypothetical? Do we stop fighting that group? Like if there's a good reason to fight?
I would say the first thing is we must consult God.
Yeah, but that like goes in. I agree with you, but that goes that is people have done that and have come to very different conclusions about who they should off.
But see, the problem is I'm not judging it, and the other person's not judging it. So at the end of the day, everything that I do will ultimately, even if I think it's right, it'll have to be for God to judge. And so we only learn the true Christians at the end after that decision is made. And so yes, I could die in war because I thought my enemies were my enemies, but they faked being Christian and then took me out. And in my consult with what I perceived to be God, it's like was I truly listening to God and then made a decision based off that, and then that will be judged. Up until that point, will be judged. Sometimes that leads to harsh consequences. Sometimes I overstep that line, but all that's going to depend on my relationship with God.
I agree, but I guess boots on the ground. What do you actually do? Like I agree with everything you said.
Like individually, like
let's say you're in that war I talked about. Let's say it's against a bunch of Muslims. You're in some like old, long forgotten war, and you're fighting Muslims, and all of a sudden the whole tribe, they're like, actually, we're Christian. Then do you just like lay down your guns and like let them like massacre all of you? Or are you like, that's probably like a tactic, like just because they say they're Christians in the moment, that probably doesn't mean anything.
I mean, realistically, as a Christian, and let's say we're talking gun era, so the group of ambush is based thinking that I'm attacking my enemies, and a bunch of people run out and I'm Christian. Right? And they say, I'm Christian to try and fool me. Well, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to subdue them. Because if they're coming at me and they're yelling they're Christian, I take it they're not posing a threat to me. And so they'll all get sit down, and then they'll be handcuffed, and then they'll be prisoners of war. And then God will have to judge.
Some weird conflict where it's like, in let's say 50 years ago in some weird, African country or something. And so it's like, so it's shooting, people are shooting each other, and they say that. So it's like, if you disengage, then like your whole squad is going to like die.
Okay. Now, what happens if you do engage with that and you slaughter a bunch of Christians?
I think, in some ways, I'm like Section 230 coded in this way, where I would say like,
who's a fake Christian though?
Well, I know my example is insane, but in the example of someone just the whole thing are just doing this, and you have very good reason to think this is a tactic because how would like a whole platoon of people all like convert at the same time, and they just have their guns and they're still in like a offensive manner?
Like I said, sometimes you overstep the boundary. And I'm not saying overstepping the boundary is not what you shouldn't do, nor is it not approved by God, but it's going to be judged. It's like if I go out and I perceive a threat and they say they're Christian, but they still have their guns, they're still running at me, and I shoot them dead, God's going to know the circumstances in which I acted.
Yeah.
It's like, I guess at the end of the day, I won't really know if I overstepped. I'll have my perception of it, but only one person's going to know. And so I guess I like, what's the best way? I have my political answer where yeah, I'm at war. If people run up with me with guns, I don't care generally what they're yelling. If they're presenting a threat, shoot them dead, or shoot them, or off them, or unalive them. And so I'm like, well, I mean, what more am I supposed to do than that? I mean, the best thing I can hope for is that in these decisions, I have a good relationship with God, so that way I have the ability to consult with Him and understand what I need to do next, and then act on it.
So what if you were? Well, I'll get back to the video in 1 second, but
You
like
good?
I'm curious if you were, let's say you are conscripted into let's say World War II,
Yeah.
which maybe is a terrible, maybe I'll regret this example, but you're an American soldier and you're like, okay, you have to fight, but like some percent of Germany are Christians, but you don't know the average combatant, you don't know their status. Like, let's say you're storming the beaches of Normandy. Would you be like, no, I would not participate in that because like it's a Christian society generally, right? And so would you say like, I will not storm the beaches? I will refuse to do that from a moral point of view?
Probably not. I mean, to me, this seems like something that can be categorized to give to Caesar's what is Caesar's and give to God what is God's. So if I'm drafted and I'm in a situation where I have to obey the government, I mean, Jesus has made it clear to me that there are some aspects of the government that you have to, I guess, align with, and sometimes it's gonna look like it's conflicting with God. And so, I guess my question is, well, I hope that from my relationship with God and my relationship with my country, that my country aligns with my values. If my country aligns with my values, there's a better chance I'm going into a situation where I'm on the right side.
So what if?
What I perceive to be the moral side.
I guess based on kind of with this context in mind of Section 230's comment, like, would you feel immoral if you were living in the 1940s, signing up to go to war against the Germans?
Would I feel immoral?
Yeah, like, do you think let's say it's not conscripted, so the government's not forcing you, but let's say you know what's happening. Let's say you know about like the G side stuff. Let's say you know that, and you know about all the invasions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would you feel like it's wrong just by
of all that?
Yeah, because I understand that. Like, I don't think the Allies knew the full extent of like what was happening with like the camps and stuff until like they basically got there. And so like, but if you know what's going on, but you still know these people, they do again say that they're Christians, right? Would you be Section 230 pilled and say, well, they're going so against biblical teachings that I do feel okay going to signing up for war and fighting for this? Or would you be like, no, I couldn't because they call themselves Christian?
I guess the problem with this scenario is I have the pre-knowledge of what all happens. So personally, I could probably justify signing up for the war if I have pre-knowledge of, hey, these people are putting people in camps and massacring. And
so there is a line then, even if someone calls themselves a Christian, if their actions are so disproportionate or conflicting with that title, that then you would kill them.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this. Okay, so it's more to your previous point. If there's two Christians that go to war, one has a very shaky relationship with God and doesn't really do right by his Christian values. He just calls himself a Christian. The other one is a very devout Christian, and he does join the war. Do you think it is possible for both those people or one person to be saved and not the other? Could the fake Christian be on, I guess, the correct side and still be punished for being on the correct side of what I would view to be the correct side, not objectively?
So like punished by God?
Yeah. They both fought for the same cause. They both served in the same unit. One calls himself a Christian but is not a Christian. He doesn't live up to be a Christian, and the other one is a devout Christian. They both go in and they kill other people who call themselves Christian. They either, along the lines, kill actual Christians. Do you think that one will be forgiven and the other one won't?
Yes. Yeah.
And I guess that's kind of what I'm saying. It's tough because when you're saying one side's fake Christian and the other side's not fake Christian, I don't think the USA represented the real Christians. No, I think the real Christians represented people in America and people in Germany. They just probably didn't have the power. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's 100% possible that an ally could be fighting the Yahtzees, and they both get unalived, let's say, and yeah, it's the Yahtzee that ends up, being on the right side of God because of his own like personal morality and his own like relationship to God and stuff. So
and there's probably some people in Germany, let's say, devout Christians, put in a situation where they had to choose between, their daughter and selling out their neighbors, and they chose to sell out their neighbors. Do you think they would be forgiven?
I think it's
devout religious family.
Yeah, I think it's possible.
Yeah, and I guess I'm saying this with judging of my perception of how Jesus would judge them. Not saying that they're devout Christians to Jesus', I guess, standard. They're not Jesus himself, but Jesus views them as, these people have worshipped me, thick and thin, and then it came down to a situation where they chose one selfish desire that may not be a Christian, I guess, idea, but this is a situation that laid out before them.
Yeah,
and I may be crossing a couple of heretical lines by saying what Jesus would do, but I'm trying to just build the argument.
Yeah, no, I think you're being clear that you're not claiming to know what would happen, but yeah.
There are a lot of
okay. I think we agree.
Yeah,
we agree.
Yeah, I was gonna say base Christian.
We'll see if we continue to agree. We got I think only 6 minutes left of the Israel part. I think the rest of this is like mostly nonsense. So,
but you get what I'm saying, to where there's short segments where they don't go into deep detail. This is really the only time where there's been the most detail revealed, and it's not even that deep.
I know. I was hoping with like the trans and wokeness and the criminal reform stuff, right? But it's like kind of they're just like, yeah, this is bad, and then they kind of like shift topics pretty quickly. Which is like fine, again, in the context it is. I guess they're just, two people chatting and it's like a casual environment. But I would like to see a little more detail. A little more depth. Yeah. I would like to see that.
Committed what we would call war crimes, as every army does in every war.
Right, including our own, right?
In every war, including the Civil War. I forget who it was who made the good point, like, during the Civil War, a lot of people would say, especially in the South, that Sherman did not have to burn Atlanta quite as badly as he did. I mean, we were pretty brutal. But would you also then just say, well, we don't know who the good guys were in that war? No, I think it was the North. I think that they committed the atrocity in Atlanta. Yeah, that's true. They burned when they shouldn't, and they were very rough on the South. They were still the good guys. They were fighting against slavery as Israel is fighting to survive. And also, they are the front line in the Western world.
I totally disagree.
And see, Bill makes the same argument. One side is the good side. And when I'm defining good, I'm using my my Christian foundation I would say, well, no, I don't think this is a good side, bad side thing. Because if we're talking morality with war and I'm comparing it to my Christian values, I would say, no, this is a human problem and there's good people caught in between. The good people being the Christians.
I think it just depends on how much we're zooming out though.
Yeah.
So I think I'm, and I don't know if I think we're probably on the same page on this. It's like where it's like, yeah, the Allies versus the Yahtzees. It's like you could reduce it if you like zoom out enough. You could be like, yeah, one side is, you know, the good guys and one side is the bad guys. But then the more you zoom in, then yeah, on a micro level, and that's why you can talk about like the oh god, I feel like I mention this all the time. I can't remember what's the famous bombing that England did.
Dresden.
Yeah, the Dresden bombings. Yeah. It's like, yeah, that when we zoom in more, then we see an event like that, and we're like, okay, well, that event was probably bad. And the same way, I think Bill is talking about like the burning of Atlanta.
Yeah.
And then if we zoom in even more, then it's like, then we look at the level of individuals, and we're like, well, now it's like, yeah, it could be on either side who is actually like doing good and bad. But I think if Bill is talking on a macroscopic level, then I think that's fair. In a macroscopic way, I would say Israel is the good guys and Hamas is bad guys, or even Israel versus Palestine. But then the more you zoom in and the more like nuanced I think it gets.
Because to be honest, I mean, let's compare Robert. Is it Robert? Yeah, General Robert E. Lee versus Sherman, or not? No, not Sherman. Yeah, I think Sherman was the main general on the Union side, correct?
I only my knowledge of Civil War is terrible.
Ulysses S. Grant. Excuse me, not Sherman.
Okay.
Ulysses S. Grant. It's like if you compare these two men, well, I would say, it just from what I know from the little bit of history that I've looked on it, I would call Robert E. Lee the more honorable man. He wasn't the one that, and I could be getting this mistaken, but I'm pretty sure this is right. I'm pretty sure the head general of the Confederacy did not own slaves, yet the head general Ulysses did own slaves. And so the question is, okay, well, yes, we have a good side fighting against a bad side, but we have a bad guy fighting against a good guy. In the sense that I guess when I'm using good, I'm only judging it based on what I know from their Christian values. It seems like Sherman practiced what he preached, it seems like Robert E. Lee practiced what he preached versus Ulysses did not practice what he preached.
And Quippy, I don't think me nor Big Soda are saying this based on like these two comments. This one, one.
Yeah, I was gonna say this one. Actually, you know what's funny? We're held to a higher standard. Yeah. So it doesn't matter that when secularists fall into human history, that's okay. But when Christians do it, it's so much more severe. To me, the punishment is harsher when Christians do it. Because I hold myself to a higher standard. Jesus holds me to a higher standard. I'm representing him. So it's the same argument I would have with Israel versus Palestine. I just hold Israel to a higher standard, so it makes it look like I'm criticizing them so much more, or I only care about their bad deeds. And it's not that. It's just I hold them to a higher standard, the same way I hold Christians to a higher standard.
Yeah, I don't think we're saying that. Okay, Quippy is eye rolling, but eye rolling on what? Like, I guess to be clear, none of us are saying, I think, that like, oh, just if you are a Christian, you can do all these atrocities, and then it's like it's all fine because you're a Christian. Like, no, I don't think anyone's saying that. Like, I don't think that's what's happening.
I think a Christian that commits atrocities is worse than a secularist or a non-believer who commits atrocities. I don't view them as morally equal. I view one worse than the other.
See, I feel like you're Quippy. You must be. I feel like you're held to a higher standard. I think it's the opposite of what you're saying. It's not like it's a worse thing, is what Big Soda's saying. Like in some ways, right? It's like that. Like the people who say they're Christians and are Christians, right? That they're going to be judged harsher Like
Mhm.
it's not like I don't think it's a supremacist thing of being
No.
like it's an above them. It's like it's if anything it would be I wish I was judged to a lower standard in my opinion.
I can easily explain this with my children. So I have my oldest. He's a boy and he's 8 years old. I'm ju- I am judging what he does a lot harsher than I am my 3-year-old daughter, and the reason why is because my my 8-year-old kind of understands the fact that hey, there are things I can and cannot do. My 3-year-old is still trying to figure that out. And so when I look at the people who know what they're doing is wrong and still do it, I'm going to hold my son to a higher standard because if he knows what he needs to do and how to act right and how to be or hit that higher standard, I'm going to be harsher with him because if he knows, then why is he not doing it? That's true too. But I was thinking more. Yeah, I should have just called my daughter a boy, and that would have made the analogy better. Because you are right, you're not wrong.
It's not gender based. That's how I'm choosing to read this.
We
But
have
I
in
mean,
the
you
Middle East.
understand what I mean, confluence. As long as you understand,
Yeah, no, I totally get it. I just
make sure I'm talking sense and
yeah,
not
no,
just,
I 100%, I 100% agree, 100% agree. And I think that I mean, Quippy, I guess he would have to say more, and because the only thing I could think is like, if I was to put myself outside the Christian mindset, then I could maybe see, and I don't even know if Quippy is saying this at all, so I could be just like making up a new thing here. But I could see that the higher standard thing, like even the example you gave again, and I agree with it, but just to think outside, if I was outside the Christian bubble, then it's like well, the implication of that is that that your older child knows more and is in some ways not value superior, but like is like has a higher understanding,
Yep.
which is the implication. But then I could see how to someone who's an atheist, they're like, oh, fuck off, right? Like
Yeah.
you think you have a higher understanding, like so. Even though the reality I think is like, yeah, it's a worse judgment. The result is worse, but the reason for it is because Christians think that they know something that the atheists don't, and so I could see that coming across as.
Well,
And I don't know if that's. I mean, Quippy just said something now, so I don't know if this clarifies. I'm reading this in real time. I'm saying that religious people are hypocrites and they proclaim these higher standards, but never live up to them because they're a human being and not
that's
some
exactly
standard
right.
following robot.
You nailed it in the head. You're right. I'm a hypocrite. That's why I'm not meeting my standard. And Jesus Christ set the standard, and I'm doing my best to live up to there. But you're absolutely right. I am a hypocrite, and I proclaim to be, or I believe to be myself in a superior moral understanding, but yet I'm not living up to that. And I'm trying. And it's like, as a Christian, the only thing I can hope is that Jesus has the mercy to forgive me for not living up to that higher standard.
But that also, yeah, and I agree, and that also applies, I think, to everybody, right? Like,
Yep.
like it's like Quippy. Obviously, you don't live up to your standards. I would hope, otherwise you have very low standards, right? Because we all should have higher standards than what we live up to because of the failings of just being a human from a secular point of view, from a religious point of view. So we should all be hypocrites in that way of where we have higher standards, but we don't actually live up to them. Every human should have that. Otherwise, your standards would be incredibly like piss poor, right? Like you just, if you're like, hey, look, I don't expect anything of myself, then it's like, yeah, you always meet your standards. You're not a hypocrite. I don't know if that's a good thing though.
Yeah, we'll see. And the thing is, I'm not going to hold you up to my standards. So you're going to have more leeway when it comes to you breaking my standards. And it's like, I'm going to expect you to break my standards. You don't live by my standards. But when I break my standards, it's so much more severe than you breaking, I guess, your standards.
So Quippy says, so an atheist who is closer to the standard yet does not believe in the standard is a more moral being. I'll say this, and I guess, yeah, Big Soda, I want to hear your thoughts. So I think it depends in some ways on what we're including in moral. Like if we're looking on a purely like kind of ethics based stuff, then yeah, someone who is an atheist could of course live a way more ethical life, right? I think the calculus changes a bit if we include like the religious stuff, because I think it is moral for me to like worship God, for example. So that would be something that then would be something that is not going to be the exact same. So if by standard we mean like just a purely ethical standard, then yes, an atheist could definitely live closer to the standard, obviously, than a Christian, right? From a pure ethics base.
If we're just viewing ethics and kind of societal norms of what we understand to be what's right and wrong, I would say yes. But I guess when I think of morals, especially from a Christian foundation, I'm looking at good, what is getting me closer to God, and evil, what is separating me from God. So if you're doing something good but you don't believe in God, then you're not getting closer to God. And so no, I don't think just because you do a good thing that makes you a more moral being than me. In fact, I would argue at best we're at the same standard.
Quippy, you're right. Losing all hope was freedom. That is true. That is true.
But I would also say me believing in Jesus Christ doesn't make me a superior moral being than you. There's only one thing I view to be, I guess, morally better than us, which I categorize ourselves as, below that standard, is Jesus Christ. It's like that's the superior moral being. And so everyone else is on the same level trying to do their best to get close to him, or you're not. I just don't think there's any way you can be more of a moral being than me, just because I start off with one of the very few requirements, and that's accepting Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior.
Quippy, your last comment like that, yeah, I always find that to be a commonly said thing, and I don't think, yeah, I think that's a misunderstanding of what the average Christian believes. Like I would say I'm a Christian. Quippy, 100%. There's a good chance you live like a better life than I've fucking led. There's a good chance that I'm not denying that at all. Like, so like, I don't like, to me, what you're saying that like it could be true, but I don't know if that like means anything. Like, I don't know. Yeah. Like that, like absolutely, like yeah. If you're using the whole thing, like could an atheist live like a more moral life? It's like yeah, they 100%. I don't think they have a solid foundation for their morality. I would say that, and I would say they don't have the God piece, which I think is an aspect of morality, right? An important aspect, a very important aspect of morality. But like in terms of an ethical life, or like from the outside point of view, right? Or even like the amount of mistakes I make versus the amount of moral mistakes you make, right? Like yeah, like 100%. Like I would not say no because I'm a Christian and you are an atheist, Quippy. I've definitely lived a better life than you from a religious standard. Like I would not say that, especially if we're talking like ethics and like like what we normally mean. Like maybe you're like super you're like really like let's say you follow all like Christian ethical standards, then it's like I think like sound off, Quippy. Like I wouldn't say that. And you say I don't care I care about what you do. Well, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. I'm saying, I guess I think you're arguing something that I don't think most Christians, or almost all Christians, I think would argue. I've never met someone that said an atheist can't live like a more ethical life than a Christian. That is like somehow not possible. Like, so I don't think, I think that's an argument against, it's like Quixotic, right? Like it's, the guy who fought like the windmills, like Don Quixote, right? So I think it's like, it's the same. It's like you're fighting something that I don't think most people actually believe. Oh, thumping is back from the grave. Thumping, that was the longest pee I've ever seen anyone take.
That was a long pee.
I thought I'd take long pees. Yours was like an hour long.
Like she went to another building to take that pee.
Yeah, I had to
Yeah.
go to a different town. You know,
Yeah.
they don't have a bathroom in my town for my color.
I will say with that comment, if you could bring it up one more time. I think the last comment you brought up.
Was it this one?
I think you'll like this, Thumping. We've been getting into some I
Yeah,
would
I
say
just
Christian
got back
versus
in.
atheist. Yeah. And okay, so the interesting thing about this is, yes, you care about what you do. The problem with that is, yeah, so does everyone who's a non-believer. But the question is on what they do is different. What they what they care about doing is different than what you care about doing. And so the reason I care about standards is because I know Christians all apply by the same standard. And whether they fail or meet that standard, it's a good thing to have because it's not what I say versus what you say. You could make the argument, well, it's all up to interpretations. That is true. But we have we have fundamental standards that we must follow that I don't think there's interpretation on. And so I think I come in at the advantage of at least knowing what to do while you have to figure out the standard of what do you find to be acceptable and what are your preferences and what do you live by and your own code. My code's already established. And so I think I do have an advantage in that aspect.
I think a lot of it comes down to morality as well.
Yep. Or to be honest, cultural.
What side of the morality do you stand on? Like, what is your morality? Because everybody's different. Like, you can follow the Christian code, 100%, but everybody's going to interpret it differently than the next person.
Yeah.
See, I would say I think this is an important. I think this is an important distinction. Quippy says, "Are you saying you were saying you were more moral because you're a religious component to your moral system?" I reject that premise. What I would say personally, I would say, I do think it is obviously, well, being Christian, it's obvious that I would think that it is moral to worship God and to have faith in God. And so in that moral dimension, you have to be honest with you, Quippy, if you're an atheist, I do think I am morally better in that one dimension. But again, there's other dimensions. Like if we're talking about who lies more or who is like gets more angry or who like, you know, everything else that like is also part of like Christian ethics, I wouldn't say that. So overall, I wouldn't say I'm more moral than you. I wouldn't claim that.
We could all be reading the same book, but we could all be taking in a different perspective. Like,
that is a good point.
Where the morality comes in. Like, we could all be reading the same book, the same words at the same time, but we're all going to accept it a different way.
Well, confluence, I think the first thing you need to do is we need to define what he's talking about when he says moral, because by moral, if you just mean your preference, then I would say, well, see, if we're judging your religion, if your religion or what you believe is judging what I believe, then yes, I understand that. Or I understand what he's saying. But if we're judging my religion, my Christianity versus what Chippy believes, then I'm saying, well, there's one standard, I guess, above them all, and that is you must accept the gift that Jesus Christ is your Savior. And not admit, but like, if you admit that, then that is the first dimension you will cross. That is, without doing that, there's no way you're more moral than me, for my opinion. I mean, you can reject that, but it's still my opinion. The same way that statement is his opinion. I'm just saying, from my religious standard, if you don't cross that first standard, then how are you more moral than me? Because my morals are based on what gets me closer to God or what separates me from God. So if I'm judging my morals, then no, if you don't believe in Jesus Christ and accept him as your Lord and Savior, then how can you be more moral than me by my framework?
His morals can be based on the same framework, but it can be different from yours.
Well,
I think the
unless
strongest
you
thing
accept
would
Jesus Christ, then it doesn't matter because he's not more moral than me.
Well,
because
okay, so
I've laid out what my morals are.
So we might actually disagree on.
Well, I mean, maybe.
be reading
because
from the
I actually
same book.
I agree. I just want to read what section 230 said because I actually think it's a more succinct way than I put it. If in every single other way we're equally moral, my faith would put me one step above. So I think if we, assuming the best steel man, I think for Quippy would be, or for us to do with Quippy is, let's say he does hold all of what we think as Christian morality,
see what you're saying.
minus the God stuff, that it's like, then the one dimension that would separate us, if we are, then would be that God dimension.
That's fair.
And but maybe where you and me disagree is I would agree with Quippy that, let's say I'm going around unaliving people and raping people, but I sincerely believe and trust that Christ is my savior. I would say, yeah, Quippy is more moral than me, I would say, in that case.
Yeah.
Right. Even though even if he doesn't have a good moral grounding, let's say, right, I would still say that, yeah, if I'm like doing a bunch of untoward nonsense, right?
I would still say, I mean, I guess.
See, Quippy, I just disavow that. I disavow this. This is fucking.
That's a good point.
Quippy, this is insane what you just said. The fact that your belief structure comes prepackaged makes you less of a moral being. I mean, say more.
Hang
Quippy.
on.
I don't even understand.
First, we need to define, Chippy, when you say moral, what do you mean? Do you mean the societal agreed upon morality structure? Or are you talking about a moral structure that you've picked up preference? Are we talking, do you adhere to something? Is there some standard that everyone, like an objective standard? Like, because I don't know. Because if we're talking moral, I mean, if I like confluence, like you said, if I think it's moral to go around just doing whatever I want, am I adhering to my morals more than you are? If I'm going around doing whatever I want and you're restricted, I would say yes, I'm adhering because it's my preference. This is what I want to do. This is kind of like what Brandon was talking about, where it's, I guess, his preference is over other people's preference. So, of course, if I'm defining morals as that, then he's adhering to his preference more than I am.
But as Christians and reading all that, aren't we supposed to believe and accept everybody that's around us?
I guess it depends what you mean by accept.
Yeah,
like accept
verbatim
like
what I was going to say.
No, I don't think we're supposed to accept people for who they are.
Love, yes. I don't think accept is the same as love.
Yeah.
I would say.
So what's the difference there? What's the difference?
Okay, so if a communist tells me that I have to denounce my religion, am I supposed to accept that because that's their belief?
No.
Right, yeah, there you go. But I'm gonna love that person because that person was made in the image of God.
Yeah. All right.
I think you can even go further about you. I think it's fine to reject even aspects of who a person is. Like, if you, I'd have a hard time loving, let's say, a John Wayne Gacy or like a Ted Bundy, but it's it's like maybe I'm called to love them, but I'm certainly not called to accept what they're doing, right? So like if I'm talking to John, there's some serial killers that even on death row, right, they're like flipping people off and they're like saying heinous stuff, right? There's some people that even at the end of their life, they're using their final moments.
Okay, let me ask you something else. If they did something like, what if one of their heinous crimes were to somebody that you loved or something to you, would you be able to forgive them?
Me, I don't think.
No,
me probably not.
Forgiveness is a big structure.
Yes, but I'm also flawed, and God knows this.
I think I'm called to forgive those who want forgiveness, at least. But like, would I be able to?
They don't have to want it to be forgiven, but could you forgive them?
Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, does God forgive sinners that don't ask for forgiveness?
Yes.
Wait, no, he doesn't. What do you mean?
What do you mean he doesn't?
I mean, like,
do not hit it and give it back to me. Hit it and give it back to me. Okay, because we've gone through it. My bad. I'm talking with my wife.
Are you smoking a blunt with your wife? Because you said hit it and give it back to me. Are you guys like smoking some weed right now?
No, she keeps trying to lay with the vape, and I'm telling her no.
No, but that's a big thing is the forgiveness in the Bible, because it's the hate in the heart. You can't have hate in the heart. If you hate, you can't forgive. And if you forgive, you don't have hate in your heart.
But are we told to forgive people who don't ask or want forgiveness? Because like even God, again, from Christian theology, does not do that, right? That's the whole concept of like, hell and stuff, right? It's like God forgives those who repent and want forgiveness, right? Like that. So why would we be called if Ted Bundy doesn't want forgiveness? I mean, maybe this is just me, but like, yeah, when people are like, oh, I forgive this person, I'm like, I don't know if they're asking for forgiveness. Sure. Do you forgive someone who like doesn't even desire to have forgiveness? I don't know.
Ooh, I don't know. Compliments are challenging. I challenge it.
Okay, well, yeah, sound
Jesus,
off.
no.
I would say I'm Section 230 coded right now. Not forgiving doesn't mean you have to hate them. It's like, yeah, I think you should hate the person, but I don't see a reason.
Yeah, we're called to forgive, and I think the reason why we should try our best to forgive. Now, we're not perfect beings, so I don't think that it's easy to forgive, or it can be done.
Well,
I think the effort has to be there.
Somebody that you can forgive and should forgive somebody who, if they don't ask for it.
But on the level of, if we're talking, is that something Jesus does? I don't think so. I don't think Jesus is going to force you to forgive him or force you to.
What do you mean by that?
Be forgiven. Okay, so if someone doesn't accept Jesus Christ, their Lord and Savior, that belief is not going to be forced upon them. So Jesus is not going to forgive the person if they're not asking for it. He's not going to forgive them.
He does forgive them.
Well, they still go to hell. They're separated from God. So what do you mean by? I guess we're arguing over the semantic difference of what
he goes up to somebody and says, "I don't believe in you." He still forgives them. It doesn't matter where they go. He still forgives them.
Well, yes, but forgiveness is something you have to accept. It's not something that it's a gift.
They don't have. That's the whole thing I'm saying. They don't have to accept it. They don't have to accept your forgiveness. You can still forgive them.
But where? Okay, so I mean, it's been a long time. It's been a long time.
I think we're.
But what's the something you said? Like the Bible tells us to forgive people even if they don't want forgiveness. Like what passage are we like talking about there? Because like maybe it's been a while since I've been in my
Matthew 18:22 and Mark 11:25.
Matthew, this is not better not be forgive your enemies, because that's not the same thing. 18:22
and then Mark 11:25.
Wait, no, that's Jesus' response to Peter. How many times should you forgive someone? And he tells you, Jesus says not 7 times but 77 times. That's that passage, yeah.
No, can you read it to me? Both of them?
Yeah. Okay, I think I'm sharing it, but where's the?
Hold on. I gotta bring my screen up.
Just 22 is just Jesus answered, "I tell you, not 7 times, but 77 times." So I'll go to the full thing. Okay, so then Peter came to Jesus and asked, "Lord, how many times shall I forgive my brother or sister who sins against me? Up to 7 times?" Jesus answered, "I tell you, not 7 times, but 77 times." But that's not saying, that's like the way I would read that would be like,
okay,
someone who sins against you and is like, "Hey, I'm sorry." So Big Soda like does something really bad, and he's like, "Hey, would you forgive me?" And I should forgive him.
There's many.
I'm pretty sure this is in conversation to Peter, if I'm not mistaken.
Many passages to this. There's a Mark 11:25. There's also
okay. One at a time.
Yeah,
Mark 11:25. Okay, what's the? Okay, have faith in God. Jesus answered, "Truly I tell you, if anyone says to this mountain, go throw yourself to the sea, and does not doubt in their heart, but believes that what they say will happen, it will be done for them. Therefore I tell you, whatever you ask for in prayer, believe that you received it, and it will be yours. And when you stand praying, if you hold anything against anyone, forgive them, so that your Father in heaven may forgive you your sins." Yeah, I guess
this is what I'll use to counter it. If you deny me in front of the Father, I will.
Hold on.
Me in front of the Father.
Hold on.
No, you're good.
Hold on, Big Seta.
Go
Because
for it.
there's another one of Matthew 18:23 to 18:35.
Matthew 23.
No, Matthew 18:23
Okay.
through 35.
Okay, therefore the kingdom of heaven is like a king. I think I'm still sharing this. Let me zoom in a bit. Therefore the kingdom of heaven is like a king who wanted to settle accounts with his servants. As he began to settlement, a man who owed him 10,000 bags of gold was brought to him. Since he was not able to pay, the master ordered that he and his wife and his children and all that he had be sold to repay the debt. At this, the servant fell on his knees before him. Be patient with me, he begged, and I'll pay back everything. The servant's master took pity on him, canceled the debt, and let him go. When the servant went out, he found one of his fellow servants who owed him 100 silver coins. He grabbed him and began to choke him. Pay back what you owe, he demanded. His fellow servant fell to his knees and begged him, be patient with me and I'll pay it back. But he refused. Instead, he went off and had the man thrown in prison until he could pay his debt. When the other servants saw what had happened, they were outraged and went and told their master everything that had happened. When the master called the servant in, you wicked servant, he said, I canceled all that debt of yours because you begged me to. Shouldn't you have had mercy on your fellow servant just as I had on you? In anger, his master handed him over to the jailers to be tortured until he should pay it back. Pay back all you owe. This is how my heavenly Father will treat each of you unless you forgive your brother or sister from your heart. I mean,
you see the
even in
difference,
this,
though?
the guy asks for forgiveness. The guy,
Yeah.
I mean, he falls on his knees and so
Okay, but before the scriptures I had you read before, did they ask for it?
For you to do it, correct.
the only one I think is the one that's in your heart, that when you're praying, if you like hold anything against someone, that you should
The
forgive
Matthew
them.
18:22, right?
No, the Mark one. Matthew
Yeah,
18:22 is like
the Mark
just the
11:25.
Peter one.
The Mark
Yeah,
11:25, yeah.
That one. And I would say, I mean, that's I think in your heart, if you like are holding something against someone, I think that you should let it go. I don't know.
But that's somebody in the Bible that's not even Jesus like saying himself, that's somebody in the Bible that Jesus like presented with.
Wait, what do you mean?
So-
This is just Jesus like just talking.
So wouldn't Jesus want everybody to forgive everybody, like even if they didn't ask for it? In a sense,
I mean, I don't. I think
that's just a couple. Like that's not. There's a lot more I could tell you to read throughout the Bible.
I
know,
guess
but
I'm a
That they
little confused at
don't
what we're
get on
disagreeing
They don't
on.
get on their knees and then they beg. There's a lot of non-beggars that ask for forgiveness, that are given forgiveness.
are
for
they asking
wrongdoing.
for it?
Yeah.
Like where are we told to forgive people even when they're not wanting forgiveness at all? Like is there a verse that like actually says that? Because this is probably the closest one I think that you've said, which I agree. Like but this is when you're praying, the way I read this, if you're like convicted of something, you're like, oh, I'm still holding on to this like grudge. You should you should let that go. You should have like grace on that person.
Okay.
I don't know if that's the same as like someone actively being like, look, I killed someone and I'll do it again because I don't give a shit.
Okay,
Right. Like I don't know.
I think I was confused at what we were arguing. I thought we were saying that Jesus forgives everybody for not believing.
Well, we're talking about that's what I brought up,
Yeah.
because my argument was why would we be called to do something that God himself doesn't do? I don't think we're called to forgive absolutely everybody if they don't want it at all. If they expressly are like, I don't want forgiveness.
Yeah.
It's like, there's a degree where you're holding on to that in your heart that's unhealthy.
Before is everybody okay? Everybody reads the Bible differently, and everybody interprets it differently, right? So we take these scriptures, even just not those few that Confluence read to us that I gave to him, but there's more in the Bible that we have heard that I've read myself that conflicts on kind of forgiving everybody in a sense. Like we forgive. Because if you can't hold hate in your heart without forgiveness. Like you have to forgive without that hate.
This is why I think Confluence hit the nail on the head. We are called to forgive, which means we can give forgiveness to you as a gift, but if you don't accept it, then we just move on with our lives. I don't think we're forced to then keep trying to have you or keep trying to make that person forgive you.
I get what you're saying, yeah. But another thing, what I was saying before is because you guys were saying like you don't have to forgive everybody. That's what I was going off of, is what you guys were saying is you guys don't have to forgive people.
But no, okay, just what you just sent me in Discord was Colossians 3.
I probably got confused. And
no. I mean, there could be some element. You're right, because I mean, to be fair, I think there is a calling. I think you are called to forgive, but I think I would interpret that to mean God would want you to give the same gift that He's giving you, and that's why He's saying, 77 times 77 is how many times you should forgive someone for a transgression, because that's supposed to equal what God did for you by forgiving your sins. But
He doesn't want you to come. He doesn't want you to hold this hate in your heart.
Yes. Well, that's the act of you giving the forgiveness. If they don't accept that gift, then you move on, and that's your peace with it.
Yeah. I guess that's what I was saying, because like it sounded from me. Yeah. It sounded like you guys didn't want to forgive. So
it could have been us. That
was my confusion. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, I would say, I could be wrong on this. I want to forgive people that want forgiveness, is what I would say.
Well, you should offer it.
Like that's the thing is, even if they don't want it, we could still give it to them.
Yeah, but like this is what you sent me on Discord that I have up right now. Forgive as the Lord forgave you, right? In Colossians and in Ephesians, forgiving each other just as Christ God forgave you. But the reason that the Lord has forgiven us is because we have repented of our sins and we've accepted Jesus Christ as our sacrifice and stuff. So both of these are Paul, and it's both times Paul is specifying. He's not just saying just forgive just people who don't want it. He's saying forgive in the same way that Christ has forgiven you. But Christ doesn't forgive everybody, right? Christ.
That's where my confusion was. Is it sounded like we can forgive them in our hearts, even if they accept it or not. But we forgive them. But from what it sounded like when you guys were talking before, it sounded like you guys didn't want to forgive them. That was my confusion.
Well, okay. Well, to be fair, some element of me may not want to forgive them, but then I would appeal to the higher standard that's set before me, and I would still offer it, even though it's probably something I would not want to do.
Yeah, but
I'm just a dumb ape on earth worshiping someone who's perfect. So I would have to appeal to that perfectness to know more than I do.
The one thing I'll be, and maybe this is why Thumping was hearing this, because I'm not sure on this. I'm trying to think it through right now. Like, if there was, let's say, a John Wayne Gacy in front of me, right, and he's laughing in my face after he's killed my family. It's he doesn't want the forgiveness. Do I have an onus to be you know what, John Wayne Gacy, I forgive you. He's not trying to repent at all. He doesn't want to. Do I, or if he's look, fuck your forgiveness before I even say anything, do I have a biblical obligation to be okay, even I'm going to forgive you anyway, even if you don't want it at all? Because my instinct is to say no. I think it's offered. If he repents to me, then yes, I think I am called to forgive him. But if he doesn't fucking want that,
if he doesn't want it, it doesn't matter. It's what you believe in your heart. If you truly can forgive somebody in your belief for somebody of that measure, then all that matters is what's in your heart. It doesn't matter if he.
I know, but I don't know if you should be forgiven without some level repentance or wanting forgiveness. Like, I don't know if
I do agree with that, but I guess Confluence, where I'll challenge you at is
I agree with what you're saying, Confluence. I really do. I truly agree with what you're saying. But it's what's in your heart, because you're not taking somebody else's heart with you to heaven. If you're not taking somebody else's heart with you when you pass on, you're taking only yourself and your beliefs. So if you take everything in your beliefs and if you forgive somebody for the wrongdoing that they did, even if they don't comprehend it or not, if you forgave them as your whole self, that's what matters. It doesn't matter about the second hand. It doesn't matter about who you're forgiving.
Okay, I see that, and I'm trying to think of because I feel like there's something inside me that is like is itching, and I think this is maybe an example, and I have no idea. So y'all tell me what you all think of this. So I think one thing that bugs me is if someone has harmed you, then I think it's like, okay, then it's like, yes, I think it's like when people say like, okay, I forgive you, even if you don't want it, like Jesus on the cross, right? When he is forgiving the people that did it to him, right? It's like, okay, I get that. But there's like been like certain like murder cases, right? Where let's say someone's like daughter is unalived, and then it's like they're saying on the stand to the killer, I forgive you. That always has bugged me. That always just like sticks in me. And I'm like, you don't have the right, because she is the one. You are harmed by being, the parent, let's say. But if you have like a 16-year-old that's been killed, it's like they're the ones that actually had the crime happen. You are suffering because you're a parent, but I don't think you have the right. You can forgive the stuff that you're holding on to, but you can't grant them forgiveness if they don't want it for hurting someone else that's not you. That's always like bugged me.
To be fair, they're not. It's a personal forgiveness, but I mean, there's only one person that forgives.
They're not forgiving for the personal, like for the person that it happened to. They're forgiving the person that it happened to, like emotionally or physically. Like, because if you have a daughter or a son that is murdered and you're going up to court, you're forgiving the person for the hurt that's put onto the parent.
I know, but doesn't it feel like it's assuaging a bit of their guilt?
It's not because honestly, if you're a kid and if you're murdered, who else is going to go up there and defend you? Who is going to go up there?
But it feels like it always hits me as a bit of a betrayal. Like,
no,
let's remove maybe that child component. Let's say it's like a close friend of mine gets unalived. Who am I to go up there and say to the murderer, you know what? I forgive you. It's like the person that should be forgiving you is Christ, and the second person is the person you unalived. And it's like, so I don't know. I can't speak. It feels like it's speaking on their behalf in some ways when it's like, I forgive you. It's like, I can't forgive.
Confluence, that's who you're speaking on as well. It's when you're up there. You're not just speaking on yourself. You're speaking on the spiritual sense of God.
But I have no authority. I have no authority to do that.
I think you're only forgiving the fact that you're in a situation where you morally despise this person, and you're forgiving your transgression for treating another of God's creation this. Because you can make the same argument that you've made the same transgressions against Jesus. That's why he had to come down and forgive your sins. And so if
because I want forgiveness, though, I'm saying there's situations, right, where in these there's been a lot of cases where it's like the people on stand are like, you know what, I forgive you, and that the murderer is just like fucking, he doesn't give a shit, he doesn't want forgiveness.
Well,
so now you're offering forgiveness on a dead person's behalf, and it's like, what do they think? What does the dead person think? Would they forgive them? I mean, they can't speak because they're not alive.
It's not on the dead person's behalf. It's only on your behalf.
Yep.
But then I think that
w-
has to be specified. I think you should say,
I don't.
can't
I
say.
think
I know
you're-
it's a
I
lot
think
of
you're-
words.
yeah.
But I think you should be saying, I can't. They might not forgive you. I don't know, and I can't know because you unalive them. But the harm that I am experiencing, which is definitionally lesser than the harm you caused them, right? I forgive that emotional pain I'm feeling. I feel like just because to grant someone forgiveness for unaliving
You're
someone
not-
else,
you're not
I just feel like it's
granting
not
anybody-
your place.
You're not granting anything. You're just offering them forgiveness.
Okay, should I? Okay, actually, okay. Then where do we extend this? Should I send a letter to Luigi Mangione or to Tyler Robinson and say, I forgive you? I would
What do
feel
you-
wrong about saying that.
What
'Cause,
do you think
who am
God
I
would
to-
do? What do you
who am I to
think
do
God
that?
would want you to do?
I don't think God wants me to send a letter to Tyler Robinson saying I forgive him. I don't
You-
think that. I think that
Okay,
would be a wrong thing for me to do.
But because he transgressed against another person, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so what happens when you transgress against God?
Well, then what do you mean? Then I'm transgressing against God, and
Have you transgressed against God?
yeah. I mean, you know.
Okay. Yeah, and he still gave you forgiveness. He still gave you forgiveness, correct?
But I want it.
But
And it's between me and God.
he
It's
had
not,
to
it's
he
not
had
a
to
third
offer
party.
it beforehand, correct?
Yes, but who am I to offer forgiveness to? I mean, do you think you should send Tyler Robinson a letter telling him that you forgive him?
Am I going to do it? Probably not, but that's probably because I'm a bad Christian.
But you think you should? You think, like, on behalf of Charlie and Erica, that you just a random person?
Wait,
you should be
wait,
like, you know what? I forgive you.
Wait, on behalf of who? I'm only speaking for myself. I'm only speaking for the things that he did to me.
I know, but I would actually think. So I guess this is the disconnect. Not only, like you're saying, you should do it, but you probably wouldn't because you're an imperfect person.
Yeah.
I think if I did it, I think that is actually morally wrong. If I sent a message to Tyler Robinson saying I forgive you, I think that would be me like sinning.
So it says, so Jesus doesn't ask you to offer the gift of forgiveness?
I think I should say, if I was going to write a letter, then I think the best thing for me to say would be like, look, Jesus is offering his forgiveness, and are you willing to accept it? I would not just send a letter saying, I forgive you, Tyler Robinson, because I feel like I'm just assuaging his guilt for something that I'm not connected to at all.
Let's get hyper specific because I've got a biblical example.
Big soda. You can say for yourself that is a bit far fetched.
What
for this situation? The whole Tyler Robinson, it's far fetched.
Yeah, I mean, if you feel compelled to offer the same forgiveness that Christ gave you, what's far fetched is up to you.
See, Thumping, you're conflu pilled, aren't you? You're conflu pilled on the Tyler Robinson example.
No, let me give you an example. Okay,
I'm not saying I wouldn't forgive him, but this is far fetched, even for Big Soda, for saying this.
Is it?
It is.
How?
It is. Because you're going deeper and deeper and deeper. You're trying, like.
I'm holding the same standard I said, even if it was your own child.
Yeah.
Do you believe? If you believe God instructed you to do this, then you do this.
What did Confluence tell you if he had his own child?
What? Wait. Repeat that again.
Did Confluence tell you what he would say with his own child?
He said he wouldn't forgive him.
He went, okay, so leave it at that. So why go deeper and deeper and deeper in somebody that already gave their opinion on something?
Okay, that's not precise. That's not.
It's a conversation, so I'm gauging on what he feels with this interpretation.
It's going. You're just going a little bit too far here.
How? Wait.
I mean,
how am I going too far? Yeah, he brought up Tyler Robinson. He asked me what I thought about it, and so I gave my opinion on it.
Just to clarify, and I'm trying to like figure this out as I'm talking. So this is. I'm
okay,
not.
So where can we land this plane here on this whole conversation to move on to the next?
So Big Soda wants to say something, but briefly, I just want to say, I think if someone killed my child, I think I can forgive them for the emotional harm that they have caused me, but I think I would be very concerned about implying that I'm somehow bequeathing forgiveness from my child onto them. You know,
Yeah.
because especially the older the child is, if I have like a 17-year-old child or a 23-year-old child, I think that's not my place. The person you need to ask for forgiveness, you fucking murk them. So it's like I can say only from myself, and I would be very clear about that. So I could send a message to Tyler Robinson to go back to that to say, hey, the harm I personally, even though I'm disconnected, I can't tell you that Erica forgives you or that Charlie would forgive you or that anyone else. I could just say that the harm you've caused me, I offer you forgiveness. That's the most I could say. If I just said I forgive you, I think I'm doing something wrong.
Only if you felt there was a transgression. Okay, now, because I really thought this was an interesting conversation because I think we were coming to the core issue of the problem. But after this, we can move on. So when the previous, I think it was the Thumping Weevil verse that. Was it Mark? The one where, or no, it's Matthew's, the 77 times 77.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, it has to deal with Matthew's conversation about Peter and because I think Peter asked forgiveness for Matthew, and Matthew couldn't grasp that conception of why he would forgive Peter because Peter was a tax collector. He's the one that put Matthew. There was a situation with taxes that he was involved in. Huh?
Are you talking about Matthew 18:22?
Yeah, the specific verse.
I don't think I don't have it in front of me. I think Peter's question. I thought it comes kind of out of nowhere. I could pull up again.
Is it Peter asking the question, or is it Matthew asking the question? I thought Matthew was asking the question.
It was I said Matthew. Jesus tells Peter to.
Yeah.
No, it's in the book of Matthew. It's not Matthew asking. It's in the book of Matthew. It's Peter asking.
Okay, so it's I mean, I may have these names mixed up. So
I mean, I might have. I don't have a. I mean, shame on. I don't have it pulled up right now.
Forgiveness is 7 times, but should be extended to 70 times 7.
Yes, and what if I remember correctly, the reason why this is being asked is because Peter is asking Matthew whether he should forgive someone who transgressed against him.
No, I don't think that's correct.
You don't think so?
No, so I have it shared now. I don't know if you can see this.
Okay.
But so
hold
on. So
where are you at here?
So this is in Matthew 18 or Matthew. Wait, is this 18? Let me see. Oh, it's way too much. Matthew 18.
If I'm not mistaken, he's having a conversation with someone. This is not him preaching. This is him having a conversation with someone.
Yeah, well, but no one specific. Like, so it says, at the time the disciples came to Jesus and asked.
Okay.
And it continues on, and then it goes into parables.
Question was something.
And then yes, and then we get, and then so the last thing before, and these things, I mean, we might all know this, but these are not written in the original Greek. These are added, right? And so it's an arbitrary divider, but it stemmed from, again, truly I tell you, if 2 of you on earth agree about anything they ask for it, it will be done for them by my Father in heaven. For where 2 or 3 gather in my name, there am I with them. And then Peter seems to come out of nowhere. And then Peter came to Jesus and asked him, Lord, how many times should I forgive my brother or sister sins?
It's a personal conversation. That's what I meant. It's a conversation between 2 people. Peter came to him and they had a conversation about at what point should he forgive someone who transgressed him. And Jesus is explaining to Peter that, okay, I think Peter asked Jesus, what about 7 transgressions? Should I keep forgiving him? And then Jesus goes to the extreme saying, not only 7 times, but 77 times 7. Completion till completion.
Yeah.
Yes. And he's kind of laying out this example of, I want you to forgive him the same way I forgave you. Except my forgiveness for you was so much greater than your 7 transgressions.
But I guess if this is an example against my thing, like, to me, this would apply if, like, you, Big Soda, let's say you do something bad against me, right? And then you're like, hey, look, I'm really sorry about that. You know, like, that was a mistake. That's not who I am, right? That's what that's talking about. And I would forgive you. And if it happens again, I think that's why Peter's asking, like, how many times, right? And it's like, and Jesus saying, basically an infinite amount of times. Like,
it's a flip scenario, to be fair. It's flip because he's explaining from the from the side of at what point do I forgive someone who's already asked for, to be forgiven, if that makes sense.
Right. So yeah,
Yeah.
so I guess like so yeah,
But
in the weird situation of like the Tyler Robinson thing, then it's like, well, yeah, if Tyler Robinson asked me, hey, is forgiveness a possibility, or do you forgive me for what I did? And I'm seeking repentance, and he does it over and over. I would think this passage applies, but for me to go out of my
fair.
way,
That's fair. This is probably more toward this is probably a different example because it's someone forgiving you, and then he's asking, well, what do I do with that? Do I just accept that forgiveness? Do I forgive him back? And how to handle that. So that's fair.
Oh, section 30 he might already be gone, but section 30, if you're not gone, good night, brother. I'm sorry, I was
yeah, but
I'm full screened.
I'm gonna have to get to bed.
We missed. I'm just gonna say I've been like keeping a side eye on it, but there has been a whole fight between section 230 and Quippy that's been going on for the past like 45 minutes. They're calling each other gay and shit. I mean, the best of times. Okay, the best of times. So I'm just saying, it's a little side thing for anyone who wants to, go back in the comments. There has been a side conversation happening while we've been having this talk.
This should probably run me up a wall. I can already see some of Quippy's.
Oh, good. Section 230. At least I get to say good night to you.
Yeah, I will say.
Yeah, this is probably a good summary. He called me gay. I called him okay, yeah, both. Both people. Look, I defeated her. And then, the gay and the say, we can kind of see it's about who's gay, who's sus, who's he uses. Okay, I understand,
But anyways, compliments. I gotta be getting to bed. It's 2:30 in the morning. I got work at 6:30.
Oh God. Okay, brother. Well, as always, Big Soda.
Hey, bro, fun.
Fucking love you, brother.
Hey, y'all guys have a good night. Yeah, enjoy the rest of it.
God bless. Topanga, you're like never the last one in chat. That's crazy. That's crazy. Why are you even still up? I mean, you should be still up. You should be still up because there's a little more Ana Kasparian to go through. Okay, we're not going to finish the video, and I mean, Topanga might already be like cooked anyway. But I want to at least finish the Israel part, which is only like 5 minutes left, and then everything else I think is not really much based on this, although who knows? I mean, it depends. Tomorrow, though, for the probably like 4 people that are still watching, again, Indian Jesus against Tyler, the average debate enjoyer, is going to be hosted on my channel at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So be tuned in for that.
Enabling of this look, it's an expansionist policy. If Israel wasn't trying to continue expanding in the Middle East, so I don't think they would be dealing with the enmity, like the enemies that they're dealing with.
They've never been asked. They've never been trying to expand.
They're trying to annex the West Bank right now and Lebanon.
That's not expanding. I'm just gonna say that. Not expanding. Not expanding. They want to expand the settlements, but is Israel trying to expand outside of what the Israelites call Israel proper?
Southern Lebanon and Syria, which they've succeeded in.
These are all
even though I'm
not
super pro settlement.
When they became a country in 1947, they said, okay, we will accept half a loaf. They had as much right to that land as anybody. There was a continual presence there.
Didn't try to do that, Big Soda.
When King David had a
kingdom.
I'm
trying to challenge you.
Oh, okay, but it's relevant.
You can't.
It's relevant to people. It's relevant.
You can't wipe out innocent people because you used to live there like centuries ago.
You're calling them colonizers. They're not colonizers.
They're expanding and they're annexing land. That's what colonizers do.
First of all, the holidays are that special time of year when everyone is going to go. What you built something that
reach up.
Oh my god! Oh, it's a Zin ad. Oh my god! Oh my god! I feel like this is personally talking to me. I feel like Bill Maher is talking to me. Oh my god! Crazy. I'm establishing a parasocial relationship. Look at that. Zin comes and what does that say? Spice cider espresso martini? God, I wish Canada sold espresso martini
Addictive
zins.
chemical.
Oh my God, I'd use like a million of those
Again,
a
they
stream.
were willing to take half a
Holy
loaf.
shit,
Then they
sponsor
were
me,
attacked
Zin, okay?
in
Like I
19
have like so
Excuse
many
me, let me-
It's way
viewers
more
right
complicated
now.
than that, but it's okay.
Well, I don't know
Sponsor
if you
me.
know the history.
Mhm.
In
I
19
do really well.
Really?
Yeah.
Tell me the war.
So, for instance,
when
one
were
of
they?
the
When were they
issues-
attacked? What
Okay,
wars?
so in 1967, when
that
they
was the
decide-
first time.
No, that
Since
wasn't the
turning
first
gay.
time.
When
But
was
Only me and
they
you.
Espresso
have
martini.
offered land to the Palestinians, land that
Is it
Thumping
only
your
me and
back.
you, Confluence?
It's yeah, big. Everyone has pieced out. I'm finishing the Israel portion of
Well,
this. Somebody-
I have to go. I'm sorry.
that's
I'm
fine.
sorry.
That's fine. I understand. There's only a few minutes left, so I expected everyone will peace out.
We love
Oh,
you, Confluence.
I love you too. I love you too. And I hope you have a good
Hold on.
night.
Wait. Hold on. I got my.
You better be giving me that heart back. There we go. Disavow. Always be loving, Topanga. Always be loving. Thank you for sticking with me and coming
Probably
back
not.
after an incredibly long pee. But yeah,
Mhm.
have a good night and God
It
bless
was a
you,
long
Topanga.
pee. A long
Very long
penis.
pee. Oh, okay. Yeah, truth comes out. Again, I haven't seen proof otherwise. Again, do have a private, unironic. I think it sounds like a joke when I say me and Topanga and Frankie have a private Facebook message group, but it is an actual true statement, And so, waiting for those pics. Okay, so yeah, we got like 2 minutes left. I could do this alone. Who said I can't do this alone? I'm not feeling anxious because no one's up here with me. That's not happening at all.
belong to them in the first
totally
place.
fine reacting
The-
to
the
Didn't
myself.
belong solely to
The
them.
whole point
Comfortable
of this
alone,
whole
okay?
two-state solution
I don't
was,
need someone else.
okay, we'll give you this territory if you promise
Yeah,
not to
okay.
militarize.
There we go.
Without a
Quippy.
military, you don't have a
Quippy
country.
is still here.
You don't
Quippy's
have a
been here-
country without a
Quippy, you've been
military.
here
You don't have a
from the
country without
beginning.
borders.
And he's
right?
here till the end.
Without a military, you can't defend
Appreciate
your
you,
borders.
Quippy.
So if I were engaging in these negotiations with the Israelis, I would say, listen, I respect the territory that you're offering. However, we need to militarize. We need to protect our borders. To me, that's a big thing.
But that's not what they ever used it for. Again, they gave Gaza back in 2005. They could have
They
chosen.
didn't give Gaza back into. They left Gaza, but didn't really leave Gaza when they have
Bec-
complete control over the territory.
Because they kept
Then-
being attacked.
Bill.
Just let me finish one
Okay,
sentence.
go ahead.
They could have turned Gaza into a state that was much more like, I don't know, Dubai or something if they wanted to. They didn't. Hamas took over right away. They never had elections after that.
Mhm.
They were
You're right about
terrorists.
that. You're right
They're a-
about the elections.
They're
Yes.
a terrorist mafia. Their own population is terrorized by them. They don't like them. All they did was import weapons from
Not
Iran,
according to
build
opinion
tunnels,
polls.
and use it to prosecute this war against Israel. They never used it. So of course Israel is going to be defensive. Their issue was they were not defensive enough, which is why October 7th happened.
So you're making good points.
Yeah,
I'm going to
that's
concede to
true.
some of them, not all of them. But
Oh, I don't even
But
know why
Bill-
you want to talk about this.
I know.
It's
One
just
more,
like-
I'll ask you one more question.
it's
and we can
it's
move on.
frustrating because the
My problem is, okay, even if I concede entirely to everything you're saying,
I feel like multiple people in my chat have been like, why are you even talking about this? And then Bill Maher is like, why are we even talking about this? Relatable, Bill. Relatable. I often wonder how we view warfare in the modern era. I often wonder how we view warfare in the modern era has changed shapes. I feel like I'm reading this wrong. I often wonder how we view warfare in the modern era has changed shape. I feel like there's a very obvious typo that I'm not picking up on. So I'm gonna keep trucking because I feel like I should be able to figure out what the typo was there, but I can't right now. Change shape. Oh, probably shaped. Has change shaped our perception of these conflicts. It was not long ago that it was woe to the conquered. Yeah. Oh, a comma after. Okay, I often wonder how we view warfare in the modern era has changed. Shapes our perception of these conflicts. It was not long ago that it was woe to the conquered. I'm not sure. I guess I don't know what you mean by woe. Do you mean like woe to the conquered in like a for real way? Or do you mean it in like a, like might makes right kind of way? Like, I don't know if the thing in quotes is like a Like, are you saying we've become more jaded, or have we become more empathetic, I guess, is what I'm curious about. Because I could weirdly see either argument. In some ways, well, no, I can. I'm trying now. Now I'm wondering. I think we've become more empathetic, largely. So, I mean, you tell me if that's what you mean or not. I think back in the day, it was more just like, yeah, whoever won, they fucking won, and then it's like, skill issue for the loser. Is that what you're saying? Because if you're saying that, I think I agree with that. I think in modern times, I think we've become more empathetic. If you're saying the opposite, then I guess I would love to hear why. Because I could be convinced, seeing as I didn't have a strong position 10 seconds ago. But, but that's what my strong opinion is now, that I think we become more empathetic. Like that we used to accept, so that we used to accept that might makes right. And now that in this modernized world, we have unreasonable expectation about Warfare and its cause. Okay, yes, okay. Then I'm Quippy's revenge pilled right now. Yes, I agree with you. Yeah. I think that I think part of it I think is a growth of empathy, which I think is a good thing. Like I think broadly, this is the good part of it. I think broadly we've become more empathetic. And I think that is broadly a good thing to look into other circumstances and try to understand where they're coming from. And I think also with now we're disconnected in some ways because we can be like me right now, obviously not in Israel or, Gaza, right? But I can see footage of it. So I can kind of be objective and analyze it. Whereas I think that's why when it's kind of a mistake I think I myself make when I look at like cruel statements on both sides. It's like it's probably different to actually be in those war zones on either side. If you're a Gazan, it's probably very easy to be very angry against Israel, right? Like if you actually imagine yourself as a Gazan, and it's probably very easy if you're an Israelite to be very mad at Gaza. And so I think in our modern era, I think we see more empathy because we're more disconnected, but we still can see it because we have video feeds and we have the internet. And so I can look at the horrors of October 7th, or I can look at the dead bodies in Palestine, and I can kind of from an objective standpoint feel empathy in that way. And so I think that's kind of a normal thing. Now the negative of that, I think, is that then we can have so much, there's a level of empathy or an imbalance where I think we become maybe weak, where it's like we're not, and I think this is what you're kind of speaking of, where we have unreasonable expectations about warfare and its consequences. And we have become so disconnected because, again, I live here and I don't live in those places, that it's easy for me to just be like, war bad. This video makes me feel bad. So war bad, suffering bad. And those are true things, but they have to be balanced in some way with like some level of like logic of understanding, like some things are going to happen. Some wars have to be fought. And it's like, if I had video footage of every atrocity in World War II on either side, I'd probably be horrified all around. I'd be like, yeah, there's stuff that the Brits or the US did. And it's like seeing there's dead children in every war, right? Seeing that would like probably black pill me on the whole situation. And so, yeah, there's a degree that I think it's good to have empathy. And there's a degree that in our modern world that we don't have enough strength. And I think both of those are probably a result of us being broadly disconnected from the conflict, but having direct access to seeing the conflict. So it both causes empathy, but also causes us to then not balance it out with like an actual like logical, more intellectual side of things. That probably was like incredibly long-winded, but them my thoughts. That's why I'm very reticent to weigh in on other people's violent struggles. Like, who am I to decide what is the right move to make in that situation? Yeah, and I do have that awareness. I mean, random side tangent, but I mean, it's like almost two. So I'll just give it to you real quick. There was one time, because I after October 7th, was thinking a lot about this Israel stuff, right? It was a very disturbing event to me. But one time I was like drunk at a friend's house, and I went outside for a cigarette, and for some reason it like hit me all of a sudden, and I was like, I think because I was in like such an altered state of mind, like I was really drunk, that I was like, if I did, and I felt like there was some way where I actually like could in some way at least understand more than my normal state of what it might be like to be on the other side of things. Because this was like on the back of October 7th. So I was like very Israel pilled at the time. But then like to actually think, okay, what's it like to be growing up in this environment? And all of a sudden I was like, you know what? I think I can understand that you might do violence in these cases, you know, and it was just like I mean, I was also very drunk, so grain of salt, but you know, I think it was a real realization of like, there is a state of mind that I could be in where it's like, yeah, it's like, it's easy to be disconnected and to make good decisions. But when you're actually in the weeds and in the violence, then it's like, it changes things. And I think I at least was given a small piece of what that could feel like, you know, in a obviously completely abstracted way. But, you know, but I do think there was like, yeah, a smidgen of me that was like, okay, I think I understand at least more than I did about, yeah, when you're in a violent struggle, it's hard to actually, yeah, it's easy for someone on the outside to weigh in. It's a lot more difficult to make rational, non-emotional decisions in that moment.
How about a little bit of ire directed toward Benjamin Netanyahu, who's the guy who facilitated the funding and has totally admitted to facilitating the funding of Hamas? Why did he prop up Hamas? Because he wanted to essentially discredit the PLO. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of whatabouts you can say.
But it's not a whataboutism. The very man who propped up Hamas is now saying that he needs to fight them.
I don't know if I believe that. That
And
comes
now
from
he's
like
also
one
funding Abu
secondhand
Shabaab. Why are you
personal
funding Abu
conversation.
Shabaab? Who's also who has ties to ISIS?
These things are not wrong. It just looks like you're looking for something
I
to
just
make
want,
a false equivalency.
This
But
is what
yeah,
I want.
Look,
I want
get it.
Palestinians to live in their own territory. I want them to be able to govern themselves. I want Israelis to live in peace and safety.
Then stop attacking them. Then
I'm
stop
going to attack them.
Palestine, I mean, besides the blockades and stuff, and I understand that would probably be the counter, but they had an election. They self-governed for many years, and it ended
as long as they're doing what
stuff.
they're currently
They're
doing.
And maybe if you took away all the blockades, maybe if you
course.
took away everything that happened, right? Maybe it's all because Israel has, you know, naval blockades and controls what goods go in. Maybe, or maybe not. Maybe they would have been elected and Hamas would have done what Hamas was always going to do and has done since they got into power.
Of course it is. They've been attacked. They were encircled. Lebanon. Why are they in Lebanon? Because Hezbollah was attacking from there.
Right, in response to what they're doing in Gaza, yes.
Yeah.
Well before that, they've had 4 wars there.
Was it when they were trying to annex land from southern Lebanon that they were attacking?
They were not trying to annex land. They were trying to put a border between the country that was continually attacking them.
Mm-hmm.
If we were being attacked from Canada, I imagine we would want a little border between Maine and Canada.
True.
I don't think you
But while
really
building that border, we wouldn't then
I don't know
take
where,
a little
I don't
bit
know
of
where
southern
on TikTok
Canada
you're
for
getting
ourselves.
this information.
No, it's not TikTok. I'm
But
very
it
well
is-
read on this.
Okay.
Very well read on this. I care about this issue a lot.
I see.
I do. Yeah.
Let me ask you one question, and then maybe we can get off it. Because
Yeah, let's have
otherwise,
fun.
I
Let's
just
have
want to
fun.
go.
Yeah.
I want to go have dinner.
Yeah.
I'm not interested in this.
Yeah.
It's not really what I started a podcast for. You seem
No,
to,
I
you seem
know.
to be itching to get to it, and
Bill
now that
casting
you have, I'm not
aspersions.
going to like back down on it because.
I don't want
And
you
I'm
to.
not Jewish, by the way.
Oh, I didn't accuse you of being Jewish. And then it
accuse
wouldn't
me.
matter if you were.
No, but I'm saying I do this because I think it's
He's
the
a
right
bit
thing,
Jewish
and because I feel
coded.
like I know the history
You know, in
and
his
the politics of
physiognomy.
it.
I respect your perspective.
Okay,
Yeah.
but if you had to live in the Middle East, so
Yep,
tomorrow,
I too.
Anna, you got to go live in the
I'm
Middle East. Where would you
American,
live?
but currently in
You can
Canada,
pick one city.
definitely live within
Any
100
city.
miles.
You can,
Not
you know,
warm,
as
though.
far
Not
away as
warm
say,
where I am.
Pakistan. You could live in Karachi.
Despite
you
it
could
being
live in
100 miles
Cairo. You
away.
could live in Amman, Jordan. You seem to love Lebanon. I mean, Beirut's nice when the bombing's not happening and the assassinations have stopped.
Mhm.
Or you could live in Syria. I hear that's wonderful in the summer.
Well, we now have
or
Al
tell- or-
Qaeda terrorist leading
or,
Syria.
or the Houthis, I'm sure would make room for you.
Yeah.
Tel Aviv or the West Bank, Ramallah. I think is wonderful for like a little. It's in the fall, it gets lovely. Where would you live? What city would you live in?
Well,
where
I'm
do you think you'd be
sure-
comfortable
Press X
in
to
that
doubt
dress?
I'm
Quippy.
sure it would
okay?
not be comfortable
What's your-
in this dress. And
What's your temperature right now, brother? What's your temperature right now? There's no way. I promise you it is colder here. And I'll play the video and I'm gonna check and you tell me, okay? I guarantee you right now, like that. What is
any
it
of
right
the
now?
various Middle Eastern
where you
countries that
are?
have been destabilized by
You're not
the United
really.
States.
You're not really blaming it on Whitey,
Listen,
are you? You're blaming Islam on Whitey?
I'm not blaming,
blaming-
Islam on Whitey.
What you're saying
But-
is still, we destabilized. That's why you can't wear that
Did we
dress?
not? Did we not
Wait a
destabilize?
Wait a second.
We were
Are you
funding
saying?
terrorist organizations
the-
in Syria during the Syrian
Okay,
civil war, starting
are you-
under the Obama administration.
That's why
Did
you
that
can-
not destabilize
that's-
Syria?
No, what's destabilized?
There's
let's
a
get-
literal Al Qaeda
We're
terrorist
talking
as
about
a
your
leader.
dress.
Oh,
Why?
it looks good. I know it looks
why
good.
You're saying you can't wear that?
Okay, it is minus 13 Fahrenheit. If you include the wind chill where I am. So, I mean, beat that, Quippy. Beat that with your Colorado cold. Minus 13 Fahrenheit.
That dress in Syria because
No shot.
of Whitey destabilizing?
I didn't say that.
Okay, that's
You're
what
putting
it
words
said.
in my
Okay,
mouth.
okay, great.
But
That's
the
what
United
it
States
sounded
did
like.
destabilize various
But
Middle
I
Eastern
asked about
countries.
the
Are you going to
dress,
deny
and
that?
Does
I went asked about
does
the
it
dress, and
really?
you went right to destabilize. So is that why you couldn't wear that dress?
What part
Why
of Colorado?
couldn't you wear that
I don't
dress?
want to. I don't want you to, dox yourself.
Why
but-
couldn't you
You
walk
want
down?
you want me to talk about
Why-
jihadism
I-
and
I-
Islam,
Oh
but
yeah,
like
get out
why
of here
won't
with
you?
your
Listen,
45.
Why won't you?
I mean,
above freezing.
I don't believe in jihadism, which
Can't
is why
remember.
I'm furious.
The minus
not
40
just-
is crazy.
it's
I
not
didn't
the
know
United
Colorado
States just
ever got
had
that
a
it's
cold.
not
freaking Al
just
Qaeda terrorist
it's
in the
not
White
just
House.
jihadism that is preventing you from wearing that dress. Are you saying every Muslim is a
Bill,
jihad?
Dang.
I don't think they are.
I didn't know it
Okay,
got that
then why
cold.
can't you wear that dress?
Let's
'Cause,
focus
yeah,
for a
that's
second.
No, you
basically
won't- you won't
as
answer this
cold as it
question.
gets
I'm not
here.
going to defend that religion, like that extremist religion at all.
Why can't you just
that's not what
say-
this discussion is about. This discussion is
No,
about
it's very much what it's about.
I love how they want to
It's
end this,
very
and now
innocent
they're just
human
getting more
beings
mad.
that I don't want to be slaughtered,
I don't
regardless
either.
of what their religion
No one
is.
does. Then stop starting wars.
It's that simple.
Stop attacking Israel. It'll stop.
Okay.
But the fact that you can't answer that question, and you know that
I don't know what the question is. What's the question?
you keep doing
What's
that
my question? What's your
because
question?
you don't really want
What's
to
my
hear it.
question? What's your
No,
question?
go ahead. I will
Okay.
give you space to speak. Go
then
ahead.
you will let me.
God,
okay.
I should have played this part
The
of the video
question is,
earlier. This is
if
like
you
the
could
best
live
part.
anywhere-
This is the best part. And now, like, it's like, it's just me and Quippy powering through this. This
You're right.
it's gonna spark so many good
North
discussions.
Africa,
Now
all
they're
the
getting
way
like
to,
real.
we left out Uzbekistan. You could live there. Kazakhstan, Saudi Arabia, Riyadh,
Yeah,
oh,
Riyadh.
None of the
can.
above.
and
none of them.
or Tel Aviv.
None of them. Literally none of them.
But if you had to choose one,
Mm,
you would. So it, to you,
I
to
would
you,
not.
to you,
No.
Karachi, Pakistan, and Tel Aviv, same thing.
It's better. This
I
this,
would
I
figure
feel like I'm
something
so
out, but
small,
I've
man.
Powerful,
personally-
not as smart as I know you are. That's. Come on.
I have.
You're going to
first
get
of all,
killed. You're
what
going to
I-
get killed for that for good reason.
No, I don't.
Yes, you are, and for good reason.
Okay,
because-
Bill, I'm Armenian. I'm Armenian. I have literal family members who currently live in Iran. I have no love for the Iranian regime. Let me be clear about that. I
I
don't want
left
anyone
out
to
Tehran. Would you
hold
like
on,
to live
hold
there?
on. But let me just say something.
100%.
Tel Aviv,
There
Tehran.
is so much
100%.
disinformation. Armenian Christians
Yeah,
who
why
are
would
part
she-
of the
she should just
Armenian
answer that. That's
diaspora
such
as a
an
result of
easy
the
answer.
1915 genocide
Aviv
against
or Tehran.
I
Armenians.
know it.
They're living in
Sure.
Iran right now. They're going to church. They're being left alone by the Ayatollah, as awful as the Ayatollah is.
Mm.
So look, I'm not saying I would want to live in Iran. I don't want to live anywhere in the Middle East. I want to live here in the United
if
States
you-
of America, the
Yeah, if
great
you
American
had to,
country.
if
of
you
the world.
had
You're like
to,
a
Anna.
politician. You're avoiding.
No,
the
I'm
Please.
being
No,
as
no.
super honest as
No,
I
Please,
can.
Anna,
you're
you're
not.
my spirit
No, you're
animal.
not.
100%.
Please
I'm being
answer.
honest with you.
No. Because the question is, if you had to pick a city,
Yes,
and you're not
you
answering
had
that
to.
question, you're doing what
I have no
you're
interest in
doing
any
what
place in the Middle
politicians are
East.
doing and saying,
Oh my
I
God,
don't want
Anna's
to live in any of
triggering
them.
me.
I want to live in America. That's not the question. The
She's
question
still
is,
my
if you
spirit
had to
animal,
pick,
but she's making me
would
a
you
little
rather live
annoyed.
in Tel Aviv? Because I promise you, you wouldn't last a week in the other places, and you could easily live in Tel Aviv. So if you don't think that speaks of a difference between cultures and civilizations,
Mhm.
then okay.
Why won't she
leave
answer?
it
That's
there.
such an easy
But I
question
promise
to
you it does.
answer.
And if you had to actually do that, I think you would agree with me.
I think given my very harsh and vociferous,
Yes, I do. I have heard of this. That my understanding is I think that is true, that the population is way less radical than the government. And I mean, this part is probably selection bias, but I've met a fair amount of people from Iran in Canada, but maybe they're leaving because they're persecuted again. So that's where the selection bias comes in. But yeah, they all speak very negatively about the regime, but that could be because they fled it. But at the same time, I do think that the government is way more religious than the
criticisms of
people
the
are.
Israeli government, I probably wouldn't feel so safe living in Tel Aviv
Well,
right
that's-
now
that-
under
yeah.
this government.
Well,
Or
under this government.
Tehran.
First
Answer
of all,
the
they
goddamn
they have free
question,
speech
Anna.
there,
Mhm.
so
Please,
it would not be
please.
an issue.
Please
but that
answer the
is
question,
a side
Anna.
issue. We're not really talking about.
But
We'll just
Bill-
say just a person, not you with your vociferous talking. Just a regular,
Right.
a woman of your
I'm
age.
sure a woman of my age who grew up in the Western world would probably feel the most comfortable in Tel Aviv. I will concede that.
Wow.
Okay.
Was that so
But
hard to say?
We're having a discussion about which culture we like.
Yeah,
when
even
in
Bill
reality,
is
I'm having a discussion
exasperated.
about
Was that
the
hard
value
to
of
say?
human life
Well,
and wanting
I still
innocent
love Ana
people to
Kasparian,
live,
but, like,
whether they're
we-
Anna, come on.
Israelis
Yeah, we've
or
been here-
whether they're
we've been here before.
Muslims in some other
Okay.
Muslim country in the
You know
Middle
what?
East.
When I'm bored, I know the audience is bored.
Yeah,
So I'm going to
no.
cut it there because
Okay,
we've
fair
been
enough.
around that mulberry bush before.
Am I
Right.
the
So
only
I don't
one
wanna go
who's like
around it
half
again.
chubbed
Okay,
right
you
now?
want to talk
Like,
about husbands again?
Anything, anything else.
This is the best part of the
Listen,
whole
and-
fucking discussion.
I am able to sit with people I disagree with,
Yeah.
and
At least she
it is
finally
what
answered.
it is. We disagree on this issue.
I mean-
I don't think that this issue alone is the makeup of who you are as a person. So I
Yeah,
just want to
think
be
we're
clear about
almost done
that.
here.
I think that we
then it's
need to be
night-night
able to have
time.
these kinds of discussions as
Let's
fiery
see.
as they are, because this is how we come to a
Yeah.
solution or
Got like a
conclusion.
minute left.
You need the tension. I think the tension is a good thing. At some point, this country lost
Inshallah.
the ability to sit with that tension.
One day I will be with
Because
Ana
that's where we
Kasparian,
grow.
okay?
That's
I
where
can
we
fix
learn,
her. I can
right?
fix
And
her.
so, you've brought up some thought-provoking things. I hope I've brought up some thought-provoking points. I doubt that was the case, but
I will say this show, whatever the fuck this is, this happens. First of all, it's ironic because I started this because I have a show about politics. I don't, I have a job. This was like, let's do something completely different where we don't have to talk about politics. And
but politics is
you
everything,
can, well, especially with someone who's political.
right?
But even people who are sometimes not, because again, I said, if I'm going to do a podcast, it's going to be completely different than real time. Real time, a lot of preparation, zero. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. I'm high and I'm having fun and I'm enjoying. So like, it does get like this. It got like this with Laura, not to this degree with Laura, but like, it would always go back and forth. This one is the biggest challenge of to get back into a good mood.
I can do it.
Never, you could.
I'm having fun.
I'm having the first time ever. I'm having a little trouble.
No, Bill.
Wow.
It's okay.
Ana
It's okay.
Kasparian.
It's just
is that
very
not,
Let's
frustrating.
talk
not
about the
saying that she's
transes
a
again.
powerful
what?
woman, you know,
That's what the conservatives say, the transes.
that
The
she has
left turned on me.
derailed
The first thing that the
Bill
left
more
turned
than
on me
any other
over
guest
was,
has. Come on.
I just kind of got
If that's
sick
not
of
feminism,
the
what is feminism?
lingo that was kind of being pushed on us.
Good
and
puns
the way
into trans,
that,
though, Anna. That was a good call.
yeah,
Good
like
call.
I don't have kids. I don't want to have kids.
Anna, no.
And I don't want to be
Anna,
called a birthing
no.
person. I find it super insulting. You know
Well,
what
you
I'm
never
saying?
will be.
Doesn't want to have
And
kids.
that doesn't mean I hate trans people or I want to take rights away from trans. It just means this is my preference. So AOC used birthing people or birthing person.
Of course.
And it was in the context of women's reproductive rights being stripped away from them by the Supreme Court. So I'm already pretty furious about what had just happened in the Supreme Court and the reversal of rights that we've had for decades.
No, Anna, no.
And then on top of
Anna,
that,
please.
you have AOC refer to
I'm not
women as
having fun.
birthing people because she wants to be inclusive. And yeah, I had a little bit of a moment where I was just like, please don't call me on X, Twitter at the time. Please don't call me a birthing person.
I just assumed that because Anna was so base that she must accept all of my views on, pro-life and pro-choice. I just thought she was that based. That she
I'm
just
a
had
woman.
to.
I want to be called a woman.
So you fought
What a
with
terrible
AOC on
mistake
X.
to make.
On Twitter.
I mean, I didn't even mention AOC. I was just making a point to the public. Like, this is where I stand on this specific issue, right? The terminology that's being used to refer to women. One of my friends who works for a different media organization put out like 5 different videos condemning me about it. And I'm just like, is this is worth destroying your friendship over? Really? This is insane. And you know me well. We are friends. And you know that I'm not transphobic at all. I just think the feelings and the concerns and the worries of
brother,
biological women matter too.
I've been there, you know.
And I guess it doesn't matter for at least some component of the left. I wouldn't say the entirety of the left, not even close.
Sometimes even just saying you're,
I mean, the phrase I've always used, one of my big complaints about the left has
Christian,
been the one true opinion.
But, you know, if you say
there is
that,
the one true opinion.
Yeah.
And when you deviate from that,
insert a lot of
it's
stuff
so
into
ironic.
that.
The people who absolutely
All
hate
these communities
bullies so much are the biggest fucking bullies in the world.
100%.
And they just want to bully you back into the corral.
Yeah, and you can't do that with me.
I mean, you definitely can't do it with me.
Right.
But I mean, they'll love some of what you said there because, you know, the useful idiots, this is the thing that they love, and the people who are marching for the terrorists and stuff. But
Bill, you want to go back there?
no, I don't want to go back there. I don't want to go back. I don't want to live there.
Bill needs another drink.
I can live in Tel Aviv or anywhere else. They're all the same. What does it matter? I just want to live. I do love America. Do you love America?
I fucking love America.
I do too.
God, I love America so much, and it makes me so angry that it's not.
Anna is so okay. Anna, the drinks are hitting her. Look at that.
I do too.
If anyone has been around drunk women, which probably everyone has, look at that drunk woman lean in. Okay, I'm just gonna replay that.
I love
Boomerang
America
is back.
so much,
Look at
and
that.
it makes me so angry that it's not that our people aren't being tended to.
I know, conflict is small.
And I'm not saying that in the context
the other
of
alternate is like conflict
we
super
want government
large.
to take care of all of us at all.
Or
no, I'm
conflict
just
on the
talking
side.
about. I just feel like our
there's no
country is
good
being
middle
looted
ground
right now, and it makes me
that's a pretty
so
good middle
furious.
ground.
I feel like
I was reading that this really great article,
kind of covering
about,
part of the screen is the
I
problem, but
kind of got this, but he put the meat on the bones for it to me. It started out just talking about how the idea of the poverty line.
Yeah.
It was based. I didn't realize this. Like in the 50s or something, based on like 3 times what a family
I think I can make her pro
so because you paid back then about 33%.
I believe in myself. I have
We're in
faith.
a very different
I'm a
place
man
now
of
because
faith,
we only
Quippy,
really
okay?
pay like 5%.
You know that.
Food is cheap, but rent's mortgage,
insane. Mortgage is
child
insane.
care, like there's
Yeah.
like all these other things, and he just broke it down. And of course, this is for families, people with kids, and who need child care. The two family that both people have to work, and but like really. Like I think it was $140,000, just gets you to like
that's
living
insane.
like
getting by, basically.
A little better, but maybe not even like
crazy, or does Anna seem all of a sudden noticeably
not in LA?
Yeah,
more intoxicated.
It definitely depends on where you live.
Right.
I mean, she is drinking, so it makes sense. But I think there's a definitive tipping point.
We used to think. $150,000. I read that stat recently that like a lot of people make I said, wow, America's pretty rich. Not really.
Right.
Not really, because $150,000 with that kind of a nut is not rich at all.
It's true.
It's okay.
No,
You're not.
It's okay.
And actually, like if you make really low money, you get.
Are these both people
government
that live in
benefits.
California? Because 150,000 US is definitely, I think, a good amount of money, and at least not the super expensive places. Maybe where like Bill lives.
But then when you make this kind of money,
but
you
I don't know.
lose them all.
Yeah, she is
wound
loosening
up-
up.
you
So,
wind up, like,
maybe Bill put
as
something
close
in
to
her
the bone
drink. I'm
almost.
just saying.
I mean,
you know,
you don't even have to get to 150,000.
He was sick of the IP talk, and he just like slipped her a little something extra.
That people who are very obviously living in poverty, like they're not making enough income and should qualify for various, programs to kind of get them on their feet. They don't qualify for them, right?
But I explain to me the American economy, because I never can quite get it.
Explain to me the American economy.
They take so much of my money.
Right. Yes.
It's not like
yes.
when
See, and that is a lot of money.
I hear like rich people don't.
That is a lot of money, but still 150 grand a year. I mean, you're still doing well, I think, even in Boulder, even if it is that much money, Yeah, I think I'm doomer pilled. Yeah, I think I mean, when you're this rich, and I think he lives in California, right? It's like, yeah, you have I don't know if he really knows
what
like
I
a
can't remember the
normal
last
amount of
year
money
when I
to make
didn't
or
give
have,
more
or
than
what
half.
things cost.
And I'm
you
not
know?
even bitching about it if it went
Listen, there is
more
now
than half.
Definitely
That's
has a lot more money than
more
Ana
than
Kasparian.
half.
I'll tell
there
you
should
that.
be a moratorium
And
on the discussion
and yet
of
still poor people.
whether we increase taxes or whatever. And look, I actually think that there are
Doomfluence.
some exambles of corporations in particular
Yes.
who get like
that's
they
it.
get taxed.
Unless you live,
Amazon
you'd have
should
to
not
live
be
in
getting a tax
literally
refund.
like, probably like
That's
LA
ridiculous.
or something.
That's the thing
to
is that
not
we're
be
like
able to
in the
coast
just
on
the
150
rich
grand
people that
a
aren't
year.
really
I mean, let's
that
be
rich
real.
who get hit
No,
hard.
you're on a different.
And when you make
Yeah.
hundreds of billions, then you
Yeah.
pay nothing.
It's insane. It's insane.
Partly because you have an army of lawyers, and partly because it's in stocks and things. And the tax code is, Reagan tried to make it simple. It's not simple, and they game the system.
That's true.
But just don't tell me we don't pay a lot of tax.
Now we're getting left
I've seen the
coded.
stats.
Now we're getting left
The
coded.
government
Where's the
does
money going?
confiscate a lot of money. And I'd be okay with it, but yes, where is it going? Why is there still homeless, and why is there still not railroads built in California? Why? And it's
Let's talk about
just like
California. Yeah.
stupidity and fucking bureaucrats and just everybody with their beak at the trough.
Yep.
And just all this bullshit, and a lot of it does come from the left.
I mean, look, what's happening in California, I think, is a really good example of what graft, waste, all of that looks like. So, for instance, if you look at the state of California, people are paying their taxes. Okay, our state taxes are super high, municipal taxes, sales taxes, very high. It's very expensive to live in California.
Very.
And
state tax alone is 13, right?
It's insane because of what we get in return, which is squalor, homeless encampments. Okay.
Right.
Okay, that's
story
good.
after story
That's what I love,
involving
Anna.
audits showing the various nonprofits
her
have
drunken
just stolen
stupor,
the money, have
she did
decided to
that
take
pretty
the money,
good.
pad their pockets. It's
safetyism.
Yes.
Overregulation, red tape.
Yes, in California, there is overregulation, especially as it pertains to real estate, construction. We need to build more houses.
I said this to Gavin when last time he was on my show, and absolutely, yes, I'm going to look into the red tape thing. It's just that is the one. That I think is so.
That's
hard
a policy
to
I definitely.
It's like. They always say, I'm going to Washington, we're going to get rid of the waste and fraud. They never
talked about it before.
But everybody has their plan, Doge or whatever Al Gore had. And
unless there's something I'm missing about it, I think that would work. Because I think subsidizing real estate, I don't think would be a bad idea. But I don't know enough about, I'm like Bill Maher asking, teach me about the economy. Whereas, maybe there'd be some thing I'm not foreseeing. But it seems like it would be a good idea.
We're going to fucking get rid of that. And they never do. It's that smarmy, sleazy mud flow of consultants and people who just make their living, not really making anything or doing anything or fixing anything.
So
They're
true.
just everyone has their little piece, and it winds up, the people, we pay a lot of taxes, and it doesn't quite get to the people
No, it doesn't. That's the thing that drives me nuts. In California, it's not like we're nickel and diming people. We have funded various programs to the tune of tens of billions of dollars. $24 billion in homeless funding.
Octomom alone.
I mean,
remember Octomom?
I do remember Octomom. Is she in the news again?
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
She got a lot of, I don't know what it would cost privately to birth 8 children.
You couldn't pay me to do that. There's no amount.
Apparently we couldn't pay you to get one. Right?
True, yeah.
I
can fix
totally
you, Anna.
understand
It's
that,
not
but
about
I'm a
money.
man,
I
of
could
course.
give you enough,
I get it, and I never wanted kids.
Something
There's
else,
one thing that's been steady in my life.
I could
when I was
change you,
a kid,
Anna. I
didn't
change
like
you.
kids,
Okay.
and I still don't. It never
I
really
love
changed.
kids. I just don't. I don't want
Wanna
to
have
be
one crawl out of
responsible
you?
for any of that. Well, that for sure I don't want. But I don't want to be responsible for any of them.
Disavow, Anna. Disavow. Come on. Come on.
I've said this before. I'll say it again. I don't know how parents avoid violence because when it comes to my family, when it comes to people I love,
more.
That's true. But I just think about, okay, I'll tell you a story because this resonates with who I probably would be as a parent. When I was
Uh-oh.
in 4th grade, I remember waiting for my mom to pick me up. I was at the corner of the school.
We're on the
and as she's
anti-natalist arc
turning
of
the street to pick me
Kasparian
up,
right now, apparently. Or she's been on
a
an
group
arc
of
the whole
boys
time.
from my class pass by me, and one of them slaps my ass, and my mom sees it. My mom sees
How
it.
old
I'm
are
a
you?
4th grader, so
Fourth
I'm like,
grader.
what, 8, 9, right?
Right.
My mom's crazy. So she like literally stops her car in the middle of the intersection, in the middle, runs out with a rolling pin because she did have a rolling pin in the car. And she just starts chasing them because she wants to beat the shit out of them.
A rolling pin.
And that was the right thing to do.
What year is this?
Marilyn, well, good to see you.
was-
Good to
rolling
see
This is
you.
in the 1990s, early 1990s.
Why in the car?
She would threaten us with it
I'm
if we were
about to go to
acting
sleep
up.
too, so
Really?
Yeah.
it's
The old
good to
rolling
see
The
you.
rolling pin. When I was
Let me hit
that
you
age,
with
obviously,
that.
I thought my mom
that
was crazy. And I
magnet
was
heart.
like very, very
One
embarrassed
last
by it.
time for the night,
But now as an
Marilyn.
adult, oh, I totally get it. Like
Did
I
she
don't,
catch the kid?
I think she like got one like swipe in, but nothing crazy.
But, you know-
luckily, because she probably would have gotten in
See-
a lot of trouble. But
But Anna, if you were telling me this story and it came
Yeah.
from the
Magnets.
1960s, I would say that's how we did it. Parents could absolutely hit another friend, parents, kids.
It was great.
It was very much, it takes a village,
right.
you know?
Yeah.
But the 90s, I feel
No,
like,
no, the 90s were so different, Bill.
I feel
the
like,
90s were
I feel like
so
that's,
great.
they would call
Anna
the
keeps
cops.
doing all these drunk
Already
girl
feel like-
behaviors. Look at
But
that.
the
Look at
90s,
this.
I
Look at
feel
this.
No,
like-
no, the 90s were so different, Bill.
I feel
the
like
90s were
I feel like
so
that's
great.
they would call the cops.
I don't think I've ever seen Anna
Already
like
we
this
were into
before.
the call the cops phase.
There were no cell phones. There was no like, oh, let me get my phone out and
I
like
know, but
record
hitting
this
another
woman.
kid with a
Yeah.
rolling pin, I feel like would
Not
have.
in Reseda, California.
Wow, good for
Yeah.
you. Well, it certainly isn't that way now.
No, of
You-
course not. Are you
We're
kidding
all
me? My
making it
mom would be in
coded
prison
now.
for the
Look
rest
at
of her
that.
life,
Right.
probably.
Look at
yeah.
that.
Exactly. She'd be
Even in
prison
California.
for the rest
Yeah.
of her life.
Yeah.
Exactly. No, they used to, SWAT. Just you
Mhm.
could SWAT a kid, like if and your father could be looking at this and
Look,
it'd be like,
Anna
"Thank you,
remembers
Dom.
the 90s.
Totally.
Anna, I think, is roughly
My
my
mom-
He was
age.
getting out of line.
I vaguely
My
recall the
mom
90s.
at like
you
open
know?
houses. This
Vaguely.
is when I was in elementary school. I'll never forget it. She would literally tell the teacher, listen, if my kids are acting up, I give you permission to spank them. And I'm like, Mom, don't say that. Like, you're not supposed to say that. But she was very much of the mindset, and this was an old school mindset that doesn't exist anymore. If the teacher says that you're misbehaving, you're in the wrong. Whereas now I feel like if the teacher says the kid is misbehaving, the parent fights the teacher, which I think is a mistake.
I've always said that. There used to be an ironclad wall. You couldn't break the chain. Your parents and your teacher, and now the parents take the side of the kid.
Yeah, and I think
where
that's a
it all
mistake.
went. Oh, it's a total
Sometimes the
mistake.
teachers
Yeah.
are insane, though.
But,
It's
I mean,
the problem now.
You seem like you're from
That's
such
the
a
problem.
traditional family. They must have been a lot of pressure to have a kid. I mean,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
It sounds like you're from, what I call villagers, people who have like, what?
Don't say that to my dad, okay?
Well, people who get, no,
Because in Armenian culture, calling someone a villager is like,
I don't mean it as an insult.
Yeah, I'm not
Anahit
sure.
the
I don't really
villagers,
know.
you know?
I don't mean
think
it that way.
Like that.
I use it in terms
Yeah.
sometimes with women, like
yeah,
women
see, so
who
you
like,
know the 90s.
I
you
don't mean
know,
this as a
from the
bad way, but like
perspective
there are
of
women who like
someone who's,
they mate for life.
Mhm.
young.
I mean, I'll mate for life, but not to have kids.
Right, but I mean,
Yeah.
like, and that's what I call them villagers. Like most modern women, like, no, they'll fuck our men a little before but some women are like, no, we only do it if we are like fucking super serious.
Wow.
And that's great.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
Not for me, but
Yeah,
I
do
mean,
you,
in
boo?
general,
Yeah.
it's
Mhm.
great
Hmm.
if that's your thing. But I call them
feel like Anna's
villagers because
losing
it's
me.
like, and not that they're literally live in a village, but
Yeah.
it's just
She's
a
talking to
village
Bill
and
Maher,
that's not an
okay?
insult. Just
Maher's
you're
just gonna
villagers
make it
and I am
worse.
not.
Right.
I'm a city boy.
Yep. I know what you mean. Yeah,
Yeah.
totally.
But you must get a lot of that kind of pressure, or maybe they've stopped. Maybe they
Well,
gave up.
what happened with me was I remember being in high school or college, and I went out to sushi with my mom and my aunt, and I got my mom warm to the idea that I'm not going to have kids very early on. So I just remember
I love
having
the way you put that.
Yeah, you
Warm
gotta
to the idea.
you have to
yeah.
like ease them into the
Right.
notion that your daughter is not going to give you grandchildren, and that's okay.
That's okay.
Because when you're sick and when you're battling cancer,
doing
your
some of
daughter
the
is going to
late
be by
night-
your bedside, as I've
the
been
chats that are only
throughout this
acceptable
past year. You
at,
know what I mean?
what
Yeah.
time is it here?
And so
2:10 in the
I
morning.
I don't know. You just know. You're a man, but I know that you probably went through the same thought process I did. When you know. I'm not really fit to be a parent. I don't want it. And to be a parent, you need to want it.
That's so true.
Right?
You have to be willing to basically trade your life for theirs.
Yes.
Not completely.
And I don't want to do that. No, it is completely. It is completely. I have
Well,
friends
you know
with
what?
kids.
It's completely because the parents of the modern era fucked it up and made it completely.
Mhm.
My parents did not. I don't know where I was yakking about this recently, but I saw this person on TV, a woman, it was TMZ, I can say it, and she was talking about, they got into some discussion about kids, and she said, I wish I could have 1 hour a week,
I can't live like that.
It's just like everything, every day, I never have a minute to myself. I'm packing lunches and I'm doing this and I'm picking them up. And I just thought, you guys did it to yourselves. My parents
Bill is,
did
like,
not feel
less
these kind of
antinatalist
obligations to
than-
be around me all the
Anna
time.
here,
Yeah.
which is
And
interesting.
and we were
Unexpected.
both happier for it. You did it to yourselves. And you do have to trade your life for your child, yes, if you're a decent person and if you're going to bring a child into the world, but not to the degree the parents of today do it. And they didn't
I
make
agree
it
with
better
you on
for
that.
they
Yeah.
they ruined 2 lives. Congratulations. There's a fucking hat trick for you and society.
I agree. I mean, my
Jesus.
most fond memories of growing up is when I'd be outside riding my bike and playing with my neighborhood friends for hours on end.
Right.
You know, at some
Yeah, the
point,
so-called
my
latchkey
mom would
kids.
demand that I
I was
come
born
home.
too
but
late for that.
for the most part, when I was out playing with my friends, she just kind of let me do my thing. Now, I will admit, like, we kind of, even though I grew up in Reseda, California, at the time, it was like a little bit of a suburban feel, and it
Yeah.
felt safe, even though it was the 90s when crime was supposed to be much higher.
Yeah, I don't know if I
But
It is the suburbs. isn't it?
disagree.
yeah, Reseda, California, sure.
Yeah.
It was just, working class community.
feel like
It wasn't
everyone
like
gets
when you think of
destroyed,
suburbs,
though,
you think of like
that's love, okay?
beautiful,
Quippy.
like
No.
polished,
don't be black pills.
landscape
Don't
and
be
everything.
black
We didn't have
pills.
that.
You just had a lawn.
childless
Yeah,
behavior.
A lawn.
We had a front yard.
Possibly
I went
fatherless,
back to my
definitely
house
childless.
recently,
Mhm.
like 2 years ago, at that Thanksgiving, probably 2 years ago.
Not to
this
you,
week.
Quippy. Not to you.
And
Talking about Bill
I wanted
Maher,
to see
possibly Ana Kasparian.
the house I grew up
Okay,
in,
I don't know.
and the
I
neighbors
think-
who
I
were
think
still
she has
living
good behaviors. I choose to
there
believe that.
when I was a kid.
Wow.
Oh
She's-
yeah.
That's
But
impressive.
Needs
Wow.
to
door
be
neighbors.
changed
Oh,
under
and their son is one of my best friends.
anti-natalist.
Still, from
That's
like,
awesome.
from like 8 years old.
I too
So
believe in
I said,
statics.
can you ask the neighbors if I could see the house I grew up in? And it was completely unrecognizable.
Yeah.
They had just because it was very small. But the neighbor's house, which was the same model,
Really?
when my parents bought the house, this is World War II generation people on the
Mhm.
GI Bill after the war in the 1950s. You didn't even see the house. You saw a model.
I know what you
They
mean.
built
Quippy.
these
I know what you meant.
neighborhoods, and it's
Oh,
like
yeah.
Just be
Oh,
you
yeah.
got
difficult.
24B. It's looked like
Yep.
every other house.
Yes. That's the neighborhood I grew up in. Track homes built in the 1950s.
Right.
Each one was like a tiny bit different.
Is she
right? Like, so
39?
each other
Okay,
house.
I
like,
disavow saying I'm
one
close in age
looked
to
the
her.
same
Disavow,
as the next
disavow.
one. Not the next one,
Anna
but the
looks
one
good for
over,
39,
right?
okay? I'm just
so
gonna
there was
say
a little
that.
bit of
Just gonna say
variation,
that.
but not much. But the point is, why can't we do
I
that?
thought she was like
Do
33.
Like we
34.
desperately need more housing.
Right.
So why the fuck are we trying to reinvent the
You know-
wheel? Why can't we do the same thing we did in the 1950s? We mass produced
And you know what
housing.
Levittown was?
Yes, of course.
I mean, that was the first suburb that it was like, again, no variation in
Right,
those houses.
right,
It's
right.
just
You know,
like they just mass
it is
produced
late. It is late. I actually almost finished this video. Actually, now that I'm looking at this, actually, you know what? Fuck it. I think I will finish this video. I think I will. I have to pee, and unfortunately, no one is on screen right now. Doomrang, you should like come up and like talk to my audience. It's probably like really late where you are too, because I don't want to Hassan chair react. So otherwise, it's just going to be a pause, unfortunately. So I guess, yeah, just talk amongst yourselves and like, you know, keep people engaged. Keep people, keep everyone engaged, okay? Because yeah, I realized I was gonna stop at the IP part, but I realized there's like literally like 10 minutes left. So I feel like, you know, the OCD inside me is just like, yeah, let's just fucking finish it, you know. But I do have to pee, so yeah. Talk amongst yourselves in the chat, okay? Keep everyone. There are, in fact, people still here. Okay, thought I would lose everyone. You know, definitely disavow. Okay, avow this, disavow this. Look, I'd have to be ungodly. I'm not saying it's never happened. I'd have to be probably like 3 bottles of wine deep before I'd be sitting down. I mean, there is a level, but you know, definitely not at that level now.
Suburb.
Right. Let's do that again.
Yeah, we could.
Thanks
Why
for
aren't
remaining with me.
Because we can't even get the homeless. The homeless houses cost like
No,
they
it's-
keeps got like $1 million a piece.
I
Like,
know. I'm
could
working
you-
on a piece up right now, an investigative
Please do.
piece on Project Home Key.
What's
And
wrong?
it isn't so Project Home Key is
Why do I have this on
the
screen still? I should really take that down.
policy in the state of California
Confirm fluence
to
only.
it's like
in
the housing
niche
first
cases,
policy, right? Like
in
we need
niche
to
cases,
take every
okay?
homeless
Edge
person
cases.
and put them in a hotel room that we have converted into an apartment, which fine. I respect that idea if it's done efficiently and properly, but that's not what's going on.
Hotels. Who came up with that? Because the Roosevelt Hotel in New York, that was used for. I mean,
I think the idea was we have
it's
a
just-
bunch of these motels and hotels that are like dilapidated. What if we buy them and just like convert them to apartment units, which sounds
Can't
like
tell
it
if they're
makes a lot of
friends
sense,
now,
except
or if they
in
still have the
practice,
IP
it's actually been a
resentment
bit of a
from
disaster.
Well, they
half an
weren't
hour
building
ago.
apartment. They just put them in the hotels. I know how I acted on the road in hotels all my life.
Mhm.
It's just a bad idea. Hotels do not foster good behavior. They just don't.
Well, it also just inherently,
I
like
don't think
the
I've ever had
policy
a bad
inherently
experience in a hotel.
minimizes the complexity of the
And I've
issue
been
in
in
California, and I'm sure other
literally
states as well.
hundreds of hotels.
I'm sorry, but if you take someone who is addicted to fentanyl off the street and you just park them in an apartment unit and pretend, as
Yeah, I
Karen
mean,
Bass
this
has
is-
pretended,
this is true.
we're going to offer
This is
them
true. That is the
wraparound
problem.
services, but they really don't. They're going to overdose in the apartment.
Oh,
and that's what's been happening.
Quippy pre-watch.
I'm sorry, but the homelessness
Quippy
issue
pre-watch?
isn't as simple as, okay, we'll give them a home. No,
Pre-watch.
homeless people, they
Not a
fall into
coincidence.
different categories.
No
there
shot.
are the homeless people who are not on the streets, right? We need to make a distinction between street homelessness and the people who are couch surfing or staying with family. The single mother with children who left her abusive husband, but she's staying with friends. It makes sense to help her out by putting her in one of these units.
No, it doesn't.
You don't think so?
No, I could tell you how to solve this, but there's probably laws or bureaucrats or whatever. here's what you do. First
Mhm.
of all, citizens own the streets. You can't be on the street. You can't control this sidewalk.
Mhm.
I am a citizen. I pay taxes. The sidewalk is mine, not yours. Sorry. No tents. We put you in a barracks, a nice barracks, but a barracks. I'm sorry, you are where you are in life. We are going to help you.
Mhm.
We are not going to judge you, but that's where you are. You have to be in a barracks. Now, they always
What do you
say
mean by a barracks? Like, I just want to
a
understand. that a little
barracks
better.
is a big room with a lot of beds. And
So a
they
shelter,
say,
you mean?
A shelter, a barracks, whatever.
Okay.
But they say, well, they don't want to go there because they don't.
I use the word barracks then, I guess.
Pennies on the dollar. Hire a fucking security guard for every row of beds and
Mhm.
have them. So you're safe there. We guarantee you safe there. While you're there,
Yeah.
we also have an adjacent barracks where there's counseling and there's drug addiction. People get off drugs
mhm.
and there's food. And it's like, do that. When we think you're ready to go back into society, then we'll have people who are trying to repatriate you back into society.
Mhm.
Do that,
Repatriate you back
but
into
putting them in
society.
hotels or pretending that
Not a bad idea, really. Like, not a bad. It's like it's basically homeless shelters with like extra steps, but those extra steps are meaningful because they might actually change things. And yeah, the security thing. I don't know if Doomerang. I think Doomerang is not being sarcastic. If he is, then I disagree. But I don't know. I would read sarcasm into 2 words, but yeah, I think you can easily, like what Bill said. I think pennies on the dollar. You could get security. You can make it safe. You can have counseling. It's at least
being
better
on the
than
street is just a
than Tent
lifestyle,
City.
which is where
No,
the
no, I'm
woke
not
women
buying
which is
that at all.
happening
know,
probably in
Yeah, yeah.
every
but that's where they
metropolitan
went with
area.
that. Again,
Yeah.
another example of thinking you're helping and you're actually
You're
so
hurting people.
stupid.
Yeah.
You're hurting the marginalized people you're supposed to help.
Okay, let me just be clear
Yeah,
about
I
one
mean,
thing.
this is
that
that's definitely true.
Obviously,
That's your
it
biggest
struck a nerve
risk.
with you, and it struck a nerve with me as well. I
That
don't
and
give a
yourself.
fuck about your lifestyle
Yourself
choices
and
at
other
all.
homeless
I really
people.
don't.
Good. I thought
Which I guess if you're
you
homeless,
are not entitled to
then, same thing.
overtaking a public park
No.
because you want to live on the streets.
Right.
And I know people, by the way, I was part of the group of people in this country who didn't think that even existed. Who the hell would want to live on the streets? That doesn't exist.
There's tent
Right.
cities
No, it
all
does. It
over where I
exists.
live, and
Unfortunately,
they
it
didn't
does.
exist
Yeah, cuckoo.
5 years ago.
And-
You're most of them are mentally, something mentally is off.
Right. I don't think that comes even close to representing like half the homeless population
No,
in
it
California.
doesn't.
It does not. Yeah.
A lot of people are like one paycheck away.
Right. I agree.
You know, you
yeah.
go from, I'll have the rent next week, I promise, to, sorry, that's the 3rd time you lied about it. And now
Totally.
you're in your car.
Yeah, totally.
And then after your car comes the sidewalk. And
I don't know. I mean, I guess it's a causatory thing, maybe, but like, right, most homeless people are have some type of mental thing or an addiction issue. But I guess, maybe it could be what Bill's saying, that maybe, you go from car to sidewalk and then you're like, hey, I'm on the sidewalk. I might as well use some drugs. So I don't know which one comes first, I guess, just saying they have addiction and mental health stuff doesn't mean that one causes the other.
those people can be helped.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Get
I
you
don't know.
someplace warm.
I don't know. I guess I think Bill is a little out of touch. He used to live brief thing because I know the video's almost done, so I don't want to pause it too much. But brief thing, used to live in Vancouver, right? Met a lot of homeless people. Every single one I met was homeless because they were drug addicted, and then the ones that I didn't meet, it was because they were so mentally not with it that they're not the kind of people you want to talk to. But in like a nice climate where people are homeless, it's like it's like, in my experience, it's like it's all from a pre-existing drug problem. I don't think it's like just missing rent
Yes.
one
Where
month.
there's soup, okay, and security. It's not that hard to do.
Yeah, that's kind of like
fucking stupid
that's
laws
kind of like
are
the
in the way of it.
Vancouver is
only
kind of
a
the
politician
California
would
of
come
Canada
along
in that
and
way,
just
because that's the same thing.
cut
Yeah, they
that
had their
Gordian knot, because
it's
it's,
better-
not
it's better-
that hard
better
to do,
weather.
and it doesn't cost $1 million
and
per
better
unit.
social programs.
So one of the policies
meal
that
exchanges,
California
all that stuff.
actually got right, and we've moved away from it, unfortunately, is drug courts. So the way drug courts worked in California was if you committed a crime, not just simply having possession of drugs or using drugs publicly, but if you committed a crime because of your drug addiction,
Right.
the judge would give you an option. Okay, well, you robbed someone in their own home in order to feed your drug addiction. You have one of two options. You can either go to prison or rehabilitation. We could put you in rehab and you can get clean. You make your decision now.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people,
I don't know if I
understandably
like
so, and this
that.
was the smart decision.
I don't
would
know if
opt
I
for
like
rehab.
that. I understand if it's just a drug charge, but her example is breaking into someone's home. I feel like it doesn't matter why you're doing. I don't think rehab should just be. I feel like that's insane. That is like a soft
Drug
on
courts
crime.
used to work. I mean, they worked.
I don't
in
know.
California.
I don't know,
Why did we
Anna.
move away from
I don't
them?
know.
And I
We
just,
had drug court?
yeah, we had drug courts.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I did a lot of
Just
research
about
into that.
drugs.
Just about drugs, because listen,
No,
I don't
not just
agree
about
with throwing
drugs.
people, just willy-nilly
Not just
throwing people with
other
addiction in
crimes.
prison. Like
That's what you
that's
just
not the
said.
right solution.
Try to keep
But
up,
when
Bill.
you give someone who's in the throes of addiction the option, either you can go to prison or you can get clean, they're gonna go for getting clean.
I think I could do a show called Drug Court.
I like it.
I like it a lot. I think I have the credibility. I have the drugs.
I love that you're
I have the
smoking
drugs.
a joint while we're
have
talking
the
about drug court.
I have the drugs right here. And I know a lot about the subject. And I think I'd be a very fair justice meeting out.
That's fair.
Because, look, I've never been somebody who thinks that drugs are all good. I don't
only our
believe my
politics
hippie
were a
friends who
little
want to tell me
better.
that this is health food. It's not.
No, it's not. Yeah.
It's not, but it's not. It's more benign than the other drug I'm
Agreed,
doing, which is
agreed.
liquor.
By the way, I love pot.
Oh, really? Why didn't
yeah.
you say so?
I mean, I wanted to kind of get a feel for you before I decided to
I
partake.
think we've
A little
gotten
late for
both
that.
ends of it, babe.
Yes, we did. We did. Yeah.
I think we got.
No, but I
think
have-
we hit the gamut tonight,
We did.
and thank God we
Yeah.
did. Like, it is almost impossible to leave here not with good cheer. I just won't.
Yeah.
Even that was the highest we ever went up. I feel like to the almost into the Bezos area where you're actually technically in outer space, and came down. But we still did it. We still did
We
it.
did it.
We
look,
fucking did
You're
it.
probably
but
the
I'm
most
capable of it,
aggressive
and I
Bill
knew
Maher
you would be
episode I've
capable of
seen.
it too, because you're an adult and you're able to.
Yeah.
Like, let's joust a little bit.
Right.
It's okay. We can joust and we can come back from it.
You think
I
you're
like to joust. Don't you like to joust?
You think you're the first Jew hater I talked to?
I'm not
I joke. See, I'm joke. That's what happens out of you with comedians. With the joking, and then we're coming back, and we're drinking, and we're
I like
laughing,
it.
and
I
we're
like
funny. So,
Yeah.
what do you do for fun when you're not?
My husband.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Look,
wow.
I'm telling you, man.
Wow. Disavow.
And how
Disavow.
long you been together? That's
We've
good.
been we just celebrated our 10-year
Yeah,
anniversary.
Should
like
How long
the
have you been
video.
marriage.
for it?
So before
It's
that,
hurting my soul now.
First of all, I met him at a club, and
Nothing wrong with that.
no, there's nothing. I mean, people are meeting each other online, so meeting him at a club, I find that super romantic. I met him in person. That's
There's
incredible.
Bigger
I'd ra-
hoes than you out there.
I
Trust
feel like
me.
I'd rather meet someone online and meet them.
Oh my god! By the way, I mean, I
Just
thought,
statistically,
oh, like I'm
come
gonna
on.
be. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
marry
Doomer,
this
you-
guy.
I
He's just
hope
a
you can
hot
at least
guy I met at the club, so I'm
empathize
gonna
with my
like.
pain,
Because
okay?
I've
Even
always
if you
been a
don't
good girl.
respect
Like
it.
I've always been in
Villager.
one
Ugh,
super long
terrible
monogamous
times.
relationship to
You're
another.
a
Yeah.
villager. I know.
I'm a little bit of a
Don't
villager,
dinner,
I guess.
brother.
Don't tell my
Don't
dad.
dinner.
Don't tell my.
No shame in being a villager. There might
that.
be shame in not. They would
So
say.
funny.
That's what the villagers would say.
That they would
That
say
there's
that.
no
Yep.
shame in being a villager.
So, but what can
And
he
it's good
do?
for the guy. He
It-
doesn't want to feel like his girls, her
Yeah,
dirty draws have
skanking
been
around.
all over town. No.
Definitely. He definitely,
Right.
he told me after the fact, he's like, yeah, I just knew you were a good girl.
Mhm.
Which, even though I was like doing my best to make him think I was a naughty girl,
I'm
but no, he
starting
knew.
to
He knew. You
fix
could see
that.
right through.
Or
night.
fix that. I'm
I'm
starting
not
to
going
think
to say
that
anything
too.
that
I'm
I
getting a
wouldn't
little
want my
black
parents to
pilled.
know about.
Take that as a non-denial
little
denial.
black
Exactly.
pill.
Okay.
I feel like the
but
more
what was
Ana
meant
Kasparian
to
I
be
watch
like,
in
ooh,
casual
this
settings,
is me
the
being
more I'm
bad.
like, oh,
of course,
no.
I end up marrying him.
It's
Of
a
course.
tractable
always
problem.
felt, and this is sort of the pattern of my life, like when the sex happened right away, it made everything easier and better.
Yes.
It's like if we're attracted, like
I
the rest
should.
is
I
sort
should
of
become
bullshit, and then you're like sort of starting the thing on a lie. Every serious girlfriend I had, they never put me through like the agony of like,
Mhm.
guessing which date it was going to happen on.
Right.
And I always like so appreciated that. That it just,
No, but
it's,
Anna, it's
it
just
just,
there's
it,
something
it
special
carried through
about
the
Ana
relationship.
Kasparian.
Yeah,
I don't
that's a
know.
really
I
good
don't know
point.
what
It wasn't
is.
like, oh, I think some girls think like, oh, once he
She's got
fucked
that
me, then
pizzazz,
he'll
you
have
know?
had me and leave. I guess if that was
I
the
want a lady
only
with
thing about you that
pizzazz.
was interesting, I
And if
might
the
do that.
sex was super boring. I mean, if it was
And
great, it was a
right,
good time.
like,
He's going to
but
come back
no,
for
I'm
more.
just like, no, I'm like,
See,
I'm like a
exactly.
raccoon who just tripped over
Exactly.
the
Boomerang
garbage.
at least
I'm
understands me,
coming
even if
back
he
for more.
completely
This was
disagrees
awesome
with me.
in here tonight. I'm coming back to this house.
Yep.
You
I
know,
mean, he loved it so much. He wanted to do crossword puzzles with me after the fact and didn't want to leave, you know?
so
Anna,
funny,
I'll
like,
do crossword
if I
puzzles
was
with
allegedly seeing somebody,
I'll probably doing better than
we allegedly
whatever
would be doing
schmuck you're with
crossword
right
puzzles
now,
together.
okay?
Because and this
Come
is someone who
on.
like did not have a
Terrible,
good
terrible
education.
times.
Mhm.
Because nobody does of her age. They just stopped educating people. But the crossword puzzle
Mhm.
is something, and it's amazing. I was never able to do the New York Times Friday or Saturday. Like
Oh,
they
those
get
are tough.
They get harder as the week
They
goes
do.
by,
They sure do. Yeah.
and I still can't. But when we do them together, we do it in 20 minutes because I know what happened with the Ottoman Empire, and she knows Scooby Doo.
Oh my God.
No, it's true.
Yeah.
It's like complementary knowledge.
Oh, I love it.
It's
I
a
love
beautiful
it.
thing.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing.
I didn't know that you were into the post-coital crossword puzzles like me and my husband are into.
I didn't say they were post-coital.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, they could be. But
Are they pro-coital? Does it turn you on? Like,
well, I mean,
kind of gets things started.
Are we
I could see
always having to be
both.
coital? I mean, who can live under that pressure? I mean, coital. I love coital, but like,
If I was doing a
not
crossword
every
with Ana
moment is coital.
Kasparian, would
You
it
know,
put
I
me in the
mean,
Fair
mood?
enough, fair enough.
Sure.
So, like,
I'm only human.
You got to
I'm
give
only
it a rest.
human.
I like
Honey-
to get my cardio in.
Honey, my dick's tired. Get the puzzle.
Oh my gosh.
All right. Well, I
Yeah.
guess we got back to laughing. Look
I
at that.
told you we were capable of
We're
it.
totally capable of it.
Yeah.
I'm so glad you came here to yell at me and laugh with me.
Yes,
And,
thank you for having
I
me.
would do it over in a minute.
Same.
I'm glad. Mostly, I think we are on the same
Can't believe
page
I made
with
it through
so much
this video.
stuff that
Never thought
matters
that happened.
about talking to each other and not cutting off
Yeah.
and accepting the differences and
I love my country and I love the people within it.
yes,
And that means loving everyone,
Yeah.
regardless of where
No,
they
no,
stand
no.
on politics. Once you see human beings as human beings and you don't boil them down to a political identity, you live a life that's far more enriched and you actually show that you do love your country. Like loving your country means loving the people within it. You know what I mean?
I do know
Yeah.
exactly what you mean.
I mean, I've had whiskey, so I'm starting to get a little bit,
No,
kidding,
lovey-dovey and whatever.
Very,
No
very
kidding.
glad I got to
No
know
kidding.
you. Your
Thank you.
star is only rising, and I think
you.
that's good for the country because you're smart and you listen and you have a great voice and yeah.
Okay,
so
shut up, Bill.
I
Shut up,
think our
Bill.
trails.
She's a
will
married
pass
woman.
again, and,
Thank you, Bill.
all
She's a
right.
married
Maybe next time
woman.
we toke up
I
together.
mean,
Yeah, and next time you'll
we
feel
have to
comfortable
understand.
doing
We have to
that,
respect
right?
Yeah,
that.
for sure.
All right.
Yeah.
Settle down, Bill.
Having a baby, that's still off the
No,
table.
no, that's
Okay,
off
all right.
off the table.
Good for you. We don't want any more babies.
No.
I
Too
never,
many.
I never
could listen
understand
to
that whole
Anna
Elon
talk
Musk thing, and he's
for
not the
hours
only
No,
one. But like, they're
Is
Just
that a
not
good
in
thing
the way
to
she's
have a bunch of
talking
kids
now,
from
you know.
different women?
but like, what happened to the population?
have a
too
different
big?
conversation.
We only
That
have
went
so much
away.
Well, that's a
resources. Like, they
standing
just
conversation.
Among
Okay.
the things that they
Okay.
could just pretend,
Yeah,
like the
yeah.
thing we were saying about AI taking all the jobs. It's like,
It's just like the
Yeah,
weird
yeah.
and
ending.
like more people with only so many resources on Earth, we just like pretend that that's not a thing anymore.
We fucking did it. We fucking made it. We made. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Who would have thought we could have made it? Okay. That was a crazy watch. That was good. Just before the people watching that are watching leave tomorrow on my channel, the Indian Jesus, the one and only Indian Jesus versus average debate enjoyer, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. They're debating if America is too interventionist or not. So that's two superstars coming at it. Okay, only available on the Confluence YouTube channel. Okay, always be plugging. Hit that subscribe button. Don't bother hitting that like button. It doesn't really matter. Crazy stream. We got prawn bombed. First time for everything. We made it through a video that was like way longer than I thought we'd make it through. So there's a lot of firsts today. Okay, there's a lot of firsts. So I think it's all good. It's all good. It's all fun. And so thank you, Quippy. Quippy has been here the whole time. So I got to shout out my boy. Okay, got to shout out Quippy. He's been here since the beginning. Doomerang has popped back up. You know, he left for a bit. He kind of pulled a Maryland a little bit, but you know, he came back for the ending, you know, and he's been here an awful lot. I disavow this hashtag, you know, free Eduardo, but you know, although, you know, I appreciate it more. I've never had someone who is so intense, who had so many accounts to be banning. I mean, it was a bit of a whack-a-mole kind of. I enjoyed it in a toxic way, not in a good way, but in a bad way. Yeah, Yeah, there we go. I'm always here. Ding dong fluence. Okay, you know. Okay, yeah. Good to see. Thank you all, and I will. If anyone, again, tomorrow, Tyler, average debate enjoyer versus Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus. Okay, so yeah, that's tomorrow. Going to be a good stream. Going to be a good debate, and I think it's my first time moderating a debate, so it could go terribly wrong, but you know, could go terribly right as well. All right, God bless everyone. 07s, take care. Have a nice fucking night.